Chapter 32:27. The rhythm of being crippled, puff puff. When Yi Xian heard Tuoba Linfeng suddenly mention him, and his words were so impolite as he clamored to teach him a lesson, anger arose in Yi Xian's heart. Before he could flare up, he saw Tuoba Linfeng unexpectedly flattering the horse. He was embarrassed on the spot and couldn't hold it in for a moment before laughing out loud. Not only did the people at that table hear it, but even the waiters in the distance also heard it. Their faces were strange, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look in this direction. However, their lips were all tightly pursed, and it was obvious that they were also on the verge of laughing out loud. Tuoba Linfeng realized that he had been a little too stupid, exposing the scars of the purplish warbler in front of everyone. Originally, he wanted to show goodwill, but in the end, he had offended the goddess. After he realized this, he naturally didn't feel angry towards Xianyuan Ziying any longer, and he only felt guilt. At the same time, he blamed himself for being hot-headed and actually making such a low-level mistake. I'm afraid that everyone present here is doubting my intelligence right now, especially that annoying guy suspected to be from the Linghu clan. He actually laughed in front of everyone without any scruples, which was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. For a time, all the anger in Tuoba Linfeng's heart was directed at Yi Xian. The young master of the Linghu clan indeed made him afraid, but that was before. Now that he was enraged, Tuoba Linfeng couldn't care less. Although the fall of the Linghu clan in one night was closely related to the three great families of the heaven-warring planet, more than 2,000 years had passed, and there might not be anyone who knew the secret of that year. There was no need for him to feel guilty. Besides, even if they knew, the Linghu clan was no longer the only overlord in the field of alchemy 2,000 years ago. On the contrary, their Tuoba clan had now produced a grade 10 elixir, and their status was the same as the Linghu clan of the past. Everything had been reversed, so the one who should be afraid should be the Linghu clan's young master in front of him. What's more, whether this person's identity was real or fake was still unknown. In terms of cultivation base, he had even less to fear. His opponent was only a rank 3 black hole, but he was a rank 9 black hole grade perfection. He could crush him with one hand. Under such circumstances, he was embarrassed and angry, yet he encountered the other party's unbridled and provocative ridicule in public. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still explode. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Tuoba Linfeng steeled his heart and got up to slap Yi Xian's table not far away. He roared, "Linghu Chong, do you think I'm made of clay?" Over and over again, "You're simply courting death." Boom! A blue palm shadow, about 10 feet in size, whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Yi Xian's head and slammed down from the sky. Yi Xian did not care about it at all. In a place like the Clear River Pavilion, one had to collect a level 7 purple star core origin just to walk around the 18th floor. It would be strange if there was no defense formation here. It was impossible to allow diners to fight here. Once someone made a move, the formation would be activated. It was impossible for Tuoba Linfeng not to know, but he forgot about it in a moment of anger. Wang. Sure enough, before Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm landed, the entire 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion resounded with a buzzing sound. A huge silver light shield flashed out of thin air, enveloping the entire 18th floor. An invisible power appeared above Yi Xian's head like a shield, easily helping him to block the falling blue palm. Boom! With a light sound, there was not even a ripple of energy. The power of Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm dissipated in an instant, not even setting off a ripple. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. To have such power, even if it was not a universe realm expert, it was at least the power of the 13th Genesis realm, or even the 14th cosmic realm, to be able to set up such a powerful defense formation. Whether it was done by himself or by someone else, the owner of the Clear River Pavilion was definitely not ordinary. As the blue palm dissipated, the silver light of the defense formation that enveloped the entire 18th floor also disappeared in an instant. It did not take the initiative to attack Tuoba Linfeng. That was obviously impossible. The reason why the defense formation was set up here was to prevent private fights. How could it take the initiative to attack the attacker? However, if Tuoba Linfeng made a move again, the silver light of the defense formation would appear again. Although it would not attack him, all the power he blasted out would be blocked, which was also very embarrassing. Therefore, even though Tuoba Linfeng was gnashing his teeth in anger, he still endured it. It was a futile effort. He had already tried it once, so how could he try it again? Young Master Tuoba, you have gone too far. Just at this moment, Manager Hu walked over with a gloomy face. He first bowed to Yi Xian to express his apology, and then turned to look at Tuoba Linfeng, who was gnashing his teeth. He continued in a deep voice, "My Clear River Pavilion has been established in Heaven Battle Emperor's capital for more than 2,000 years. During this period of time, there have been a total of 3 private fights between guests. 2 of them did not listen to advice and were stubborn. In the end, after 3 provocations, they were killed on the spot by the formation. The other time, the person who attacked activated the defensive formation twice. Although he was not killed, he was still severely injured. I have to remind young Master Tuoba that you have already made a move once, and the formation did not backfire. If there is a second time, I am afraid you will be seriously injured and crawl out of Clear River Pavilion. If there is a third time, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself." In addition, all the people who have made a move in Clear River Pavilion will be blacklisted as unwelcome. From now on, if young Master Tuoba has any banquets, please change to another one. After that, Manager Hu turned around and was about to leave. Only now did Tuoba Linfeng panic. What kind of place was Clear River Pavilion? It was the top venue in the entire Heaven Battle Planet. Even if the Empire's Crown Prince held a banquet here, he would not accept reservations. Only when the person arrived and there was an empty seat could he fulfill his wish. He was still young. If he was blacklisted, it would be fine if he took the initiative to invite someone to a banquet. Although it was somewhat sullen, it was not unacceptable. But what if he came to a banquet for someone else? This was not up to him. Once the top nobles of Heaven Battle Planet invited someone to a banquet, it would basically be held here. If he was blacklisted, wouldn't he be directly expelled from the entire Heaven Battle Planet? He did not even have the qualifications to enter other people's banquets. Over time, who would invite him? This was simply the rhythm of completely crippling him. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately chased after him and tried to explain, "Manager Hu, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself and don't break the rules of Clear River Pavilion." Chief Hu stopped walking and turned around to glance at him. "If you continue to pester me, I'm afraid that you'll implicate your table mates and blacklist them as well." Chapter 32:28. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations list of Medicine King's steward who didn't pay attention to the dumbfounded Tuoba Linfeng. Instead, he walked over to Yi Xian's table with a smile on his face and politely apologized a few more times. In the end, he brought up the main matter and said that the owner of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu, wanted to personally invite him to a banquet in order to express his apology. He hoped that Yi Xian could come over whenever he was free. After that, Supervisor Hu did not say anything more. He looked at Yi Xian meaningfully, then nodded and left. Yi Xian frowned. the owner of Clear River Pavilion, obviously had an extraordinary identity. He was at least an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years. After all, Clear River Pavilion was built by him more than 2,000 years ago. Wait, a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. 2,000 years ago. Was it a coincidence? Legend had it that the Linghu clan was destroyed overnight more than 2,000 years ago, and this Clear River Pavilion happened to be built at that time. The surname of Clear River Pavilion's supervisor was Hu, and the owner called himself Mr. Hu. Was this who related to Linghu clan? Coincidentally, he came to the Clear River Pavilion today under the name of Ling Huchong. When Steward Hu heard it, he was caught off guard and reacted too strongly. Then, Tuoba Linfeng made a move. Although Steward, who did things according to the rules of the Clear River Pavilion, he warned Tuoba Linfeng not to say too much so as not to implicate the people at the same table. It was impossible that supervisor who did not know the identity of those guys. On the surface, it seemed that he was warning Tuoba Linfeng, but after thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that he was trying to show goodwill to Yi Xian. He was willing to offend the top gene fluid research families in the entire dynasty. But why did he do all this? Did they not put these families in their eyes at all? Or was it because Yi Xian said the name of Linghu clan, which was enough to make them look coldly at these families? No matter what the reason was, one thing was basically certain. Mr. Hu, the owner of Clear River Pavilion, was very likely to be related to the legendary Linghu clan that had disappeared for more than 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. He had just randomly picked a surname, but he did not expect to cause such trouble. Although the other party had only said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet as an apology. However, with the Clear River Pavilion's foundation and connections in the Heaven War planet, if the other party harbored malicious intentions, it would be impossible for Yi Xian to leave the Heaven War imperial capital without anyone knowing. Of course, he still had the ability to warp through space coordinates, but in that case, once he activated it, he would either go to the Death Star vortex or directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. Wouldn't this trip to the Heaven Battle planet be for naught? Yi Xian would never have done this if it weren't for the fact that he was in a life and death situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion after he was done with the matters at hand. However, he was not afraid of this matter. On the one hand, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Even if there was danger, he could just use the universe coordinate jump ability to escape. As long as the matter was done, it didn't matter if he left or not. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved and no longer paid attention to this matter. He turned his head and glanced at Tuoba Linfeng, who was gnashing his teeth and glaring at him. Ling Huchong, the enmity between you and me is completely settled today. I hope you are really a descendant of the Linghu clan from more than 2,000 years ago. Even if you are not, since you dare to use the name of Linghu and call yourself young Master Linghu, then you should not be absent from the Medicine King Peak this time. Glaring fiercely at Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng sneered. In addition to the 16 top forces, there are 10 rogue cultivators who can enter the Medicine King's remains. From the day after tomorrow, which is 3 days before the Medicine King Peak, all rogue cultivators can sign up to compete. As long as you can leave your name on the Medicine King's monument, you will be eligible to participate in the Medicine King's summit. The top 10 will be able to follow the 16 top forces to explore the Medicine King's remains. Don't let me down. After that, Tuoba Linfeng did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left. The other heirs of the top clans and powers at his table also lost their interest. They looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, and their faces were filled with bad luck as well. They flicked their sleeves and left. Not only did they not gain anything from this meal, but they were also almost blacklisted by Xinjiang Pavilion. These heirs of the top forces were also sullen and extremely unhappy. The Medicine King's list on the Medicine King's monument. As long as you can get on the list, you will be eligible to enter the Medicine King Peak. And the top 10 are actually able to enter the Medicine King's ruins together with these 16 first-rate families and powers to explore. It's a bit interesting. As he muttered these words, Yi Xian coincidentally finished eating most of the top-notch delicacies on the table. There was only a pot of top-notch spirit wine left, so he didn't waste it. In any case, he had the image of a rough man. He immediately stood up, twisted the pot of top-notch spirit wine, and drank as he walked down the stairs. That back showed a strong sense of unruly freedom, which was dazzling. At the same time, in a pavilion on the 18th floor of Xinjiang Pavilion, two figures were hidden in the darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but judging from the figure, the one slightly behind should be Supervisor, who, he bowed slightly and seemed to be extremely respectful. The figure half a step in front was extremely stalwart, with his hands behind his back. Looking at the back, he should be a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this time, the man suddenly spoke in a light tone, without any sadness or joy. "Look at this guy. Does he look like him?" This is hard to say. Sure enough, it was Supervisor Hu's voice. He obviously knew that the former was asking about Yi Xian, so he did not dare to say more. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sir, there were indeed a few people who escaped from my Linghu clan, but this does not mean anything. I think this matter must be investigated in detail." Of course, it must be investigated. The middle-aged expert, who was called Mr. by Director, who and suspected to be the master of Clear River Pavilion, nodded his head. There was still no sadness or joy in his tone. But I think his figure and style as a Jianghu hero are quite similar to that of the former family master. Alas, if the former family master didn't have such a temperament, he wouldn't have been. I hope that he is the descendant of the master of the Linghu clan. If so, I have been running Xinjiang Pavilion carefully for more than 2,000 years and secretly collecting a lot of information. I only hope to find some clues to prove that the wish of the old master of the Linghu clan can finally be fulfilled. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Mr. Hu, please don't say that. Although you are not a member of my Linghu clan, since the ancestor's accident, you have taken in a few of my Linghu clan's collateral relatives and have been taking good care of us and never left. On the side, Supervisor Hu was terrified and quickly interrupted Mr. Hu's words. "We just saw little hope today." "How can you say such inauspicious words? Linghu Bao is terrified. Alas, I hope this time it will not be an empty joy again." Chapter 32-29. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Tuoba Square. After leaving the Clear River Pavilion, Yi Xian found a hostel in the outer city of the Heavenly War Empire's capital and stayed there. Although the hostel he stayed in was not the best, Yi Xian asked for the best room in the hostel. It was an independent, small courtyard that even had a defensive formation. Although this was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, and the defensive formation was basically a decoration, Yi Xian still asked for this independent small courtyard where he could get a piece of level 7 purple planetary core origin every day. On one hand, it was for peace and quiet. At the same time, he did not care about resources like planetary core origins. He had a lot of them, and he could always go to the graveyard of meteorites again if he used them all up. Previously, when he was only in the planetary core state, he had already gained so much. Now that he was in the black hole state, if he really went there, he would most likely gain even more. It was possible that he could empty half of the graveyard of meteorites in one go. On the other hand, he considered that this time in the Clear River Pavilion, he had most likely attracted the attention of the 16 top aristocratic families, including the owner of the Clear River Pavilion. Since he had already used the surname Linghu, Yi Xian could only use it until the end. Moreover, after everything that had happened in the Clear River Pavilion today, he vaguely felt that although the surname Linghu was sensitive, it was also because of this that it was extremely useful. For the current Yi Xian, it was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. As long as there was something convenient in front of him, it would be fine. As for the disadvantages, when the matter was over, he could leave at any time without any worries. He was not afraid at all. Even so, he still felt that it was necessary to learn more about the past of the Linghu family. Even if it was for the sake of not being exposed, it was still very necessary. After entering his small courtyard, Yi Xian immediately activated the defensive formation. From then on, unless he called, even the servants in the hostel would not be able to come in without permission. After all, this was the cost of one level 7 purple planetary core origin per day. This was the benefit of being rich. Immediately after, he gave another command to the devouring system, activating the attached personal space communication system and connecting to the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary star network. After successfully connecting, he directly infiltrated the central database. This place was not like the immortal planet, where there was a mature, immortal rank superbrain, so Yi Xian could do all this without any pressure. Yi Xian's personal space communication system was not fully developed, but it was still at the immortal grade. As long as it wasn't an immortal planet, the core database of Yi Xian was completely defenseless, even if it was the second-level main network of the three empires. Of course, Yi Xian did not dare to touch certain extremely sensitive data repositories. Although the superbrains of the three empires' secondary main networks were not at the immortal rank, they were not far from it. Furthermore, they were mature. Even if Yi Xian's personal space communication system could be infiltrated, there would be some traces left behind. Then, it would be completely unnecessary to prevent the enemy from tracing the vine to the melon and tracing the vine to the melon. However, there was no problem at all if it was just to search for secret information about the surname Linghu. This information could not be found even in the restricted area of the second-level star network. There was not a single word about it, as it had been blocked by the government. Yi Xian did not understand the reason at first, but after he downloaded some information from a normal classified database of the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary main network and flipped through it, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that all this involved the Heaven Battle Empire, and even the Immortal Dynasty's official power. Therefore, this matter was blocked later on. At any time, the people in power would do this. Everything that was disadvantageous to them would be covered up, and even if the people at that time knew, it did not matter. The long river of time would cover up everything. When that generation of ordinary people disappeared in the long river of history, their descendants did not experience that period of time and could not find a single word about it from the dynasty's star network. This was equivalent to a period of history being strangled. It was as if it had never existed. Even if some of the long-lived star powerhouses knew about this, how could such existences go against the people in power of the empires and dynasties? Under the premise of no benefits, they would leak the truth of history and cause trouble for themselves. The general situation of the annihilation of the Linghu clan, as well as being forgotten by history for more than 2,000 years, was like this. The government did not want the truth to be made public, so it disappeared. At that time, the entire immortal dynasty did not have a clan or power that could concoct the 9th level liquid. The Linghu clan was the only one, and there was no other. Unfortunately, they disappeared overnight. Then, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Empire appeared. According to Yi Xian's speculation, these three clans may be related to the annihilation of the Linghu clan, but they obviously did not get the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan to concoct the 9th-level liquid. If the Clear River Pavilion is really related to the Linghu clan, is the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan in the hands of the master of the Clear River Pavilion? Mr. Hu? Yixian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly no longer hesitated to visit the Clear River Pavilion in the future. The ability to concoct the 9th-level liquid more than 2,000 years ago was absolutely terrifying, and Yixian could not miss it. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the small courtyard of the hostel and didn't go out at all. He focused on researching the various methods of making the gene cultivation fluid. After arriving at Heaven's battle planet, he used his personal space communication system to steal a large amount of related data from Heaven's battle planet's core data vault. When there were only 3 days left before the exchange, Yixian left the post house and walked towards the Tuoba Square. In the outer city of the Heavenly Battle Empire, there were more than a dozen top aristocratic families. Among them, the 3 top aristocratic families that researched the gene cultivation liquid, the Tuoba clan, the Gongyang clan, and the Jianghu clan, had a relatively high status. Each of them had a large territory in the outer city. This time, the exchange would be held in the courtyard of the Tuoba clan's ancestral land. At present, in the Tuoba Square outside the Tuoba clan's ancestral land, there stood a simple stone tablet that was 3 feet high. The whole stone tablet was green, and various complicated patterns were engraved around and on the back. On the front, there were only 3 big ancient words written at the top: Medicine King's Tablet. Below these 3 big words, there were some names. The surface of the green tablet was flat and smooth, like the best quality ancient jade, and even emitted a sparkling light. In fact, the surface of the whole giant tablet was covered with a layer of green mist, giving a sense of vitality. Even if one looked at it from a distance, one could immediately conclude that this tablet must be extraordinary at a glance. When Yixian came here, the square had already been crowded with a large number of rogue cultivators. They were all here to sign up. As long as they could leave their names on the Medicine King's tablet, they would have the qualification to enter the Tuoba clan's courtyard in 3 days and witness this exchange with their own eyes. Chapter 32:30. Hungry and Thirsty Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered an item of inheritance. Medicine King's Tablet, the treasure used to open the core of the ancient Medicine King's legacy. After refining and absorbing it into the body, one can enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance. Do you wish to immediately collect and refine it? So the truth was like this. This Medicine King's Tablet was actually the treasure used to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance? Just like a key, could it be that the masters of the Tuoba family who obtained it did not discover this problem? Yixian was dumbfounded by this appraisal result. This really made him speechless. The Tuoba family had invited all the top families to gather on the Heaven Battle Star in order to explore the Medicine King's legacy again. They hoped that everyone could join forces to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the Medicine King's legacy. Who would have thought that the key to obtaining the inheritance had already fallen into their hands? Yixian's heart thumped, and he almost directly ordered the system to immediately collect and refine the Medicine King's tablet. However, he soon discovered that even if he did so, it would be useless. When Yixian's divine sense came into contact with the Medicine King's tablet, the general information about this tablet quickly appeared in his mind. The Medicine King's tablet had a total of 3 tests. If all 3 tests were completed perfectly, the tablet would recognize one as its owner. It seemed that directly collecting and refining it was not possible. Although this mysterious ancient tablet was not an ancient item, it was also mysterious and extraordinary. If one wanted to refine it, the only way was to pass the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet, and each test had to be completed perfectly. This should be a kind of scale selection method, in line with the essence of this ancient tablet being the key to opening the Medicine King's remains. Only by passing the 3 tests contained within the ancient tablet, and passing them perfectly, would one have the qualifications to enter the Medicine King's remains to receive the ancient Medicine King's legacy. No wonder the several elders of the Tuoba family were unable to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy. This ancient legacy was bound to have layers of restrictions. This was a kind of protection for the Medicine King's legacy. Only by passing the tests of the Medicine King's tablet could one safely enter. The reason why the Tuoba family erected the Medicine King's tablet here was obviously to find such a person who could perfectly pass the 3 tests of this tablet. The so-called top 10 names on the tablet would be qualified to explore the relic of the Medicine King with them. This was just a gimmick. The purpose was to attract more cultivators of the starry sky to come and try. In fact, among the existences that had left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, there were many existences from the 16 great clans. Clearly, they had already tried. If it was only to give the rogue cultivators a chance, why would they try? The front of the Medicine King's tablet was divided into 3 areas. The top was blank, which should be where the 3rd level test was. No one had tried it yet. As for the 2nd level in the middle, there were only 2 names. They were both from the Tuoba family. They should be 2 clan elders. Unfortunately, they stopped at the 2nd level of the tablet. At this moment, there were many masters of the starry sky crowding the Tuoba square. If they wanted to try, they only needed to release a wisp of divine sense to make contact with the Medicine King's tablet. There were less than 50 names on the 3 layers of the tablet. Obviously, after more people tried, they did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 3rd layer at the bottom of the tablet. In reality, even among these 50 names, whether it was those who had passed the first trial or the 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba clan who had passed the 2nd trial, none of them had passed perfectly. This was because if they had passed perfectly, their names would appear in a special form on the Medicine King's stele. This was explained by the rules of the Medicine King's stele. Although this special form of appearance was not clearly described, the names of those who had left their names on the tablet simply appeared on the tablet. Obviously, they had nothing to do with this so-called special form. The 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba family, whose names appeared on the 2nd layer of the tablet, were also displayed in the 1st layer below, but they were ordinary names that appeared. This meant that even the 2 elders of the Tuoba family, although they passed the 2nd test, did not pass perfectly when they passed the 1st test. Moreover, they stopped after the 2nd test. Maybe they tried the 3rd test, but failed. They did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 1st layer of the tablet. From this, it was enough to see how difficult the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet were. It could be said that as long as one could pass all 3 tests and leave their names on the tablet, it would be amazing enough. But to pass all 3 tests perfectly, it was simply unimaginable. After understanding all the rules of the trial, Xianxia was completely excited. He believed that these so-called 3 trials were both a type of scale selection and a type of nurturing. Through these 3 trials, he would be able to come into contact with the basic information of the Medicine King's bloodline from ancient times. This in itself was a type of increase in one's ability to refine medicine. In the face of all this, it could be said that he was hungry and thirsty. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately contacted the Medicine King's tablet with the power of his divine sense again, and confirmed that he would accept the 1st test. Of course, the name he submitted was still an alias, Ling Huchong. In the next moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes. From the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a faint green light shot out, turning into a miniature energy shield that enveloped his body and prevented him from being disturbed by the outside world. This shield was still in effect. Its appearance meant that Yi Xian had begun to pass the test. Only when the shield disappeared did the test end. There were many similar shields in the huge Tuoba Square. All the existences in the shields closed their eyes, as if they were cultivating. Their minds were completely immersed in the test of the Medicine King's tablet. Just as Yi Xian began to accept the test of the Medicine King's tablet, a group of Heaven's Prides from the 16 families, led by Tuoba Linfeng, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuanzhua from Celestial Worthy Creatures, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genetics, happened to come out of the courtyard of the Tuoba clan. They also planned to try their skills. They did not expect that as soon as they arrived, they would look up and see Yi Xian begin his test. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were the heirs of the top families of the Heaven Battle Planet like the Tuoba clan, were stunned for a moment and then began to mock him on the spot. That Ling Huchong really came, and we have already started to pass the test. He is just a rough guy. It is said that the first test is the memory and identification of plants and various heavens treasures. I think he is not even qualified to leave his name on the first test. Chapter 32-31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Bright, as the stars, the heirs of the 16 major clans and forces began to challenge the trials one after another, including Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuanzhua from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shinong Biotech, and the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Star. They already knew the importance of this Medicine King's tablet from the Tuoba clan. It was the only key that could allow one to enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins safely and smoothly to receive the inheritance. Of course, in order for this key to recognize its owner, the requirements were extremely harsh. One had to pass all 3 stages perfectly. The 2 most experienced elders of the Tuoba clan in the research of gene fluids had already tried this. It was extremely difficult. It was precisely because they found that they could not do it that they took out the Medicine King's tablet, hoping that someone could successfully refine it. When that time came, as long as they brought this person along, they could finally enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins smoothly. Even the unaffiliated cultivators could try, so the heirs and other powerhouses from the 16 major clans would not let go of this opportunity. At this time, everyone began to try at the same time, secretly holding back their energy. They wanted to leave their names in all 3 areas on the Medicine King's tablet and pass perfectly. Soon, dozens of green lights shot over and turned into miniature light shields, enveloping the powerhouses from the 16 major clans. They began to challenge the trials. Among them, in addition to the heirs of the 16 major clans, including Tuoba Linfeng and the Purplish Warbler, there were also some powerhouses from the other 16 major clans who wanted to try. Time slowly passed by. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology was the first to open her eyes. There was an additional name at the bottom of the Medicine King's tablet, and it was hers. This caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. Another prodigy had left her name in the first trial. At least thousands of people had tried before, but only a few dozen people were qualified to leave their names. At this moment, Zhao Qianru had done this in less than 10 minutes. It was really amazing. Following that, the Purplish Warbler also opened her eyes and left her name. Then it was Yuanzhua from Celestial Biotech and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech. They both left their names in 10 minutes, including Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian. The other heirs of the 16 great clans had all left their names in the first round. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the heirs of the great clans. In this aspect, They were completely able to withstand the test. Although these guys all successfully passed the test after 10 minutes, they still left their names on the monument in the end. However, no one who passed was the Medicine King's Medicine Kings. Was the Medicine Kings, was the Medicine Kings, was the Medicine Kings. If they couldn't even pass the first round perfectly, one could imagine how difficult it would be for the next 2 rounds. Lin Feng, that Ling Huchong, is still in the first stage. We've all passed and successfully left our names on the monument, but he's still not done yet. At this time, Gong Yangji found something unusual and exclaimed softly. Everyone's eyes converged on Yi Xian again. Jianghu Xiaotian immediately laughed. This guy is a big brute. We have just tried the first test. It is a test of the memory and identification of medicinal herbs and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With his rough temperament, it is estimated that he can't even remember 1/10 of it and can't recognize it. Ha ha! Tuoba Linfeng also laughed and was in high spirits. He called his friends to gather at Yi Xian's side. Let's go and have a look. We are not in a hurry to pass the second trial. After a while, when that guy finishes and opens his eyes, he will see us surrounding him. I guess he will find a hole to hide in on the spot. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded out, Gong Yangji, Jianghu Xiaotian, and the others immediately followed him. Yu Wenzhua, Dongfang Lin, Zhao Qianru, and the others hesitated for a moment. They recalled how Yi Xian had almost caused them to be blacklisted by the Clear River Pavilion. They were also angry, so they followed him. Purplish Warbler frowned slightly. She looked at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in the green light. She also did the same and followed behind. However, she was not there to laugh at Yi Xian. In fact, since Yi Xian casually threw a level 9 colored pill on the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion yesterday, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. She always felt that this guy with a rough appearance gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even his style of doing things, in her opinion, had a little shadow of Yi Xian. However, the difference in appearance between the two was too big. Furthermore, Prince Xian should still be in the star area controlled by the cultivation camp, and should not have successfully escaped so quickly. Therefore, she was hesitant in her heart. She was suspicious, but she also felt that it was unlikely. She was extremely conflicted. The reason why she followed Tuoba Linfeng and the others was that she wanted to observe closely and see if she could find any clues to verify her guess. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind had been completely immersed. He was absorbing all kinds of basic knowledge about the path of medicine refinement, as if he was intoxicated. The first stage of the Medicine King's tablet tested the challenger's memory, as well as their ability to distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs, heavenly and earthly treasures, and even various kinds of ferocious beasts' flesh and minerals that could be used as medicine. The path of medicine refinement was ever-changing. There were too many kinds of medicinal herbs that could be used. These were all the basics. Not only did one have to remember their names, but they also had to grasp their effects. At the beginning of the first stage, hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs, minerals, and ferocious beasts would appear in front of the challenger's eyes. Each of them had a detailed description of their effects, and they passed by at an extremely fast speed. What the challenger needed to do was to try their best to remember them. After this stage, the Medicine King's tablet would randomly select 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and ask the challenger to identify them. At the same time, they would tell the challenger their effects. If one could identify 1/10 of them, they would be able to leave their name on the tablet. If one wanted to pass perfectly, not only would they have to identify all 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and minerals, they would also have to identify their effects, characteristics, and other details without missing a single word. The medicinal herbs that were selected and asked to be identified by the Medicine King's tablet were naturally not ordinary. Basically, they were all rare existences in the world. For the challengers, almost all of them were new to them, and they would pass by very quickly before their eyes. Therefore, even if the experts in the black hole realm or even more powerful in the starry sky realm tried to memorize them by force, it was impossible for them to remember all the names and details of the medicinal herbs that flashed past their eyes. Even Zhao Qianru, who was the fastest to pass the first stage, only took her about 7 minutes. When she finally passed the first stage, she had only successfully identified a little more than 3,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, and only a little more than 1,000 of them had been described in detail. In her opinion, there was no such thing as an expert who could perfectly pass the first round and successfully identify 10,000 herbs randomly picked out from the tablet of the King of Medicines, not to mention the details of their effects, without a single word. Even a supreme expert of the universe realm with a terrifying divine sense would not have such an ability. Chapter 32:32. Pass again perfectly. Oh my God, what happened? The Medicine King's steel is shining brightly. Look, there's an additional name in the first stage area below. It's at the very top of this area. Furthermore, it's displayed in the middle. The strange light phenomenon on the Medicine King's tablet was released by this name. Ling Hucheng? Was this a challenger? Why is his name in the middle of the list? And why is it shining like a star? Heavens, could it be that he passed the first round perfectly? Is this person a monster? Although in the final test, he only needs to identify 10,000 types of medicinal herbs, and at the same time, he has to state their specific medicinal effects word for word. However, these 10,000 types of medicinal herbs were randomly selected from the previous hundreds of millions of types. He actually passed the test perfectly. Doesn't that mean that he has memorized all of the hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects? That's impossible. If he has this kind of ability, how does his brain work? Ling Hucheng? Ling Hu? This name? Heavens, what am I thinking of? This is too shocking. Following the appearance of Yi Xian, Ling Hucheng's pseudonym, at the top of the first section of the Medicine King's steel, he shone with a dazzling light like a star. The entire Tuoba Plaza instantly exploded, and countless supervoid powerhouses cried out in shock. It was also at this moment that the green light enveloping Yi Xian disappeared. This meant that he had finally completed the trial. In total, it took more than 40 minutes. However, the reason why it was slow was obviously not because it was slow in memorizing. Most of the time after that should be used to identify and describe the specific medicinal effects of those medicinal herbs in detail. There were a total of 10,000 types of medicinal herbs, and after identifying each one, it still had to describe the specific medicinal effects word for word. In just over 40 minutes, it was simply unimaginably fast. When this realization flashed through his mind, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shinong Biotech were shocked. They were completely stunned. The purplish warbler, who was standing at the very back, gaped at the calm and collected Yi Xian. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she must have mistaken him for someone else. Although Prince Xian was perverted, he shouldn't be to this extent, right? She had also passed the test just now, and she had a very deep understanding of the difficulty. She was an elite from an aristocratic family of alchemists, and Prince Xian had never come into contact with this field. No matter how monstrous he was, how could he do better than her? This Ling Hucheng in front of him was clearly a supreme genius of the same level as him. The two of them were proficient in different fields. However, there was no doubt that Ling Hucheng's outstanding talent was definitely comparable to Prince Xian's. Has that fellow finally met his match? As the purplish warbler muttered to himself, he felt extremely conflicted. He didn't know if he should be happy for Ling Huchong or worried for Prince Xian, who had finally met an opponent of the same level. He passed the first test perfectly in just over 40 minutes. That's faster than I thought. I thought it would take at least 2 hours. Sigh. It seems that this Medicine King's tablet is only SOSO. It's so disappointing. As soon as Yixian opened his eyes, he saw Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian standing a few feet away from him. Their expressions were as if they had just been struck by lightning. He immediately reacted. He knew that these 3 fellows wanted to see him make a fool of himself. In the end, they were slapped in the face. While secretly rejoicing, he took the opportunity to act cool. As he muttered indifferently, he raised his hand to pick his nose and dug out a lump of black stuff. With a flick of his finger, he dropped it on the person under Tuoba Linfeng's nose. Then, he closed his eyes again and extended his divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. He kept whispering, "Forget it, forget it. Since it's so simple, I might as well pass these 3 tests perfectly in one go. Anyway, it's still early. When I'm done, I can go for dinner." In the next moment, from the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a green light once again shot out and fell on Yixian, enveloping his body. The second test began. Oh my God, this guy is too fierce. He actually clamored to pass the last 2 tests before dinner. It's only been more than 2 hours. His tone is too big. That's not the key. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to pass perfectly? This is clearly the rhythm of taking away this Medicine King's tablet. The Tuoba family has already said that if he can pass all 3 tests perfectly, this tablet will recognize him as its owner. They will let him take it away and will not stop him. But is that possible? I heard that this tablet was obtained from an ancient relic and is related to some kind of inheritance. The Tuoba family obtained it with great difficulty. Can they really let someone take it away? You're thinking a little too far. There are still 2 more tests. Passing the first one perfectly doesn't mean anything. At most, it means that this rough man has great wisdom and an amazing memory. The next 2 tests are the real test of alchemy ability. It's not a simple rote memorization. He has no chance. These are not important. The only thing I want to know now is one thing. Is this Ling Huchong really related to the Ling Hu family back then? Don't tell me that you've forgotten how glorious the Ling Hu family was back then. In my opinion, he should be the successor of that bloodline. Didn't you see that he just flicked a suspicious object, and it just happened to land in the middle of the Tuoba family's young master? This is clearly intentional. It is said that the Tuoba family led the incident back then. At that time, they were just a small second-rate family. The Ling Hu bloodline is destined to rise today. They are here for revenge. Sure, this can't be said. There will be great horror. You want to die? With these words, the sluggish Tuoba Linfeng finally returned to his senses. He raised his hand in horror and pulled out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from the middle of his nose. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it. He immediately put his hands on his knees and retched. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were like best friends, also didn't care about loyalty at this time. They pinched their noses and retreated like they were avoiding ghosts. In fact, this wasn't the disgusting thing they imagined. Although Yixian dressed up as a rough man, how could he be so sloppy? This was nothing more than a small mound of dirt that he had secretly rubbed out using the power of his cultivation base. Because it was too similar, it actually frightened Tuoba Linfeng to the point of being frightened out of his wits. Wah, son of a bitch, too shameless. This young master is not done with you. Retch. After retching for a long time, nearly 10 minutes, there was no one within 10 meters of Tuoba Linfeng. They all retreated to a distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who had retched for a while, finally gradually recovered. After stopping the retching, he looked at Yi Xian with eyes that were about to split open. Chapter 32-33. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation no challenge at all. Linghu Chong. This time, the name that appeared on the top of the second section of the Medicine King's tablet was exactly the same as before. It was also the same 3 words that were shining brightly like stars. This meant that this burly man named Linghu Chong, who could pull out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from his nose, had once again passed the test perfectly. And it was the second test. The only difference was that he used more than 40 minutes in the first test, and only 10 minutes in the second test. It was simply unbearable. Many people around Tuoba Square had already vomited blood due to anger. If this second level was perfectly cleared by a refined and elegant gentleman, they could more or less accept it. However, this boorish man in front of them was simply too different. Moreover, he only used 10 minutes to perfectly clear the second level. All of this was too shocking. Too shocking. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Puff. After finally stopping from vomiting, Tuoba Linfeng was once again shocked by the name of Linghu Chong on the Medicine King's tablet. He roared like a madman. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was forced out by anger. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shinong Biotech were all shocked at this moment. Then a touch of unwillingness appeared on their faces. They all gritted their teeth and extended their divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet, including the purplish warbler, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian. All of them did the same. They were really unwilling and thought that the second test might be easier. This time, they wanted to give it a try. Soon, rays of green light shot over and enveloped their bodies. This group of people closed their eyes and began to pass the second test. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips and disapproved. However, his face still had a completely indifferent expression. He shook his head and said, "Sai, this is too disappointing. There is no challenge at all. Who would have thought that the second test would be easier? It seems that the third test will take less time. It's a bit boring." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Another ray of green light shot from the Medicine King's tablet in the distance and enveloped his body. Yi Xian began to pass the third test. Countless experts in the surroundings looked at each other, completely defeated by this scene. Thinking that someone had passed the first 2 Medicine King's tablet perfectly translation, their breathing was extremely rapid. Could the third test be the same? If that was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the Medicine King's tablet would lose its owner? At this moment, all the experts in the square, their hearts were in their mouths. In contrast, Yi Xian, who had passed the third test in less than 2 ins, unless as he was the Medicine King's was translation, to him, the first 2 stages were simply too easy and satisfying. The first test was to test one's memory. Of course, this level of memory was no ordinary test. Hundreds of millions of kinds of herbs and minerals that could be used in medicine, including their detailed medicinal properties, flashed before one's eyes. Even if one was a powerful figure in the universe, it would be impossible to remember half of it. However, this was not a problem for the devouring system. Who could be like Yi Xian and bring along a supercomputer? Moreover, it was not an ordinary supercomputer. Its intelligence center was an immortal-level supercomputer. Although it was not as powerful as the intelligence center of the Immortal Star Dynasty's first-class main network, it was already mature. However, an immortal-level expert was an immortal-level expert. Its computing power was unquestionable. Everything that flashed before Yi Xian's eyes was instantly recorded by the devouring system. The next test was to randomly pick 10,000 herbs. This was practically cheating. As soon as the Medicine King's tablet picked one, the devouring system would select the target in Yi Xian's mind, including the detailed medicinal properties. He just had to read it. The reason why it took him more than 40 minutes was because there were too many herbs. Just using his consciousness to copy them would take so long. As for the second test, it was even easier. The second test gave him 1,000 pill formulas. Of course, they were all incomplete. They all lacked a certain herb, mineral, or ferocious beast materials that could be used in medicine. These could be found among the hundreds of millions of herbs provided in the first test. The second test was to test the challenger's understanding of the medicinal properties of these herbs instead of rote memorization. The challenger was required to analyze these 1,000 pill formulas and finally determine what kind of herb was missing, as well as the exact amount to be used. If there were no mistakes, then the challenger would also pass perfectly. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of calculation ability. Yi Xian did not care about it at all, and directly threw it to the devouring system to calculate. The immortal-level supercomputer's calculation ability was obvious. Yi Xian only spent 10 minutes to perfectly pass this test because every time the devouring system calculated a herb, he would immediately copy the answer with his consciousness. In addition, there were only 1,000 herbs to copy and hand in, which was much less than the first test. Therefore, he felt that it was easier and easier, and he accidentally passed perfectly. The reason why he said that it was too unchallenging wasn't because he was pretending. It was because of Yi Xian's true feelings. However, in the ears of the other experts around Tuoba Plaza, it was truly hateful. Many of the experts had long since suffocated to the point that their faces were flushed red as they glared fiercely at Yi Xian. For the first time, they realized that some people with a rough appearance who seemed to speak whatever they wanted and who had no shrewdness at all were sometimes so hateful. This time, Yi Xian started after Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Of course, the latter group of 16 was challenging the second test, while Yi Xian was already at the third test. Yi Xian's test had only started for less than 5 minutes when Tuoba Linfeng was the first of the 16 to open his eyes. There were 1,000 incomplete pill formulas, and he could only analyze up to the 50th one. He could not continue after that, so he was directly expelled. This time, he did not leave his name on the list and was eliminated. He did not even have the qualifications to challenge the third test. If he wanted to challenge the next test, he had to leave his name on the list in the previous test to qualify. As the young master of the Tuoba family and the future successor, his level should not be bad to this extent. He could still leave his name on the list in the second test. Unfortunately, everything before had already messed up his mind, and he could no longer perform normally. How is this possible? In a short span of 10 minutes, he actually managed to deduce all of the 1,000 incomplete pill formulas. Furthermore, even the amount of missing medicinal herbs was accurately calculated without error. Chapter 32-34. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the ancient tablet, recognizes its owner within 10 minutes. The other 15 people had also finished their challenges one after another. About half of them had left their names on the second stage. In just a few minutes, another 6 or 7 names were added to the second area in the center of the Medicine King's tablet, causing the surrounding powerhouses to exclaim in amazement. But of course, the only one who passed perfectly and whose name shone like a bright star was still Ling Hucheng. Among the 6 or 7 people who still left their names on the second stage, there were Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and Purplish Warbler. but none of them planned to continue to challenge the third stage. At this time, the group looked at Yixian, who had started to challenge the third stage with his eyes closed. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their tone was unprecedentedly disappointed and dispirited. This brother Linghu is really amazing. He only knew the difficulty of this stage after he tried the second stage himself. I didn't expect him to pass perfectly in just 10 minutes. That's right. Out of 1,000 incomplete pill recipes, as long as you can fill up 1/10 of them, that is 100 of them, you can leave your name on the list. I can only barely do this. Moreover, although the medicinal herbs of those 100 pill recipes have been filled up, the dosage still needs to be considered. I didn't give a detailed dosage at all. But he passed perfectly in such a short time. Not only did he fill in the missing medicinal herbs, but the dosage was also correct. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. It's too monstrous. There's no need to try the third stage anymore. With our level, we don't even have the possibility of leaving our names on the list. If I'm not mistaken, the third stage should require the challenger to create a perfect new pill formula out of thin air based on the 100 million types of medicinal herbs and minerals from before. The number should be 100. 100 people? It's easy to say. Which of the pill formulas that have been handed down today haven't been refined and tested by generations of alchemists and alchemists before they finally become perfect? Even a single pill formula needs many years of verification. This kind of creation of a pill formula out of thin air is the most difficult. It's impossible to create one, let alone 100. I reckon that even this stunning Linghu brother would lose in this round. This is simply an impossible mission. But even so, to be able to perfectly pass the first 2 tests, it's enough for him to leave his name in the annals of history, becoming famous in a single battle. They were right. The third stage of the Medicine King's tablet did indeed require the challenger to create an unprecedented pill formula out of thin air using the hundreds of millions of herbs and minerals that could be used in the first stage. There were only 100 of them. Don't look at how these 100 pill formulas seem to be very few in number. The Medicine King Steel's requirements were extremely strict. 100 pill formulas. As long as he could complete 10, he would be able to leave his name on the Medicine King's steel. If he wanted to pass the test perfectly and make the tablet of the Medicine Kings recognize him as his master, then he would have complete control over the core area of the Medicine King's remains and obtain the final inheritance. In this third test alone, he would have to obtain all 100 pill recipes, and every single one of them would have to be perfect. All the herbs that made up the pill formula had to be 1 type more or 1 type less, and the amount had to be precise to the point that it couldn't be made into a pill formula. To put it simply, it was to say that the 100 pill formulas required by the Medicine King's tablet were all of the kind that had been passed down through the ages in reality and had been tempered by generations of alchemists before they were finally finalized. This was definitely an impossible task. Even if it was a true alchemist master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to assemble 100 pill formulas out of thin air in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to ensure that these pill formulas were as incisive as those ancient formulas that had been passed down through the ages, and that the amount couldn't be increased or decreased, that was absolutely unrealistic. But for Yixian, this wasn't a problem. In fact, to put it bluntly, this kind of new pill formula that came out of thin air and, at the same time, determining the most incisive ratio of medicinal ingredients was a kind of calculation. This kind of calculation, an ordinary super brain might not be able to do it. There were too many possibilities, and it was ever-changing. If he had to calculate 100 rough pill formulas at the same time in a short period of time, even the superbrain would break down. However, the central intelligence of Yixian's personal communication system was an immortal-grade superbrain, and it had already entered the growth stage, and was no longer the fragmentary grade it was before. It could barely do this. It was just that the time taken was a little too long. Until 4 hours later, his third attempt was still ongoing. The 99 perfect pill formulas from before had already been successfully submitted and approved by the Medicine King's tablet. Now, Xian was going through the perfect calculation of the last pill formula. As long as the calculation was completed, he would be able to pass the third round perfectly. This was definitely the rhythm of making the Medicine King's tablet recognize him as its owner. The outside world was already in an uproar. Previously, those who had gathered at Tuoba Plaza were only a few rogue cultivators, as well as the younger generation of the 16 great powers. They had also come to try to pass the round, and wanted to leave their names on the tablet. But now, with Ling Huchong perfectly passing the first 2 rounds of the Medicine King's tablet, the 16 great powers were all present. The leaders of the great powers were all shocked, and they all rushed over. Looking around, the huge Tuoba Plaza was completely filled with a sea of people, and there was no empty space at all. There were even some powerhouses hovering in the air, but they were all in the distance. At least hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses had gathered here, and they were all waiting for the result of Yi Xian's third round. In the void far away, Clear River Pavilion's manager, and Clear River Pavilion's master mister, who were hidden in the void, quietly looking at Tuoba Plaza, and they were silent for a long time. After a while, manager, who asked tentatively, "Mister, in your opinion, can this guy who calls himself Ling Huchong be the descendant of the main bloodline of our Ling Hu clan that escaped back then? The main bloodline took away the clan's alchemy inheritance back then, and it should be able to cultivate such a peerless genius. Other than that, I really can't think of any other power that could have such an achievement. Even the alchemy bloodline of the cultivation camp can't do it. This matter can basically be confirmed." Clear River Pavilion's master nodded, and his tone was filled with joy and excitement. "Old master, although the Medicine King's remnant book that you obtained from the periphery of the Medicine King's remains is only an incomplete inheritance, but if you put in a certain amount of effort and time, you can indeed cultivate such an amazing genius on the path of alchemy. I am very clear about this point. If there is no accident, Ling Huchong should be the descendant of the young lord after he escaped back then. Sai, today, our Ling Hu clan is finally going to rise again." Manager, who immediately became excited. Obviously, he had already made his decision in his heart, but he respected Mr. Hu's opinion, so he had not said it. Now that the other party had expressed his opinion, he immediately could not hold it in, and his voice was trembling. "You mean, send the order, we will arrange the forces at the Medicine King's remains, and fully assist the young lord in obtaining the complete Medicine King's inheritance in the core area." Chapter 32-35. A sensation in the imperial capital at this moment. The sky was already dark, but Tuoba Square was still surrounded by hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses. Even at night, this place was still as bright as day. As the imperial capital, the lighting at night was very bright. However, the most dazzling thing was still the 2 names on the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, which were exactly the same. Ling Huchong. It emitted an intense starlight that was as bright as the stars. At this moment, there was no one else attempting the trial in Tuoba Square. From the towering Medicine King's steel, only a single streak of green light shot out, landing on Yi Xian, who was around 100 meters away. It formed a protective barrier, protecting Yi Xian, who stood there with his hands behind his back like a statue from the outside world. The gazes of hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts were all focused on him. Ever since the leaders of the 16 great clans had arrived, Tuoba Linfeng, Xianyuan Ziying, and the other heirs of the great clans had all returned to their respective camps. But they were still paying attention to Yi Xian. The requirements to pass the 3 stages of the ancient Medicine King's tablet had already been spread out, and the entire Heaven Battle planet knew about it. Even the requirements to pass the third stage had been revealed. The two elders of the Tuoba family who had left their names in the second stage had tried to pass the third stage, but they failed in the end. The two of them had created a few unprecedented Dan recipes, but they were not recognized by the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and the number did not reach 10. Therefore, he didn't even have the qualifications to leave his name in the third stage. But even so, after passing the third stage, he would at least know what the requirements of the third stage were. It was precisely because of the two of them that the third trial's requirements were revealed and spread. This caused a huge commotion at that time. When all the experts in the surroundings thought about how Yi Xian was currently creating a new pill formula and how it had already been 4 hours, they all felt a chill run down their backs. That sort of thing required a lot of calculation ability. Every minute and every second consumed a lot of mental energy. Even the universe almighties would be horrifying if they could last for 2 hours. They would use up a huge amount of divine consciousness. But Ling Huchong had clearly lasted for 4 hours. It was still going on. He was simply a monster. No one suspected that Yi Xian was dawdling in his work or taking a break after deducing. That was not allowed. The two elders of the Tuoba family, who had once passed through the third level, had the most right to speak and denied this possibility. At this moment, the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, and the head of the Longyu family, Longyu Jinglong, were gathered together. They coldly watched from the sidelines as Yi Xian was enveloped by the green light that shot out from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Tuoba family head, in your opinion, can this kid make the Medicine King's ancient tablet automatically recognize him as its owner? After a short while, the patriarch of the Jianghu family, Jianghu Jinglong, asked in a low voice, his tone full of worry, "I am now worried about the gains and losses. I hope this boy succeeds, because then our chances of entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains will skyrocket. But at the same time, I don't want him to succeed, because once he succeeds, it means, don't tell me that if he can't pass the third level, you will be relieved." The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, took over the conversation and snorted lightly, "Don't regret what you have done. Even if he can't pass the third level, being able to pass the first 2 levels perfectly is enough to prove his identity as a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. Other than the Linghu family, who else can cultivate such a monster? Let's act according to the circumstances." Tuoba Xiong, who had been silent all this time, also spoke at this time. He was obviously the leader of the three, and his tone revealed an unquestionable decisiveness. No matter what, this person's appearance is a good thing for us. He can have such amazing alchemy skills, which means that the Medicine King's incomplete book that was not found in the Linghu family must have fallen into his hands. Even if this time we can't enter the core area of the ruins to obtain the complete book, at least we can still obtain the incomplete book, whether or not he can pass the third level. We must bring this boy along when we explore the Medicine King's remains in 10 days. It would be best if we can use him to enter the core area of the ruins. If not, we can just destroy him in the ruins and obtain the Medicine King's incomplete book. Gongyang Buhui and Jianghu Jinglong turned to look at each other. An ray of light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't say anything more. At the same time, in the area where the experts of the Xianyuan family were, the old Xianyuan family master stared at Yi Xian, who was covered in the green light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and his eyes were shining with green light. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This Linghu nephew, the more this old man looks at him, the more he is pleasing to the eye." As he whispered to himself, the old Xianyuan family master seemed to suddenly think of something and turned to look at the purplish warbler beside him and asked tentatively, "Girl, what do you think of him? Is he okay?" The purplish warbler was also a little absent-minded at this moment. She didn't know why, but when she saw Ling Huchong, She always felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, and she always thought of Yi Xian, but the gap between the two was so big. Although they were both monstrous, their styles were completely different, and their fields of expertise were completely different. This made her feel very conflicted, and she completely lost her ability to judge. At this moment, when she heard the old Xianyuan family master's words, she didn't think too much about it, and just took it literally. In addition, she had something on her mind, so she subconsciously replied, "He is indeed monstrous. This kind of person is too amazing." This was the truth. With the talent and foundation that he displayed, even the words monstrous and amazing were not enough to describe him. The old Xianyuan family master clearly misunderstood her, and hearing the purplish warbler's evaluation of Yi Xian, coupled with the fact that she was staring at him, her expression was clearly a little absent-minded, as if she was infatuated. This made the Xianyuan family master very satisfied. No matter what, there was finally hope that this silly daughter of his would not hang herself on a tree. Long Xian, that playboy radish, get lost. Today, this old man has finally found a good son-in-law that is compatible with this silly girl, and I definitely won't let him go so easily. Thinking of this, the old Xianyuan family master was immediately overjoyed. If this silly girl could form a good relationship with Linghu Xian, all of the previous effects would basically be resolved. Look, although my little girl is a little silly and has been fooled by that playboy Long Xian to the point of death, and has completely embarrassed this old man, in the end, she has finally found the right person for her, the ideal husband. In his opinion, this Linghu Xian in front of him was not inferior to Prince Xian in terms of talent, and was also a good match for him in terms of expertise. He was also in the field of medicine refinement and had a common language with the purplish warbler, and was also a good match for the Xianyuan family. There was nothing more suitable than this. As he thought about it, the patriarch of the Xianyuan family actually raised his head and laughed loudly in the end, causing Xianyuan Zing, who was beside him, to be suddenly shocked and feel a sense of confusion. Chapter 32-36. Everyone's attention at the top of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings. Below the 3 words, ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, there was nothing, but at this moment, a name suddenly appeared. Linghu Chong. And the moment this name appeared, it shone brightly. Like the other 2 levels below, it was at the center of the top level. For a time, the entire ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings had the same name on all 3 levels. They were all at the top of the level, shining brightly like stars. This meant that Linghu Chong had finally passed the 3rd level. Even if it was the 3rd level, he had passed it perfectly. In the void far away, Manager, whose tears flowed down his face, it is indeed the young master. With such talent, who else could it be other than my Linghu family's young master? The heavens have pity on us. Even Mr., who was inexplicably excited, muttering to himself, after 2,000 years of silence, is the Linghu family finally going to shine again? Old master, Hu Qing has finally lived up to your expectations. I have waited for the young master to return. At the same time, the entire Tuoba Plaza fell into a dead silence. In the area where the 3 elite families of the Heaven Battle Planet gathered, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness and dejection. The 3 elite families of the patriarchs turned their heads to look, their eyes flashing, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, that little bastard is back. This matter is good as well. Back then, a young master of the direct bloodline escaped. This young man should be a descendant of his bloodline and brought back the inheritance. This time, the Tuoba bloodline will all perish in the Heaven Battle Planet. It's time to settle the matters of the past. Humph, kid, don't be complacent. 10 days later, we will enter the ruins. When your light and heat dissipate, it will be the time of death. In addition, in the Xianyuan family's area, The purplish warbler's eyes burst with splendor. Although she had guessed it when it really happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she muttered to herself, "I have always thought that my talent in alchemy is amazing. But today, I have met this Ling Hu Chong, and I feel so frustrated. I can't accept it. Yes, 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 we have to submit. We have to submit." On the side, the head of the Xianyuan family took over the conversation. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the attitude of the purplish warbler. He grinned and said, "Girl, in the future, you will be a good wife at home. How can you not accept it? In your father's opinion, Ling Hu's virtuous son-in-law is quite good. What's wrong with having a rough temperament? If you want to use gentleness to conquer strength, you have to submit to him first. Then you can make him submit to you in the future." Purplish Warbler's eyes widened. #Yen%. It was also at this time that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, which had just appeared on the top floor, suddenly changed again. Swish! A blinding ray of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the names on the 3 levels of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings disappeared. Immediately after that, 3 huge ancient characters suddenly appeared. The character, Ling, appeared on the top layer, occupying the entire top layer. The middle layer had the word fox, and it was the same. The word Chong at the bottom also occupied the entire area. Ling Hu Chong. These 3 big words were about 10 feet in size. They were many times bigger than the 3 words on the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. These 3 words had already occupied the entire surface of the ancient tablet. At the same time, it emitted an endless amount of light. This meant that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King had been conquered. Now that these 3 words had appeared, occupying the entire surface of the ancient tablet, it was clear that the ancient tablet was about to recognize its owner. At the same time, the green light that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly retracted and entered the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The system beep sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the test. You have received the request of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Do you want to accept it immediately? Accept immediately. Keep the ancient tablet. Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. He would not be polite. This was originally the Tuoba family's public declaration. Since he had done it, it would be a waste not to take it. He immediately gave the order to accept the ancient tablet's recognition and keep it into his body. Xiao, following Yi Xian's order, the engulfing system immediately connected with the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. The latter turned into a green light and directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Tuoba square was dead silent. Yi Xian, everyone's attention was on him. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong's eyes twitched slightly. Although this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was taken out by the Tuoba family from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the person who was keeping it now was the descendant of the Ling Hu family. That year, the Ling Hu family's downfall was caused by the 3 families working together. Hence, the unwillingness in Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's heart was not one bit weaker than Tuoba Xiong's. But the 3 of them held back and did not flare up. They even had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen the rise of the younger generation and were comforted by it. However, in their eyes, the glorious Yi Xian was no different from a dead person. At least, that was what they thought. His heart was filled with hatred, but his face was brimming with a kind smile. Tua, Ba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong soared towards Yi Xian, who was in the center of the plaza. The other patriarchs of the dozen or so top-notch families did the same. All of them had smiles on their faces and didn't fall behind. They immediately flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was definitely a super delicious piece of meat in their eyes. One should know that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was the only key to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Now that the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, it meant that Yixian could successfully enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Not only that, he could bring a group of people with him. Of course, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains had a restriction on the strength of those who entered. They could not exceed the Black Hole realm. Therefore, they could only be juniors. For the leaders of the 16 top families, being on good terms with Yixian was related to whether their juniors would be able to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains with Yixian. This was the only hope to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Medicine King. Girl, let's go and accompany your father to have a look. Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others are all green with envy. This is not a good sign. Turning his head to look at the purplish warbler beside him, the head of the Xianyuan family could be said to be complacent at this moment. He had long regarded Yi Xian, who was also known as Ling Huchong, as his new son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Seeing that the purplish warbler was rather resistant, he immediately lowered his voice and persuaded in a low voice, "Don't you want the inheritance of the Medicine King? That ancient tablet of the Medicine King is only the key to opening the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. It does not mean that you will definitely obtain the inheritance. Apart from him, he can also bring 19 companions below the origin realm with him. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King." The purplish warbler was immediately moved. Seeing this scene, old man Xianyuan grinned again. "So, the two of you need to cultivate your relationship first. There are still 10 days, so there is still time. When the time comes, the two of you will work together to fight against the enemy. The inheritance of the Medicine King must be obtained." Chapter 32-37. Fragrant Meat Cake. Ha ha! This ancient tablet of the Medicine King was something that my Tuoba family had painstakingly obtained from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Unfortunately, although my Tuoba family had obtained some inspiration from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, we were able to make a breakthrough in the research of the gene fluid and came up with the 10th level gene fluid. However, the talents of the experts in the family were limited, and in the end, we were unable to pass all 3 tests and make the tablet recognize us as its master. Landing on Yixian's side, Tu Baxiong raised his head and laughed loudly. He had an extremely open-minded and extraordinary bearing as he sized Yixian up from head to toe. He nodded repeatedly. This old man placed this tablet in the plaza with the goal of finding a good owner for it. "Today, my wish has come true. Little friend, with your talent, since you have obtained the Medicine King's ancient tablet, you naturally have the qualifications to explore the Medicine King's ruins with us." That's right, little friend must not miss this opportunity. The head of the Gong Yang family, Gong Yang Buhui, said with a smile, looking at Yixian with admiration, "This tablet is the key to opening the core of the Medicine King's ruins. With this key, the one who refines the tablet can bring 19 companions below the origin realm into the core of the Medicine King's ruins. We have decided to start the exploration in 10 days. Little friend, you can stay with us in the Tuoba family for the next few days, and we can exchange our knowledge of alchemy. Since the Medicine King's ruins only allows experts below the origin realm to enter, us old fellows obviously won't have this opportunity." With a similar smile on his face, the clan head of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, chuckled and said, "Hee hee, the younger generation is replacing the older one. The future belongs to you, young generation. This time, each of the 16 top families will send a Black Hole Realm Junior to follow this little friend into the world of medicine. You must be friendly and support each other. Only then can you successfully obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and benefit the entire human race. In just a few simple words, he had already explained everything clearly. Moreover, he had even blocked the path of retreat, making it impossible for Xian to refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to benefit the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain the Medicine King's tablet that the other party had painstakingly obtained without thinking of returning the favor. The patriarchs of the other dozen or so top-notch families seemed to be very satisfied with these words, and echoed one after another. As for Tuoba Linfeng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, they all had different expressions on their faces. Looking at the current situation, Xian was like a moon surrounded by stars. It felt like he had leapt to become an existence on equal footing with the patriarchs of the various major clans. At this moment, all the major clans were scrambling to converse with Xian, but they could only accompany him from behind. For no apparent reason, they felt as if they were a generation lower than Xian. This feeling made them feel stifled and extremely uncomfortable. Xian laughed coldly in his heart. Actually, he had never planned to leave after obtaining the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. At this moment, this ancient monument had shrunk countless times, turning into a simple and unadorned little green monument floating in his sea of consciousness. What surprised Xian was that although this monument was not an item from the Desolate Era, but from the ancient era after the Desolate Era, its grade was not low. It seemed to represent an extremely important inheritance. After entering his sea of consciousness, it was like the ancient Tower of Inheritance, floating in the central region of Xian's Sea of Consciousness, standing side by side with the Rai-Di seal. It was not like the little golden bow and the black gold dragon scale, which were all around the Sea of Consciousness. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's inheritance it represented was not to be underestimated. Just based on this point, Xian would definitely not give up this opportunity to enter the Medicine King's ruins. He had to go in and explore and obtain the complete Medicine King's inheritance. According to his estimates, as long as he could do this, he would be able to concoct a level 10 liquid, level 11 liquid, or even a higher level of genetic cultivation liquid. In this way, the path of genetic evolution would be unstoppable. Xian would be able to continue on this path. This was too important. In the face of such an opportunity, not to mention leaving by himself, even if he was chased away with a broom, Xian would not leave. It just so happened that in these 10 days, he could stay in the Tuoba family to eat and drink for free. With his current status, the spirit wine and delicacies served by the Tuoba family would obviously not be too bad. Xian had already left an image of a big foodie in the Clear River Pavilion. Even if the Tuoba family opened their mouth wide, ordering dragon liver today and wind marrow tomorrow, it would not seem too deliberate. No one would think that he was doing it on purpose. Anyway, he did not like Tuoba Linfeng, so he could use this opportunity to viciously disgust the Tuoba family. What's more, in these 10 days, he could also exchange his alchemy experience with the powerhouses of the 16 top families, including the Tuoba family. This was a rare opportunity. After passing the first 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet, Xian was already quite skilled in alchemy. Although everything was stored in the database of the devouring system, he could easily access it at any time. It wasn't a problem at all to fool the experts of the 16 top-notch clans and take the opportunity to obtain some of the secret alchemy techniques of the clans from their mouths. In short, staying in the Tuoba family for the past 10 days was beneficial and harmless. No matter how Xian thought about it, he didn't have a reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. While agreeing, Xian casually glanced at Tuoba Linfeng. He suddenly thought of another benefit. Didn't this guy say that he wanted to kill me? Now that I am temporarily staying in the Tuoba family with the status of being on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the various families, the patriarchs must have sent these juniors to build a good relationship. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can teach them a lesson. Thinking like this, Yi Xian suddenly smiled even more brilliantly. His eyes were filled with kindness, as if he was looking at his juniors. He swept his gaze over the faces of Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Chengyu Xiaotian, and the other heirs of the various families. Even the purplish warbler was not let go, so as to avoid suspicion. This group of people were also shrewd. They immediately caught something from Yi Xian's slightly strange gaze. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Chengyu Xiaotian were stunned for a moment, and their faces turned white. Although they were not afraid of Yi Xian, if the other party used this opportunity to teach them a lesson as an elder, it was simply more disgusting than eating a mosquito. What was more speechless was that they could only pinch their noses and endure, unable to do anything. Thinking like this, the three of them immediately complained incessantly in their hearts, and their intestines turned green with regret. As for Zhao Qianru from the imperial capital's immortal planet Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, after exchanging glances, they helplessly sighed. They could not blame Yi Xian, but they hated Tuoba Linfeng. If this time they really suffered in front of Yi Xian and were treated like a junior, this debt would definitely be put on Tuoba Linfeng's head. It was all because of this kid that they were implicated. Chapter 32-38. Dragon Liver and Phoenix Marrow Feast. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Chengyu Jinglong immediately beamed with joy. They originally thought that this young Master Linghu would not be easy to deal with. After all, the other party had suddenly returned to Heaven Battle Planet at this time. It was impossible to say that he did not know anything about what had happened more than 2,000 years ago. Perhaps he had already regarded the three families as his enemies. After all, although the three families did not make a public appearance, the ones who benefited the most from the fall of the Linghu family were the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Chengyu family, so there was bound to be some suspicion. But now, this guy who called himself young Master Linghu did not show the slightest bit of suspicion. Either this person did not suspect them at all, or this person was too shrewd and was a difficult character to deal with. They would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, after the three of them secretly exchanged glances, they had already made a tacit decision. Once they entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, no matter what, they had to get their fellow tribesmen to get rid of this person as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. They were quite confident that they could do that. After all, although the Linghu bloodline had half of the King of Medicine's inheritance and had amazing achievements in the field of alchemy, the young master of the Linghu bloodline, who was born in this generation, was only a third-order black hole. He was too weak and had no resistance at all. He could only be killed. At this time, it was not late. Since Yi Xian had agreed to stay with the Tuoba family for 10 days, participate in the Medicine King's summit 3 days later, and then explore the Medicine King's ruins 10 days later, Tuoba Xiong, as the host, naturally had to do his part. He immediately smiled and invited Yi Xian to the Tuoba family's banquet, and the other masters of the 15 great families would follow along. The large banquet hall had a total of 4 tables. The 16 family heads and Yi Xian sat at the first table. Below them were 3 tables in a row. One table was for Tuoba Linfeng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, while the other 2 tables were for the backbone of the great families. Each table could seat 20 people, and it was a very large round table, very impressive. Seeing Yi Xian sitting at the first table with the patriarchs, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others below had gloomy expressions on their faces. There was nothing they could do about it. They were in a bad mood, so they might as well not see it and not look over there. Only Xianyuan, Ziying would occasionally turn her head to glance at Yi Xian, who was at the first table. In Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she had taken a fancy to Yi Xian, causing him to become even more depressed. The table full of good wine and dishes had all turned into the same taste in his mouth. It was like chewing wax. There was no difference. Sigh. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yi Xian suddenly sighed and put down his chopsticks with a look of disinterest. Tuoba Xiong, who was chatting with him, was startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but as the host, it was inappropriate to not ask when the guest suddenly became like this. Thus, he braced himself and asked, "Little friendling who, what's wrong? Could it be that the dishes are not to your taste? My Tuoba family's private kitchen is the best in Heaven Battle Planet. It's not the chef's problem. In fact, this chef is really amazing. The cooking skills in his hands can be said to be magical. These simple ingredients that are not on the table can be made into so many different styles. This kind of taste is really rare. It really is worthy of being called the Tuoba family's private kitchen." These words were said in a very negative way, but Yi Xian was so serious and straightforward that no one could tell if he was doing it on purpose. In short, Tuoba Xiong's old face turned green, and his eyelids twitched. However, Yi Xian didn't stop and continued to say, "Everyone continue to eat. Don't worry about me. I will accompany you first. If you are really hungry later, you can go to the Clear River Pavilion. Although the braised, subservient dragon liver there is not good, at least I can eat it and barely cope with it. Besides, it's not like I have to eat every meal. As a cultivator, sometimes when the conditions are not good enough, it's normal for me to cultivate for a few days without eating. Don't worry about me, I'm embarrassed." Hearing this, the masters of the top clans were all stunned. Although the ingredients on this table weren't as rare as the subservient dragon liver, it was still not bad. However, from the words of this chef, it was clear that he was used to eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow feasts. He couldn't even bear to eat a little. If there wasn't dragon liver and phoenix marrow, he would rather not eat it and just treat it as cultivation. As for the table below, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shinong Biotech exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. Xianyuan Ziying's eyelids twitched as she subconsciously stole a glance at Yi Xian. She suddenly felt the suspicion in her heart grow even stronger. This style was becoming more and more similar to that of a shameless person. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that his face turned green. This was clearly tearing down the Tuoba family's reputation in front of everyone. What did he mean by the chef's cooking skills were amazing and could turn something rotten into something magical? After all this time, the banquet that the Tuoba family used to entertain the masters of the top 15 clans was all rotten ingredients. This kid's words were too infuriating. He simply wanted to strangle him to death on the spot to vent his anger. In fact, Tuoba Xiong was a little suspicious that Yi Xian was deliberately embarrassing him at this moment. However, it didn't seem like it at all on the surface. He was just so boorish. Besides, he did order a table of the best banquet in the Clear River Pavilion alone, including the braised subservient dragon liver. For that meal, he directly threw out a level 9-colored star core. He couldn't have been planning for this scene at that time, right? This was clearly not possible. Going to a banquet alone and throwing out a level 9-colored star core could only mean that he was a prodigal. Back then, the remnants of the Linghu bloodline did take away a lot of resources, which was enough for the young master of the main bloodline to squander. It seemed that this was a habit that he had long since developed. But even so, it was in the Linghu family. Now, this was the Tuoba family. Perhaps no one would tolerate this prodigal young master's temper. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately persuaded with a fake smile, Ling Hu, my young friend, I advise you to eat some. Even if you go back to the Clear River Pavilion, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat that dish. The subservient dragon is not easy to hunt. Only adult subservient dragons can be eaten. They are the supreme, fierce beasts of the Tao Insight realm. Even in the Clear River Pavilion, it takes a long time to hunt one. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. As long as I go there, they will definitely find a way to hunt one to satisfy me. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face showed a big smile. He winked at Tuoba Xiong and lowered his voice. Tuoba family head, have you forgotten? This time, there are 20 places to enter the relics. Except for me and your 16 families, there are 17 places in total. There are 3 more places. At most, we can give them all to them. It's not a problem to exchange for 3 servings of dragon liver. Chapter 32-39. What kind of father was this? Hearing Yi Xian's idea, not only Tuoba Xiong but also Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong wanted to curse him. Indeed, there were 3 more spots, but regarding this matter, they had already discussed it with the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families. It just so happened that the 3 of them would each receive one. As the host, the Tuoba family provided the Medicine King's steel and took the initiative to share the Medicine King's remains with everyone. They were fully qualified to do so, and the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families also agreed. There was no reason to pick them. But now, for 3 portions of braised sub-blood dragon liver, the prodigal son in front of them actually wanted to give them to the Clear River Pavilion. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the Clear River Pavilion could send 3 people this time? At that time, when they entered the core area of the remains, they would be the only one. They were afraid that the Medicine King's inheritance in the core area would fall into the hands of the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this possibility, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this prodigal son was straightforward and said it out loud. Otherwise, he would directly go to the Clear River Pavilion to finish the deal without saying anything. At that time, even if Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong wanted to deny it, they couldn't. The pavilion master of the Clear River Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the current crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire didn't dare to offend him, not to mention them. Even if Yi Xian generously exchanged their benefits for the braised sub-blood dragon liver, they couldn't compete with the Clear River Pavilion at all. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They wouldn't be so sad, even if they were F***ed by a dog. After so much trouble, it was all for the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately made a decision. He turned around and glanced at Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong beside him, gritting his teeth and saying, 2 fellow cultivators, no matter what, we are the hosts after all. It's rare for you to come to the Heavenly War planet. How about we share the braised sub-blood dragon liver? It wasn't that he was trying to share the burden, but that the 3 families had already formed an alliance. Since the benefits were shared after the matter was settled, why should the Tuoba family be responsible for all 3 portions of braised subservient dragon liver? An adult sub-blood dragon was a grotto heaven realm beast. Hunting such an existence would result in death. Moreover, it wasn't just any small fish or shrimp that would die. It was very likely that a grotto heaven realm elder of the clan would die. The faces of Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong turned green. The price of losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm was too great. However, if they did not agree, the good fortune in the Medicine King's relic might be taken by the Clear River Pavilion. In the end, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. In the end, They gritted their teeth and agreed. They was could not to be translation of the to be was to be as was to was to were to was to be to the of was of the family is of A's. This guy is definitely a jinx. With just a few words, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the top 3 families of the heaven-warring planets, would most likely lose a heavenly passage realm elder. This was simply unimaginable. He had even squandered his family's wealth on other people's side. This was truly a source of calamity. Oh, my fellow Taoist Tuoba, you're too polite. It's not easy to kill a sub-blood dragon. Braised sub-blood dragon liver is a top-grade dragon liver, which can only be picked from an adult sub-blood dragon. That's a supreme fierce beast at the Tao Insight realm. Even if you have a hunting method, it's still very dangerous. Yi Xian rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared to be very polite and moved. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks again and ate heartily. All of a sudden, his appetite returned. All right, Tuoba family head, if you really want to hunt the hornless dragon, can you leave the 3 hornless dragon horns for me? As you all know, the hornless dragon's horn can be used in medicine. Recently, this young master has been researching the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The hornless dragon's horn should come in handy. Puff, hearing this, Tuoba Xiong wanted to spit out blood again. This guy even wants the hornless dragon's horn, and 3 of them? It should be known that half of the reason why he agreed to this was because of the 3 hornless dragons' horn. The level 10 gene cultivation fluid did need the hornless dragon's horn. Although the amount was very small, the Tuoba family's technology of making level 10 gene cultivation fluid was not very stable. Therefore, the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn was not small. Previously, the 2 hornless dragons' horn in the collection of the clan were almost used up. They could only make 3 bottles of level 10 gene cultivation fluid. If they hunted 3 sub-blood dragons this time, at least the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn would be guaranteed when they made level 10 gene cultivation fluid in the future. If this guy got all the hornless dragon's horn, the clan would risk losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time. Then he said with hatred, "My young friend, our Tuoba family also needs the hornless dragon's horn, and it's an urgent need. So, I can only give you 1. 1.5. Deal." How shameless! Tuoba Xiong suddenly did not want to see this guy's shameless face anymore. He stood up with grief and indignation. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. I suddenly feel a little pain in my liver, so I won't accompany you any longer." Then he flicked his sleeves and left. "My young friend, are you studying level 10 gene cultivation fluid?" As soon as Tuoba Xiong left, Yuan Changfeng, the leader of the celestial master creature from the immortal star, immediately looked at Yi Xian with shining eyes. "Ha ha! Linghu, my young friend, is really talented. If you want to study level 10 gene cultivation fluid, you must have the foundation of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 top families of the immortal star and the new Tuoba family, there would be a 5th expert who can make level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Congratulations!" Duanmu Liangling, the leader of the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire's Heavenly Wind Star, also took over the conversation. As he spoke, he winked at Yi Xian. Stroking his beard, he said, "My young friend, you should not have a family yet, right? It just so happens that I want to find a son-in-law." "Oh, right, my daughter, Duanmu Xiaocha, is sitting at that table over there. You should have already met her. She is absolutely a heavenly beauty. My young friend, you are worthy of having her." "Bah, bah, bah, you shameless old man, pimping this old man's son-in-law. This is the good son-in-law of the Xianyuan family. Old man Duanmu, Don't you have any shame? Hearing Duanmu Liangling's words, the leader of the Xianyuan family was so anxious that his beard trembled. He put down his chopsticks and was about to explode on the spot. Uffed. Old Xianyuan, who the hell are you calling a pimp? You shameless old man. You dare to say such shameless words in front of the younger generation. Duanmu Liangling was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Seeing that the table was about to be flipped on the spot, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha at the other table subconsciously looked at each other. For a moment, they felt that they were in the same boat. Their faces were full of shame and anger, and they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in immediately. Chapter 3240. Dear nephews, after the banquet, the patriarchs and leaders of the top families temporarily left. As for Yi Xian, he'd just been led by the Tuoba family's butler to a quiet, small courtyard to stay in. Finally, it was quiet. Yi Xian immediately set up a defensive barrier and began to check the ancient tablet of the Medicine King that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. What made him slightly disappointed was that although the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, no matter how Yi Xian tried to activate it, it remained indifferent. The only information Yi Xian could obtain from the ancient tablet was the hundreds of millions of herbs in the first 3 stages, as well as the minerals that could be used as medicine, the materials from the ominous beasts, and the details of their medicinal properties. All of this was meaningless to him because the information from the devouring system had already been copied and stored in the central database of the system. If he wanted to check this information, Yi Xian could directly retrieve it from the central database of the devouring system, which was much more convenient and faster than obtaining the information from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It seems that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King is really just a key. With it, I can enter the core of the Medicine King's remains. The so-called Medicine King's inheritance will have to be fought for after I enter. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian could not help but sigh faintly. No wonder Tuoba Xiong was so generous and allowed me to refine this ancient tablet of the Medicine King. To them, this is just a key. As long as the person who holds the key is in their hands, it will be fine. If I want to obtain the real Medicine King's inheritance, I will have to go through a lot of fighting. Of the 20 spots, I'll take 1. The 16 top-notch clans will take 1 each, and the remaining 3 should be Tuoba clan, Gongyang clan, and Changyu clan's 3 clans. If there is no accident, the 3 families should have already secretly formed an alliance. That is to say, when the time comes to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the 3 families will have 6 Black Hole Realm Juniors. Even if the other 13 great families cooperate, it is impossible for there to be 6 of them. That way, even the distribution of benefits will not be decided. If there are no accidents, at most 2 or 3 of the other 13 top families have reached a cooperation agreement. No matter what on the surface, it looks like the Tuoba family has the upper hand. The Medicine King's inheritance is theirs. It's a pity that Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong made a mistake. In their eyes, I might be the least threatening, 1, since I'm only a rank 3 black hole. But in reality, 6 black hole realm experts. I can use it to train my hands. When the time comes, I'll put on my battle armor and wield my battle weapons, both of which are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. On top of that, I'll have the Fallen Heaven Bow's ability. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to this battle. After putting this matter aside for the time being, Yi Xian withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and began to focus on studying the billions of new medicinal herbs, minerals, and dire beast materials that had been added to the devouring system's central database. Not only did the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet completely update the devouring system's central database in this regard, but it also allowed Yi Xian to see a new path of gene fluid research, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Although the gene fluid required countless medicinal herbs and dire beast materials in all kinds of ratios and variations, the various top families had explored for many years and gradually developed their own methods to form a system of secret arts and secret recipes. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if he had just started using an unorthodox method, he would not necessarily fall behind because he had the immortal rank superbrain. Its calculation ability was too strong. With such a treasure in hand, it was equivalent to having the most powerful computer in the current starry sky environment. In terms of the research of gene fluids, Yi Xian had an innate advantage that none of the other top-notch families possessed. Although there was also an immortal rank superbrain in the immortal star, and it was a mature one, that immortal rank superbrain bore the important mission of being the intelligence center of the Immortal Star Dynasty's Level 1 star network. How could it have the time to calculate gene fluid formulas for the top families of the 3 immortal stars, Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong gene? Therefore, Yi Xian, who had a growth-grade immortal rank superbrain, definitely had a calculation ability in the field of gene fluid research that far surpassed the 16 great families. As long as he got started, he might really be able to concoct the level 11 gene fluid before the Tuoba family. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian quickly immersed himself in the research, starting from the configuration of the level 1 gene fluid and becoming intoxicated. Early the next morning, as soon as Yi Xian woke up, the head housekeeper of the Tuoba family had already led 2 servants to deliver breakfast. What he said at the banquet last night was indeed effective. Although it was only breakfast, the ingredients were extremely extraordinary. It was a light porridge made from top-grade ingredients from dire beasts. Yi Xian ate it with great satisfaction. He felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, and in an instant it turned into a burning energy, causing his body to resonate with the sound of his flesh and blood cells struggling to break free from their shackles. Of course, a bowl of top-grade dire beasts ingredient porridge was far from enough to make him directly break through the realm in terms of blood and qi, but there was no doubt that there was an improvement. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this kind of great family was the best. If he could eat this kind of energy porridge made from top-grade dire beasts ingredient every day, over time, he would be able to accumulate a certain amount of blood and qi and improve the realm. If this kind of thought was known by the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, he was afraid that he would spurt out blood on the spot. This bowl of light porridge made from dire beasts ingredient was very expensive, and even he was reluctant to eat it. It was completely to appease Yi Xian, fearing that he would have the idea of taking 3 places to go to the Clear River Pavilion to eat, so he endured the pain and sent it over. Yi Xian actually wanted to eat it every day. If he really did that, he was afraid that in less than a year, the entire Tuoba family would be eaten by him. Just after breakfast, Tuoba Linfeng, the purplish warbler, and the other heirs of the great families came together with bitter faces. In addition to the 16 people who had already seen yesterday, there were 3 more fellows today, following behind Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian. They must be the new candidates of the Tuoba family, who were also in the black hole realm. There were a total of 19 people. Including Yi Xian, there were exactly 20 people. This group of people should be the younger generation of the great families that would enter the Medicine King's remains in 9 days. The reason why they came together early in the morning was because the other 13 families wanted to be on good terms with Yi Xian. After all, apart from refining the Medicine King's ancient tablet and holding the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy was also favored by them. The Xianyuan family and Duanmu family also wanted to recruit a son-in-law. As for the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, they hoped that this group of young people would pester Yi Xian and divert his attention, hoping that he would not only think about eating all day. Even if he did not go to the Clear River Pavilion, What if he ate all day in the Tuoba family? He could not stand it. Chapter 32:41. The main character has arrived in the next 2 days, including the purplish warbler, 19 of the top clan successors and Heaven's Prides, under the pressure of their elders, gritted their teeth and patiently accompanied Yi Xian. They were called nephew and niece by him, and their days were bleak. At this time, they finally deeply realized how shameless and hateful this young masterling who was. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not pay special attention to the other clan's successors, except for the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu clans. In these 2 days, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, and Jianghu Xiaotian had lost a lot of weight, and their spirits were somewhat absent-minded. It was as if they had been tormented to the point of leaving a psychological shadow. Whenever they heard the name Linghu, they would tremble and tremble. Their miserable appearance was simply tear-jerking. In addition, at noon on the second day, the Tuoba clan served a large plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Tuoba Xiong's eyes were red, and he simply could not eat. In order to hunt this sub-blood dragon, the Tuoba clan dispatched 3 Heavenly Passage realm elders. In the end, one of them was seriously injured. Although no one died, that elder was Tuoba Xiong's uncle. For the king of medicine's inheritance, they were obviously going all out. The leaders and clan masters of the other top clans had also heard about this. In their eyes, this plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver was something that the elder of the Tuoba clan had sacrificed half of his life in exchange for. So, who would have the nerve to eat it? In the end, Yi Xian ate alone with a mouth full of oil. This mature sub-blood dragon was a powerful, ominous beast that had just entered the Heavenly Passage realm. Its whole body's essence was in 2 places, the dragon's horn and the dragon's liver. The former could not be eaten and could only be used as medicine, while the latter was a top-grade ingredient. Furthermore, because this hornless dragon was killed on the same day and its liver was braised, the loss of energy in the hornless dragon's liver was relatively small. Once the entire hornless dragon's liver entered his stomach, Yi Xian instantly felt as if his entire body had fallen into a huge furnace and was being roasted. This was also because he had just eaten a serving of sub-blood hornless dragon's liver yesterday, although it had been sitting there for 3 days, and its energy had been depleted. The energy of 2 servings of hornless dragon's liver was not to be underestimated. Before the others finished eating, he finished the plate of braised hornless dragon's liver alone and immediately left in a hurry. He went to the small courtyard where he stayed to cultivate. Half an hour later, a beam of red light shot into the sky from Yi Xian's courtyard, accompanied by Yi Xian's hearty laughter. Awesome! It was so satisfying. I ate until my mouth was dripping with oil, and I accidentally broke through. Now, my cultivation base in terms of vitality force is already a rank 4 black hole. There are still 2 more plates of hornless dragon's liver tomorrow and the day after. At least I can break through 1 more time and become a rank 5 black hole in the blink of an eye. Sigh, Tuoba family's head is really a good person. If I can stay here for a long time, I won't go anywhere if I have a plate of hornless dragon's liver every day. Hearing this hearty laughter, the faces of the other top families in the banquet hall immediately turned green. Even old man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family, who originally wanted to recruit a son-in-law, suddenly came to their senses and immediately dismissed the idea. This guy was clearly a top-notch foodie. Fortunately, he realized it in time. Otherwise, if he really brought him back to the clan as a son-in-law, he would probably eat up the entire clan in less than a year. Thinking of this, old man Duanmu and the head of the Xianyuan family looked at each other subconsciously. They both thought to themselves that it was a close call, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. This old man has a bit of liver pain today, so I won't accompany you all. Enjoy your meal. Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth. Since last night's banquet, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't eat anymore, and his heart was bleeding. When he walked to the entrance of the banquet hall, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He turned around and looked at Gong Yang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong. Two old friends, there are still 9 days left. You can discuss how to supply 2 meals of hornless dragon's liver. Don't do it consecutively. It's better to do it a few days apart. Otherwise, if we get addicted to it, we really can't handle it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, in the void of the galaxy millions of miles away from the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, the Heavenly War Planet, a fleet of merchant ships was slowly approaching. Their target was the Heavenly War Planet. This fleet of merchant ships wasn't a fleet of the human clan of the Third Universe. Judging from the emblems on the merchant ships, they were clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. They had been trading with the human clan of the Third Universe for a long time. Through the planar level universe wormhole, the merchant fleets of the 2 universes could communicate with each other. This had been very common since tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, when the merchant fleet of the Barbarian Bull clan arrived, the patrol ships of the Heavenly War Empire didn't have any excessive reaction. They just did a routine inspection and directly let them go. At this time, several figures were standing on the flagship of the fleet. The one in the lead was a young human man with an imposing appearance. He was quite extraordinary. His cultivation realm had also reached the peak of the rank 9 black hole. In addition to this young human man in the black hole realm, there were several human powerhouses standing behind him, as well as several powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan with bull horns on their heads. One of the powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan even had the cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he still stood behind the young human man in the peak of the rank 9 black whole realm like a follower. This showed that this young human man must have an extraordinary origin and must have a big force behind him. In the environment of the starry sky, it was basically impossible for a rogue cultivator to subdue someone stronger than him as a servant. Following someone whose cultivation was stronger than himself, the only explanation was that there was a huge force behind him. Young Master, we have connected to the Level 2 star network of the Heavenly War Planet. The basic situation is similar to what we have learned before. The Tuoba clan has indeed successfully formulated the Level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The reason why their research on the gene cultivation fluid has advanced by leaps and bounds is indeed because they have obtained some benefits from the Medicine King's relics that were originally controlled by my Linghu clan. The Medicine King's tablet, which is the key to open the core of the Medicine King's relics, has been taken out by Tuoba Xiong. At this time, another old man of the human clan hurried over and stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back. He reported to the young human powerhouse that he had just learned, but this is not the main point. The main point is that after Tuoba Xiong took the Medicine King's tablet out of the Medicine King's relics, he set it up in the Tuoba Square so that anyone could challenge it. As a result, just yesterday, this tablet was passed 3 times by a young black hole realm powerhouse, and he passed it perfectly. He has already been recognized as its master. This person is now in the Tuoba clan and is being treated as a distinguished guest. And this person is called Linghu Chong, and he calls himself Young Master Linghu. This is clearly using your identity. Kacha, Chapter 3242. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Universe 2 In Demon, Clan. The young expert's name was Linghu Ju. He was the true young master of the Linghu clan. In fact, it was possible to say that He was the clan leader of the Linghu bloodline. That was because his father had passed away many years ago. The entire Linghu bloodline that had escaped from the Heaven Battle Planet had long since obeyed Linghu Ju's orders. He had become the leader of the Linghu bloodline, the young master of the Linghu clan, who had escaped from the Heaven Battle Planet, was Linghu Ju's father. More than 2,000 years ago, before Linghu Ju was born, the Linghu clan was the only clan in the entire dynasty that could concoct a level 9 fluid. Even the Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong genes of the imperial capital's immortal planet could only concoct a level 8 fluid. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong clans of the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shinta clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu clans of the Heavenly War Empire could only concoct a level 7 fluid. It could be said that the Linghu clan was the only clan at that time. In the field of gene cultivation fluid research, they were even more envious than the Tuoba clan, who had just launched a level 10 fluid. Because of this, the Heavenly War Empire had joined forces with the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu clans of the Heaven Battle Planet to destroy the entire Linghu clan overnight. It was said that the Immortal Dynasty was behind this, but this matter had not been confirmed. However, there were some clues that could prove it, because without the Imperial Dynasty's participation, the Heavenly War Empire alone would not have been able to affect the 3 empires of the Imperial Dynasty. The secondary star networks of the 3 empires, as well as the secondary star networks of the various countries within their territories, could not find any information related to the Linghu clan. This time, Linghu Ju had come back for revenge. Originally, he wasn't ready. According to the original plan, he fled to the Linghu clan in the second universe. He needed to recuperate for more than 1,000 years. Only then would he have the confidence to return to the third universe and come to the heaven-warring planet to eradicate the Tuoba clan, the Gong clan, and the Longfish clan in one fell swoop. From then on, they once again gained the upper hand and became the most powerful existence in the gene cultivation fluid field, in the entire Heaven Battle Planet, and even in the entire Undying Dynasty. As long as this kind of momentum was formed, even if the Heavenly Battle Empire and even the Eternal Dynasty had their suspicions, as long as Linghu Ju pretended not to know the truth of what happened back then, and only pointed the spearhead at the Heavenly Battle Planet's 3 great families, the Empire and Dynasty would most likely tolerate their existence for the time being due to the powerful genetic fluid research ability in their hands. This way, Linghu Ju could secretly set up his plans. They would use time to slowly erode the Empire until they were finally destroyed. From then on, they would have the strength and capital to contend with the dynasty. From this, one could see how great his ambition was and how intense his hatred was. His target wasn't just the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 greatest gene fluid clans, but even the Heaven Battle Empire and the entire Immortal Dynasty. Of course, if it was only to destroy the Heavenly War Empire, even if they replaced it, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to contend against the entire Everlasting Empire. But Linghu Ju was not worried because he had other trump cards, and that was the various races of the second universe. Back then, the reason why the Linghu family was able to rise so quickly and had the ability to concoct the 9th level genetic fluid was because they had discovered the Medicine King's ruins near the Heavenly Battle Planet, at the periphery of the Medicine King's ruins. Half of the Medicine King's inheritance was obtained by the Linghu family, allowing them to have the ability to concoct the 9th level genetic fluid. It was also because of this that they attracted a fatal disaster. Later on, the young master of the Linghu family escaped with a batch of resources and went to the second universe. There, he rested for more than 2,000 years and carefully studied the half of the Medicine King's incomplete book. Today, the Linghu family had successfully concocted the 11th level genetic fluid not long ago. compared to the Tuoba family, who had just discovered the Medicine King's ruins and used it to concoct the 10th level genetic fluid. They were even more powerful in this field. Because of this, Linghu and the two great races of the Second Universe had secretly reached a strategic cooperation. On the surface, the one who cooperated with them was the Barbarian Bull clan, which was one of the races of the Second Universe's federation. The first race was the Demon clan. Although the Demon clan was also a race of the Second Universe, they had not joined the Myriad Luo Federation. There were many other races in the Second Universe, but not all of them had joined the Myriad Luo Federation. Although joining the Federation was the general trend, there were also some powerful races that were unable and unwilling to join the Federation for some special reasons. The Demon clan was one of them. It could be said that Linghu had secretly allied with the two great races of the Second Universe. The support behind him was extremely powerful. If he could destroy the Heavenly Battle Empire, coupled with the support from the Second Universe, he would have the qualifications to fight against the Immortal Dynasty. At present, the situation of the Federation was very tense. Because of the 10-Ju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, the races of the Second Universe's Federation were showing signs of breaking off with the Federation. It was because of this general trend, coupled with the shocking news that the Tuoba family had successfully developed the 10th level genetic fluid, that Linghu suspected that the Medicine King's ruins in the star field near the Heavenly Battle Planet had been exposed as a result. He had no choice but to take action 1,000 years in advance. He brought a Barbarian Bull clan fleet disguised as a merchant fleet from the Second Universe to the Heavenly Battle Empire. In fact, this fleet was a powerful battle fleet. Aside from the Barbarian Bull clan experts that appeared as merchants, there were also a large number of Demon clan experts hidden in the fleet. This time, Linghu had two goals for mobilizing the Heavenly Battle Planet. First, enter the Medicine King's ruins, enter the core area, and obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King. Second, destroy the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans, and use the name of Linghu to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Then, pretend that he did not know the truth of the destruction of his clans and feign civility with the Heavenly Battle Empire, slowly plotting, but now he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the Second Universe, and before he even reached the Heavenly Battle Planet, he actually heard that someone had used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to stir up trouble in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Not only did this person take the opportunity to refine the Medicine King's ancient tablet, which was equivalent to the key to the core area of the ruins, he even used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to become an honored guest of the Tuoba clan. If this matter were to be known by the ancestors of the Linghu clan, they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves on the spot. Damned bastard! Not only did he use this young master's identity, he even went to this young master's enemy's house to become an honored guest. This is clearly the rhythm of smearing feces on this young master's face. At this moment, Linghu was about to explode from anger. He, who had always been calm and low-key, had completely gone berserk. Thinking about it, it was actually understandable. He originally came here full of ambition, but unexpectedly, before he even entered the Heavenly Battle Planet, he received such news. Anyone would find it hard to accept in such a short time. Damned bastard, Linghu, right? If this young master does not kill you, I am not a human. Linghu was enraged and roared towards the sky. Chapter 32:43. Rapid progress today was the third day since Yixian was welcomed into the Tuoba family as an honored guest. At the same time, today was also the day of the Medicine King's Summit of the 16 great clans. After today, there were only 7 days left before the Tuoba family and the 16 great clans joined forces to explore the Medicine King's relics. In just 3 short days, Tuoba felt that each day was like a year, as if 3 years had passed. He had lost a lot of weight, and when he hosted the Medicine King's Summit this morning, a pair of deep panda eyes appeared. Originally, all the great clans had their own plans for this Medicine King Summit, whether it was the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Jianghu family who invited other great clans, or the Bodhi technology, celestial creatures, Shinongjin, and the Xianyuan family who were invited. All of them hoped that before this Medicine King Summit, they would be able to find out some secret techniques and techniques related to the concoction of gene fluids from the other clans. But now, all the great clans had given up on this idea and no longer had any extravagant hopes. All of this was because of Yi Xian. These secret techniques and techniques were all in the hands of the great clans, and everyone knew that in this Medicine King Summit, the discussions on the surface were all irrelevant topics. Only some secret exploratory discussions and exchanges would involve the real gold and silver in the hands of the great clans. Everyone wanted to obtain some important techniques from other clans that they had not yet mastered, but these techniques could not be obtained out of thin air. All the great clans had listed the bottom line of exchange, and they needed to test each other. In this way, they could obtain the most benefits with the least cost. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was also thirsty for talent in this aspect. After the summit began, he became a real headless fly in the blink of an eye, wandering everywhere. Every time he saw two important figures of the great clans gather together and whisper to each other, he would immediately grin and run over, saying that he wanted to communicate. In reality, his idea was to eavesdrop on the secret exchange of techniques. As for him, it was obvious that he couldn't bring out any useful key technology. He was clearly a freeloader. Often, he would frighten both parties who were testing each other or had the intention to trade to keep their mouths shut so that he wouldn't take advantage of them. After the commotion, the whole morning passed. In the end, all the 16 great clans sighed to each other. With this devil incarnate stirring up trouble, they finally realized that the Medicine King Peak was completely useless this time. No one could have a pleasant exchange unless they were willing to be taken advantage of by him on both sides and learn all the key technologies that the two clans took out to exchange for nothing. The situation in the afternoon was still the same. In the end, the whole Medicine King Peak would end hastily. The masters and leaders of the 16 top aristocratic families were all sad and indignant, but there was nothing they could do. At a time like this, no one dared to easily offend Yi Xian. In these short 3 days, he had already successfully created the image of Linghu Chong. In short, this was a person who appeared to be extremely easy to get along with and didn't have any shrewdness. However, in reality, he was a person who often made people gnash their teeth in hatred. He dared to do anything shameless, and all of them were righteous. If they really pissed him off, the exploration of the Medicine King's remains in 7 days was very likely to be in vain. Once this guy got angry, he could do anything. It was like a game to break a promise on the spot. Speaking of which, he even said that he was unrestrained and did whatever he wanted. To be able to say that he was so magnanimous and extraordinary, there was probably no one but him. It was precisely because they deeply understood the beauty of Ling Huchong's unrestrained and magnanimous nature that the two clans, who originally wanted to do a perfunctory job, did not dare to fool him in the end. In the following days, they each sent several Tao Insight Realm Elders to the distant void outside the Heavens War Planet. They each successfully hunted an adult subblood dragon, took its liver, and cooked 2 plates of braised subblood dragon liver for Yi Xian to enjoy. Finally, they had fulfilled their promise and completed their task. Although 2 of the 3 Tao Insight Realm Elders were injured, none of them died. However, the Jianghu family, which was the last to act, encountered a group of subblood dragons that had come out of their nest to look for food after successfully killing a subblood dragon. As a result, although 2 elders managed to escape with the subblood dragon, One of them was killed in the end. A heavenly passage realm elder had fallen just like that. The Longfish family didn't have the nerve to announce this matter because of their reputation, so they didn't spread the news at first. After the sub-blood hornless dragon that they brought back cut open its liver and cooked a plate of braised hornless dragon liver, Yixian finally broke through again. Now his strength of qi and blood had reached rank 5 of the black hole realm, entering the middle stage of this realm. When the news was sent back to the Jianghu clan, the head of the clan, Jianghu Jinglong, was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then he roared, revealing a strong killing intent. In the next few days, Yixian did not cause any more trouble. After living in the Tuoba clan for a few days, his strength of qi and blood had broken through 2 minor realms, which made him very satisfied. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He realized that the nerves of Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu, the 3 great heaven battle planets' top-notch families, had been forced to the extreme by him. If there were any other more excessive requests, he feared that they would erupt before entering the Medicine King's ruins. Therefore, these days, Yixian had been concentrating on the concoction of gene fluid. Starting from rank 1 gene fluid to rank 7 gene fluid, Yixian's progress in the concoction of gene fluid was very fast. It was almost a day before the set date to explore the Medicine King's remains, and he was already able to successfully concoct rank 7 gene fluid. As for the various herbs that he needed to refine, minerals that could be used as medicine, and some fierce beast materials, etc., they were all provided by the Tuoba clan. When Yixian said that he needed some herbs and materials to study the concoction of gene fluid, Tuoba Xiong was anxious at first, thinking that he was going to ask for too much this time. If this kid was going to study rank 10 gene fluid, rank 11 gene fluid, and so on, because the herbs and materials needed were all top quality goods, even the Tuoba clan could not afford to squander them. In the end, Yixian only asked for some of the lowest quality materials. Only then did Tuoba Xiong breathe a sigh of relief and let out a word that they were open to supply, as long as they could divert his attention and make him not think about going to the Clear River Pavilion all day long or eating the sub-blood dragon's liver. Until the day before the departure, Yixian only asked for various herbs and materials to concoct rank 7 gene fluid. Although it could not be considered as low-quality goods for the Tuoba clan, it was completely acceptable. Of course, the most important thing was that the time was approaching, and if they endured it, it would only be the last day. Therefore, although Yixian asked for more herbs and materials on the last day, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and finally provided them to him. Chapter 3244. The Void, Secret Territory. The time was finally up, and all the top-notch families were on the move. The top-notch families from the Undying Star Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech, the Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shuntu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu families from the Heavenly War Empire, and the other 4 families in the empire that had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid, the Huyen family, Bailey family, Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics. A total of 16 top-notch families and forces that participated in the Medicine King's summit, in addition to some rogue cultivators that left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, formed a huge fleet and set off from the Heavenly War Planet, sailing towards the distant void. Because the Medicine King's ruin was discovered by the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War Planet, the entire fleet was led by the Tuoba family. Their family's 10,000-meter fortress was at the forefront of the fleet. It was worth mentioning that although there were 16 space fortresses in the fleet, they were all 10,000 meters in diameter, not 5,000 meters in diameter, 20,000 meters in diameter, or 50,000 meters in diameter. After all, these were only the fleets of the top-notch families and forces. 10,000 meters in diameter was already the limit, not 20,000 meters in diameter. Of course, the Heavenly War Empire still had its military, but this time, the Heavenly War Empire did not participate in the exploration, probably to avoid suspicion, so that the other top-notch families could rest assured. Otherwise, if the local military intervened, the other forces would have nothing to do, including the top-notch families from the Undying Star such as Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. Although they came from the imperial capital, they were still a civilian force and could not compete with the Heavenly War Empire's government. If the Heavenly War Empire's government participated, it was very likely that all the other foreign forces would have no choice but to join forces, which would do more harm than good to the Heavenly War Empire's government and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu families. Because of this, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire simply did not participate, but everyone knew that Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu, the three local top families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have already made an agreement. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. Therefore, apart from Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu, these three local top families, all the other families and forces had secretly made other preparations. Before obtaining the Medicine King's inheritance in the core of the Medicine King's remains, it was normal for everyone to be on good terms with each other. However, once the Medicine King's inheritance was found, such a situation would no longer exist. If other forces other than Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu obtained the inheritance, they would definitely activate their backup methods. For example, they would have already prepared some instant teleportation arrays to send the King of Medicine's inheritance away at the first moment. Otherwise, there would be disputes. Of course, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu, the three top local families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have long been on guard against this move. In short, everyone seemed to be amiable on the surface, but they all had their own schemes in the dark. The exploration of the ruins, this time, was still fine before the ownership of the Medicine King's inheritance was revealed. Once the dust settled and the ownership was decided, the backup plans that all the forces had prepared would all be revealed. At that time, it would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. In addition to the fleets of the 16 top families, the Clear River Pavilion in the Heavenly War Planet also had secret arrangements, but they did not set off on the spur of the moment. They had already lurked around the Medicine King's remains. The same was true for Linghu Ju's forces. The Second Universe's barbarian dragon clan fleet, disguised as a commercial fleet, had already docked at the public interstellar dock of the Heavenly War Planet, but Linghu Ju quietly left the Heavenly War Planet with some of his confidants and experts from the Barbarian Bull clan and the Een Demon clan. They also lurked around the Medicine King's remains. For Hu Qing, the most important thing now was to send experts to follow young Master Linghu Chong into the Medicine King's remains to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance. Similarly, for the real Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, competing for the Medicine King's inheritance was also the most important thing now. However, they all knew that even if they had the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, there were still only 20 spots to enter. Apart from Yi Xian, who had refined the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the other 19 spots had already been divided among the 16 top families. Whether it was Clear River Pavilion's Hu Qing or Linghu, young Master Linghu Ju, if they wanted to send people in, they could only wait for the opportunity to snatch the spots from the hands of the 16 top families at the last moment. The rules of the Medicine King's remains limited the people who could enter the Medicine King's remains to be starry sky experts below the origin realm. Therefore, the experts that Hu Qing and Linghu, young Master Linghu Ju, had prepared for this were all existences at the great perfection of the black hole realm. Among them, Linghu Ju had prepared 4 great perfection powerhouses of the Black Hole 9 team, including himself. Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Chanyu Xiaotian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru from the immortal star Bodhi technology, Yuan Zhua from celestial worthy creatures, Dongfang Lin from Shenong genes, and the other heirs and young geniuses of the various great families and forces were all gathered in the 10,000-meter-long castle of the Tuoba family at this moment, including the family heads and leaders of the 16 great families. They were also gathered here. Apart from Yi Xian, who was idling, the other heirs of the various great families were all close to the leaders of their respective families at this moment, and were individually being briefed. Although these heirs and geniuses of the various great families often hung out together recently, they dared not say that their relationship was very good, but they were quite harmonious with each other and had a certain degree of friendship. However, everyone knew in their hearts that once they entered the core of the Medicine King's remains, their relationship would instantly reverse, and they would become competitors, enemies of life and death. Among them, there might be existences who had already formed private alliances. The three great families, Tuoba family, Gong Yangji, and Changyu family, even had 2 juniors entering the core of the Medicine King's remains. But all in all, an intense battle between the two was unavoidable. For days later, the void in front of the fleet was extremely desolate, and there were only a few scattered wild stars in sight. This place had long deviated from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet, and was extremely far away from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet. Get ready! We're almost at the void, secret realm where the Medicine King's remains is. It's not far from the void up ahead. At this time, the Tuoba family head, Tuoba Xiong, finally spoke and turned to Yi Xian and the others. The entrance to the void secret realm will not appear, and we need to activate the array. We have already arranged everything, but the battleships cannot enter. When the time comes, when the passage appears, all of you will follow me in. Chapter 3245. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Another plane. The Medicine King's remains was not far from the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, the Heavenly Battle Planet. It was only a 4 to 5 day flight. Although it was very far away from the main route of the capital, it was located in a very remote star field. In this area, there were not even many stars in the void, and there was not much development value, so there were very few people who came here on normal days. However, no matter what, this area was located at the edge of the capital. It was impossible for it to remain a secret for tens of thousands of years. The reason for this situation was that this ancient relic was not located in the normal void of the universe. It was hidden in a void secret territory, which was equivalent to an alien plane. However, it was connected to this universe plane, where the human clan of the third universe was located by a void passage. Void passageways were actually small wormholes in the universe that connected different void planes. The void secret territory, where the Medicine King's remains was located, could be regarded as another universe plane. However, because it was very small, it was far from being called a universe plane. Therefore, this kind of small alien plane was habitually called the void secret territory. The miniature universe wormhole that passed through the void secret region where the Medicine King's relics was located, which was also commonly known as the void tunnel, was usually hidden and did not appear. It was precisely for this reason that the mysterious veil of the Medicine King's relics had always existed and had never been revealed to the world. Just like the legendary peach blossom spring, if one did not know the entrance, even if they walked nearby, they would still miss it. In the past countless years, countless experts who had passed through the void of this star area had passed by the mysterious Medicine King's remains in this way. But now, with the rumbling of thunder in the void in front of them, some mysterious lights could be faintly seen in the vast void. These were the nodes of the formations set up by the Tuoba family in the nearby void. Now that they were all activated, finally, a small wormhole, that was like a black hole in the universe appeared in this huge void formation. It was deep and distant, and it was dark inside. It was connected to another small universe plane. The 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses of the entire fleet all stopped and surrounded the small wormhole in a fan shape. Then, the patriarchs and helmsmen of the 16 great clans all led the experts of their clans out of the warships and rushed toward the void passage ahead. Among them, there were also some independent cultivators who had left their names on the tablet of the Medicine King. They were also allowed to enter the Medicine King's remains, but they could only move around the periphery like the other cultivators of the 16 great clans, searching for opportunities. After entering the void passage, one would enter the alternate plane where the Medicine King's relics was located. The entire alternate plane was actually the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. There were no restrictions on cultivation or number of people exploring the periphery. This time, all the experts, including Tuoba Xiong and the other family heads of the 16 great families, would be exploring the periphery. Although there was no Medicine King's legacy in the periphery, it was still an alternate plane after all, and there were some rare and precious fruits. This depended on one's luck because the periphery was too vast. No matter how small this alternate plane was, it was still an independent universe plane. Even if it could not be compared to the 3 great universe planes, it was not much smaller than a star area. In such a vast void, there were also some stars, and even some stars were full of vitality. There were no life forms, but there were plants. If one was lucky, one could still find some rare and precious fruits. 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses were waiting outside the void passage that was like a small black hole. The number of experts who stepped out of the fortresses and entered the void passage one after another and set foot on the alternate plane of the Medicine King's relics was more than 1,000 people. There were about 100 independent cultivators, and the rest were the experts of the 16 great clans. Everyone had already been informed that they had to return to the other side of the void passage in 30 days at the latest and come out as a group. Otherwise, when the Tuoba family removed the formation from the outside world, the void passage would disappear, and they would never have the chance to come out again. In order to maintain the void passage that connected to the alternate plane for a month, the Tuoba family could be considered to have invested a lot of resources. More than 1,000 experts entered the void passage, one after another. What appeared in front of them was still a similar void, but it was obviously not the Heavenly War starfield. The exit of the void passage was also a small star vortex that was like a black hole hanging outside the atmosphere of a giant star. All the experts stepped out from this star vortex. This small star vortex was very eye-catching and could be seen even from very far away in the void. Therefore, the experts who entered the alternate plane scattered in all directions to explore. They did not have to worry about getting lost or not being able to find their way back. As far as the eye could see, the dark void around them was dotted with large and small stars, some of which were even emitting light and heat. This place did not seem to be much different from the third universe. The only difference was that the simple aura was much thicker, but it was still very far from being desolate. In addition, its territory was relatively small, not even comparable to an ordinary star field in the third universe. This was the Medicine King's relics, a small alternate plane in the universe. As for the so-called core of the Medicine King's remains, it was located in the depths of the star field of the alien plane. There was no need to look for it. Everyone saw it as soon as they stepped out of the small star vortex. This scene was so strange that all the experts who entered this alternate plane for the first time were caught off guard. They all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of sluggishness. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. There was a super huge star in front of them. This was not the key. The key was the shape of this star. It was clearly a 3-legged, 4-eared cauldron. The legendary bronze treasures of the desolate era generally looked like this, but the one in front of them was too big. It was even bigger than the heavenly war star of the Heavenly War Empire. It was a superstar. My God, is this really a star? I suspect that it is a giant cauldron, a bronze cauldron from ancient times. No, from the legendary desolate era, a supreme treasure. Is that the core of the Medicine King's relics? The so-called Medicine King's relics are in that giant bronze cauldron? No wonder the Medicine King's relics are the inheritances of alchemy. How can alchemy be separated from the cauldron? It is understandable that the ultimate Medicine King's relics are hidden in such a giant cauldron. This giant cauldron is amazing. It originated from the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. How could they have such a supreme treasure? It seems unlikely. If there is no accident, this cauldron, even in the hands of the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times, should be a supreme treasure. It was not made by the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. It is very likely that it came from the more distant desolate era. Chapter 3246. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shenong Cauldron Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shenong Cauldron. Do you wish to collect it immediately? Shenong Cauldron? Yi Xian was stunned. Although it was only a primordial treasure, and not a primordial treasure, Yi Xian felt as if his mind had exploded. He was completely stunned. He had thought that this gigantic cauldron would at most be called the Medicine King Cauldron. Even so, it would be eye-catching and shocking enough. He had never thought that its true origin would be so terrifying. It was actually the legendary primordial treasure, Shenong Cauldron. If it was the real deal, then this item was definitely not created by the Medicine King lineage of the primordial era. It was from the real primordial era. This point had been confirmed because the notification from the devouring system said that it was the primordial treasure, Shenong Cauldron, and not an imitation from the primordial era. To Yi Xian, this was definitely the treasure he needed the most right now. The Shenong Cauldron of the primordial era was the ancestor of alchemy. The legend of the Shenong Cauldron tasting hundreds of herbs had been passed down from generation to generation for countless years. If he could obtain this Shenong Cauldron, Yi Xian would be able to go all the way in alchemy and gene concoction research. Even if he could not find the continuation of the hollow technique in the future, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of human evolution with just this Shenong Cauldron. Originally, he thought that the so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine would be a general outline of alchemy or secret techniques. In that case, no matter how high the level was, there would still be a limit. But now, it seemed that this so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine was most likely this Shenong Cauldron. Perhaps there were other inheritances of the Medicine King lineage left in the cauldron, but compared to this Shenong Cauldron, everything else was instantly insignificant. As long as he could refine this Shenong Cauldron and take it away, this trip would be worth it. Yi Xian would no longer need to painstakingly search for all kinds of alchemy secrets and secret techniques of the other top clans in the dynasty, because all of this could be found in the Shenong Cauldron, and it would be far better than all of them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened and his heart surged. He couldn't wait to order the system to retrieve the Shenong Cauldron, flee with it, and find a place to refine it. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Although the system had discovered the Shenong Cauldron and asked whether it should be collected, this did not mean that the system really had the ability to successfully collect the Shenong Cauldron. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. When the system asked if he could immediately collect it, it merely told him that the item could be collected. However, Whether or not he had the ability to do so was another matter altogether. This was a star much larger than the heavenly battle star of the heavenly battle empire. Although as a desolate era treasure, it could change its size according to one's will, but that was based on the premise that it could be refined or recognized as its master. Before this, even if a universe supreme being came, he would absolutely not be able to shake it in the slightest. If it was a natural star of the same size, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this was an ancient artifact. Now that it had appeared in such a terrifying form, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might not even be able to move it, let alone destroy it with one punch. Otherwise, whether it was the Jianghu clan that first discovered the King of Medicine's remains or the Tuoba clan that discovered it later, even if there was no universe supreme being in the clan, couldn't they ask for help from the Heavenly Battle Empire? This was also a great merit. But in fact, the Shenong cauldron was still here, and this alone was enough to explain the problem. If one wanted to take this cauldron away, there was no other way. The only feasible way was to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, and then go one step further and find a way to refine this cauldron from the King of Medicine's inheritance, then successfully refine it or obtain its recognition and make it recognize its master. In this way, one could make the cauldron as big or small as they wanted and successfully take it away and make it their own. The King of Medicine's inheritance is in this bronze cauldron that is like a star. When the surrounding experts were still exclaiming, Yi Xian's breathing was rapid, and his heart was surging, Tuoba Xiong suddenly said, "This is a treasure. I even suspect that it is not only from ancient times, but it is very likely to be an item from the desolate era. Inside it, there should be another space. That space is the core of the King of Medicine's remains. To obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, one must enter the internal space of this cauldron. My Tuoba clan has tried to do this many times, but unfortunately, it has not succeeded. If we force our way in, this cauldron will pour out endless mysterious power. That power, even a universe supreme being of the 15th realm would have to suffer and would not even have the chance to escape. The only way is to obtain the recognition of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, and under the protection of the ancient tablet's power, enter the cauldron. After obtaining the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, I studied it carefully for a period of time. Although I did not get the tablet to recognize me as its master, at least I have figured out some of the rules. Speaking of this, Tuoba Xiong turned his head and glanced at Yi Xian. After a short pause, he continued, "The King of Medicine's ancient tablet has recognized you as its master. Now, what you need to do is to take out the ancient tablet, hang it above your head, activate its power, and pour out the ancient tablet's brilliance like a waterfall. Everyone who enters the internal space of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet must be under the protection of the ancient tablet's brilliance before they can approach safely. After entering, they will be safe and can move freely. Of course, according to the restrictions of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, the number of people who can enter is 20, including Jianghu. Everyone's cultivation must be below the origin realm. At most, the black hole has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Otherwise, the moment they enter, they will be wiped out by the King of Medicine's cauldron. In addition, there may be some creatures like pet beasts in your body or in some storage magic treasures. Whether these creatures can be summoned after entering the King of Medicine's cauldron is unknown. So, regarding this matter, you'd better treat it with caution. Otherwise, once they are summoned, they will be wiped out by the internal rules of the King of Medicine's cauldron. That will be your own loss. I have to remind you of this matter in advance. At this point, basically everything that needed to be explained had been explained. Tuoba Xiong did not say anything more. After a short pause, he turned his head and glanced at the leaders of the Xianyuan family and the other top families. Seeing that they all nodded and had nothing to add, he looked at Yi Xian again and said in a deep voice, "Ling Hu, do you have any other questions? If you don't, you can use the ancient tablet of the Medicine King now and activate its power. It will pour down like a waterfall and protect the other 19 heavens prides of the various aristocratic families as they slowly enter the Medicine King's ancient cauldron together. This matter, there shouldn't be any danger, right? I am a person who is very afraid of death. Seeing such a big cauldron, now half of my soul has flown away." Chapter 32:47. Shocking Changes, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the Medicine King's ancient tablet rushed out from the top of Yi Xian's head. It expanded in the wind and transformed into a simple and unadorned heavy tablet that was about 3 meters long. The Medicine King's tablet, Ling Hu Chong, and the other ancient words on it all disappeared. Although it didn't reveal its complete form, its size was still shocking enough. It floated a few hundred meters above Yi Xian's head and poured out a waterfall-like green glow. With Yi Xian's figure as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely enveloped. The younger generation of the 16 great clans did not hesitate and moved one after another. They included Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhua of Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin of Shinong Biotech, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire, the 2 successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, as well as the other 3 Heaven's Pride juniors from the 3 great clans of Heaven Battle Planet behind them. Apart from them, there were also the successors of the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shinta clans led by Duanmu Xiaocha from Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the other 4 Heaven's Pride juniors from the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pang Chung Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics clans. A total of 19 people flew out and gathered within 1,000 feet of Yi Xian. Their bodies were all shrouded in the green light of the Medicine King's tablet above Yi Xian's head. However, several groups of people were practically all located in different directions. Among them, the Heaven Battle Stars, Tuoba Linfeng, and the others were gathered together, clearly forming a small group. As for the others, some formed small groups based on the regions they came from, and some acted on their own, vigilantly watching everyone else in secret. Among them, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire was alone. Clearly, he did not join forces with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans. Yi Xian saw all this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Without a doubt, the reason why the Purplish Warbler did not gather with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans was clearly because Yi Xian had previously caused the Xianyuan family to be in the eye of the storm. Perhaps he had been ridiculed by the Huangfu and Nangong clans. These people had not even entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, but they were already showing signs of competition. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He made up his mind that once he entered, apart from the Purplish Warbler, everyone else, he would suppress them all. Even the heirs of the Huangfu and Nangong families, who were also from the Heavenly Underworld planet, were no exception. These 2 fellows hadn't gotten too close to Xianyuan Ziying in the past few days, and when they looked at her from time to time, they still had mocking expressions on their faces. I must take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a good lesson. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian sneered. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and slowly swept towards the Shinong cauldron that was like a huge star in front of him. As his figure moved, the Medicine King's ancient tablet that was suspended hundreds of feet above his head also moved, causing the green light area below to also move at the same time. The other 19 successors of the various great families and the younger generation Heaven's Prides in this protective area did not dare to hesitate and also moved. Some of them were closer to Yi Xian in the protective area, while others were at the edge of the outer circle. The former was worried that if Yi Xian moved too quickly, he would be caught off guard and thrown out of the protective area. The latter planned to be at the edge of the protective circle after entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains. When the time came, they would be able to retreat immediately and avoid any attacks that might come at any time. At the same time, they would be able to rush into the depths of the core area as quickly as possible and make their move in advance to fight for the Medicine King's inheritance. In short, each of them had their own thoughts and plans. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 20 people slowly moving away under the protective light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the 1,000 or so people led by Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, Duanmu Liangling, Yuan Changfeng, Old Man Xian Yuan, and the other leaders of the various great families all gathered their gazes and watched them move forward step by step. There were nearly 1,000 people who entered, but the leaders of the various great families would not leave. They would always guard the surroundings of the Shenong cauldron, waiting for Yi Xian and the others to successfully obtain the Medicine King's inheritance and rush out. Of course, in the eyes of Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others, Yi Xian would never have the chance to come out again. As for the other experts of the various great families and rogue cultivators, they would spread out and explore this vast alien plane that was like a small star field to see if there were any other fortunes. Now that Yi Xian and the other 20 heavens prides of the various great families had already moved out, the 1,000 or so people who entered watched them walk halfway before they all turned around and left. Yi Xian and the others were seeking the core fortune, so they did not want to fall behind others. The outer area of the Medicine King's ancient ruins was as vast as a small star field, and there were also some hidden fortunes waiting for them to explore. Very soon, the 1,000 or so people who entered had all left. They were in the outer area, so there was no need to deliberately slow down. In the blink of an eye, there were only Tuoba Xiong and the other leaders of the various great families, family heads, and elders left. They would wait here for an entire month. Once someone rushed out, whether or not they had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, they would be the first to take care of them. Of course, some were to protect them, and some were to secretly prevent them from leaving in case they carried the Medicine King's inheritance with them. Above the divine dragon cauldron, which was larger than a star, there was always a layer of 9-colored fog, which revealed an inexplicable pressure blocking the approach of living creatures. Even if the mighty people of heaven and earth tried to force their way in, they would be blocked by this layer of dense fog, unable to move forward and fall into the inner world of the divine dragon cauldron. At this moment, Yi Xian, with the Medicine King's ancient tablet hanging above his head, had already arrived at the edge of the cauldron. As he took a step, Yi Xian had already brought half of the green waterfall light into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiong, the leader of the Xianyuan family, and the other leaders of the various great families all breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least they had successfully entered the inner world of the cauldron. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A black lightning suddenly shot out from the edge of the divine dragon cauldron and directly entered the left side of the green waterfall light that had not yet entered the inner world of the cauldron. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared, and all of them were shrouded in thick black fog. At the same time, in the right side of the green waterfall light, a mysterious light suddenly appeared, and like a teleportation, it directly sent the 4 figures that were wrapped in blazing white light into the green waterfall light. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures that entered randomly and directly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron covered in green waterfall light. The direct result of this change was that the 8 figures that suddenly entered randomly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron at lightning speed, wearing the Medicine King's ancient tablet's green waterfall light. Chapter 3248. Halting the blade, the shocking change happened too quickly. Before the 8 figures could react, they were already squeezed out. 4 of them were the heirs of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Peng Chung Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. The 4 of them had gathered together at the edge of the green waterfall radiance. As soon as the black lightning rushed in, they were immediately squeezed out. The other 4 people were the successors of the Wuma and Shuntu clans, 2 of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire. After the 2 of them were squeezed out in the entire Heavenly Wind Empire, only Duanmu Xiaocha of the Duanmu clan had entered the Dragon God Cauldron. The last 2 people were Dongfang Lin from the Shinnong gene, from the Immortal Planet, and the heir of the Nangong family from the Heavenly Nether Empire. At this moment, as the 8 of them were squeezed out of the green waterfall, the other existences had already completely entered the divine dragon cauldron and disappeared. The leaders of the 8 great families and forces who were squeezed out of the younger generation glared angrily at Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong. Obviously, they thought that this was a small trick by them. This was especially true for the people in charge of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Peng Chung Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. At this moment, they were simply about to explode from anger. Although they did not come from the imperial capital's Immortal Planet, nor were they aristocratic families from the 3 great empires' imperial capital's imperial capital. They were the 4 forces in the entire imperial capital that similarly possessed the ability to concoct level 8 elixirs. Because their ancestral grounds were not in the imperial capital, nor were they in the 3 great imperial capitals, their foundations were naturally weaker than the other great clans and powers. It was also because of this that the 4 of them had always been tightly bound together. Originally, it was thought that there were 4 of them, and moreover, they worked closely together to form a tight group. This time, he would most likely be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? He did not even manage to enter the door and was directly eliminated. At this moment, the leaders of the 4 forces were filled with righteous indignation. They gritted their teeth and glared at Tuo Ba Xiong's group. They were sure that it was them who did this, and they did not want to give others a chance to live. Tuo Ba Xiong, don't you think this is too much? There was clearly an agreement before that each of your 3 clans would have 2 people enter, yet you are still not satisfied. Since you broke the agreement, don't be afraid that I'll do anything to the juniors of your 3 families when those kids come out. The Life Gene Society is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A fight could break out at any time. Bullshit! Bullshit! At this time, Tuo Ba Xiong was also furious. Being wrongly accused was a small matter, but the 2 groups of people who came in randomly, each group had 4 people, and their 3 families only had 6 people. If those 2 groups of people joined hands, the King of Medicine's inheritance would have nothing to do with their 3 families. At this time, he was also very angry, and he was a little incoherent. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Can't you see? That black lightning bolt is the bloodline talent of the second universe's Yin demons. We were tricked by an outsider. On the contrary, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, was not in a hurry. He hurriedly advised, we must not panic. Otherwise, once we fight, won't the spy of the Yin demon clan take the opportunity to escape after getting the King of Medicine's inheritance? Don't forget that the Yin demon clan is not a race of the Federation. If they really succeed, our King of Medicine's inheritance will fall into the hands of the alien race. That's right, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Although there were 8 people just now, in this old man's opinion, the other 4 shouldn't be from the alien race, but from the human race. Although they deliberately concealed themselves with the blazing white light around them, their auras couldn't escape our detection. Jianghu, who was standing at the side, hurried over and tried to persuade him, "It's a pity that we can only sense that they are humans. We don't know which force is causing trouble, but we can find out later. They will come out eventually. Moreover, since they are humans, they should not join hands with the foreign demons. Our heavenly battle 3 great families have a total of 6 people who entered. If we work together, we will have the advantage. Even if there is internal competition among the humans, the King of Medicine's inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of our heavenly battle 3 great families." This old man, Brother Tuoba, and Brother Gongyang promise that once those brats take out the King of Medicine's inheritance, our 3 families will not take it for ourselves. We will more or less give some copies to each of you. How about this? Hearing him say this, although it was not a full copy, the people in charge of the Huyen family, Bailey family, Peng Chung Pharmaceutical Company, and Life Gene Company were satisfied. Gufeng temporarily stopped. No matter which family's descendant obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, in the end, it was impossible to share the full copy. Even they were the same. Therefore, with the promise of the 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet, although the other clan heads and family heads were still indignant, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they were all waiting in formation, closely watching the Farmer God Cauldron in front of them. Right now, the only thing they were thinking was that no matter what, they had to stop those 4 demon juniors from rushing out of the cauldron and using the chaos to escape. Boom! When the waterfall of green light from the King of Medicine's tablet passed through the dense 9-colored fog of the King of Medicine's cauldron, it produced a huge roar, causing the 20 people who entered, including Xianxia, to feel dizzy. For a moment, they were absent-minded and did not know where they were. After an unknown amount of time, when Xianxia regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and found that he had actually fallen into a medicinal garden. There was no one around him, only him, the King of Medicine's tablet. His eyelids twitched. His first thought was to check if the King of Medicine's tablet was lost. Putting aside the miraculous nature of this tablet, it must be of great use in the space inside the Farmer God Cauldron. Perhaps it was the only hope to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and find the Farmer God Cauldron. In fact, ever since he realized that this star-like cauldron was the legendary Farmer God Cauldron, Yixian's primary goal of this exploration was no longer the King of Medicine's inheritance, but the Farmer God Cauldron. After all, the Farmer God Cauldron was from the Desolate Era, but the King of Medicine's inheritance was left behind in ancient times. According to his estimation, the so-called King of Medicine's inheritance was most likely obtained from the Farmer God Cauldron. Perhaps it was only the tip of the iceberg. As long as he obtained the Farmer God Cauldron, it was no longer important whether he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance or not. Although Yixian thought that the method of refining the Farmer God Cauldron might be discussed in the King of Medicine's inheritance, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this was not very high. This required him to explore. At this moment, after investigating, he quickly relaxed. After entering the Farmer God Cauldron, the King of Medicine's tablet had not disappeared. It had automatically entered his sea of consciousness, rotating side by side with the Rai-D seal in the center of his sea of consciousness. But the strange thing was that the 3 words King of Medicine's tablet had completely disappeared, including the 3 words Ling Huchong that had appeared on it. The King of Medicine's tablet was different from before after rushing through the layer of 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron. It had become more simple, exuding a strong ancient aura, and its appearance had changed by at least a third. Could it be? Chapter 3249. The second primordial treasure, this ancient tablet, was not the so-called Medicine King's tablet at all. It should be a medium key to refine The Shinong Cauldron. To be precise, it was a pestle. The Shinong pestle. This cauldron originated from the primordial era. It could be big or small. If it was big, it could turn into a giant star cauldron. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorn could all enter it and use the power of the stars as a furnace to cook great herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was like a shovel of heaven and earth. It churned in the cauldron and evenly distributed the medicinal power. If it was small, it could turn into a small medicine pot and be used to grind herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was a small pestle. They were originally a set and came from the same source. However, later on, the Shinong Cauldron and the Shinong pestle were obtained by the Medicine King's lineage in the primordial era. This pestle was refined by the Medicine King and covered with a layer of material to fake it as the Medicine King's tablet. As such, as long as the secret of the Medicine King's tablet was not discovered, no one could refine the Shinong Cauldron. This pestle was the key to refining the Shinong Cauldron. It was the core item. Right now, this pestle was pouring down green waterfalls to protect Yixian and the rest as they entered the Shinong Cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, it was refined by the 9-colored mist of the cauldron. The disguise on the surface was removed, revealing its true form. All of this was just Yixian's guess. However, he was confident that this guess was basically the truth. This was because the Medicine King's tablet that was hanging in the sky above his sea of consciousness had indeed changed greatly. Previously, it was a tablet, but now it was a cylinder. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked exactly the same as the pestle. It was no wonder that it could hang in the sky above Yixian's sea of consciousness like the Rai D seal. Only the Tower of Desolate Antiquity had the qualifications to do so. Even the black gold dragon scale and the golden bow did not occupy the sky above Yixian's sea of consciousness. If it was merely the Medicine King's tablet from the ancient era, how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the Tower of Inheritance from the Desolate era? However, it was a different story if it was the Farmer God Cauldron from the Antiquity era. Although the Farmer God pestle was not the Farmer God Cauldron, it was the core of this set of treasures from the Antiquity era. The Farmer God pestle was the key to the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God pestle was qualified to be on the same level as the Rai D seal and replace the Tower of Antiquity. It hung quietly in the central region, above Yixian's sea of consciousness. Right at this moment, Yixian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shinong pestle. He had already refined it. Shinong pestle, combined with the primordial treasure, Shinong cauldron, to form a set of primordial treasures. Sure enough, as the outer shell of the Medicine King tablet was vaporized by the 9-colored mist of the Shinong cauldron and revealed its true appearance, the result of the devouring system's appraisal of it was also different. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's bloodline was extraordinary. The Medicine King from the ancient era was only covered with a layer of outer shell by the Farmer God pestle. It could actually block the appraisal of the devouring system. It was truly extraordinary. His guess was confirmed. At this moment, Yixian was completely excited. Everything was as he expected. The Medicine King's tablet was the Farmer God pestle. It was the same as the Farmer God cauldron. Both of them were primordial treasures. However, if the two of them were combined together to form a set, then it would instantly rise in rank and become a primordial treasure, like the Tower of Antiquity. This was clearly the rhythm of obtaining another primordial treasure. If he could also obtain the Farmer God cauldron, then Yixian would have two primordial treasures in his hands. His devouring doppelganger would have the Tower of Antiquity, while his original body would have the Farmer God cauldron set. With such a foundation, Where could he not go in the boundless starry sky? At this moment, Yi Xian was filled with lofty aspirations. However, although the farmer god Pestle had already recognized Yi Xian as its master to refine the farmer god cauldron and completely control this set of primordial treasures was clearly not something that could be done easily. Yi Xian still had a long way to go. When these two primordial treasures were combined together, they would form a set of primordial treasures. However, since they were a set, it meant that they were a complete set. At the same time, they were also relatively independent. Although Yi Xian had already refined the farmer god Pestle, it was only a key to enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron. It only gave Yi Xian the qualifications to try to refine the farmer god cauldron. Yi Xian had to refine the two primordial treasures separately and make them recognize him as their master. Only then could he obtain the entire set of farmer god cauldron treasures. After going around in circles, he still had to think of a way to refine the farmer god cauldron by himself. As for the farmer god cauldron, it had nothing to do with this matter. As a key, it brought him in to obtain the qualifications to refine the farmer god cauldron, and its responsibilities were fulfilled. All of this was the information that Yi Xian obtained when he used his divine sense to touch the greatly changed farmer god cauldron. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Other than that, the farmer god cauldron did not give me any hints. It seems that I have to rely on myself. This is clearly a test. Shaking his head and sighing, he looked around and began to observe the surroundings of the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the interior space of the farmer god cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet. This greatly surprised Yi Xian. This was not a space-type treasure, but a cauldron used to refine great medicines. If the interior of the cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet, how could he refine great medicines? If he lit a fire, wouldn't everything be burned to ashes? With this doubt in mind, Yi Xian soared into the sky. Although there were many strange fruits and herbs in the medicinal garden, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pick them at all. As long as he refined the Shinon cauldron, the entire cauldron would be as large as a planet. All the strange fruits and immortal herbs on the undulating mountains would be his in the end. There was really no need to give up on the basics. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the sky of the space within the cauldron. After looking down, he quickly discovered that this area was extremely vast. It was definitely compatible with the interior of a huge planet, but the terrain was very strange. The herb garden that Yi Xian was in was only the periphery. This ring of greenery was a large circle that was distributed around the periphery of the entire area, occupying less than half of the area. In the center of the entire area was a huge volcanic crater that occupied more than half of the entire area. Yi Xian immediately understood. As expected, it was a giant cauldron used to refine medicines. The volcano in the center must be used to refine great medicines. This was a huge volcano, and it was used as a cauldron. How extravagant! At the same time, other than the huge cauldron volcano in the center, the surrounding area was all herb gardens and undulating mountain ranges that could be used to cultivate strange fruits and herbs. There were also some strange beasts that could be seen here and there. There must be various minerals in the soil. The herbs, materials from ferocious beasts, and various rare minerals needed for refining medicines could be nurtured in the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, the central area could be used to refine great medicines. This farmer god cauldron was simply amazing. It could refine anything directly from the ground. Chapter 3250. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor. Exodus Tales using Heartfire as a guide. Yi Xian gazed around the interior of the Shinon cauldron, but he was disappointed. He had hoped to find one or two buildings that might contain ancient books or stone tablets. Perhaps there would be some guidance on how to refine the cauldron, but now it seemed that everything was in vain. This space inside the cauldron was like the interior of a planet, apart from the central region, which was used as a huge cauldron to refine the great herbs of heaven and earth. The surrounding area was surrounded by rolling hills and herb gardens. There was no trace of human activity. Helpless, Yixian could only work on the Shenong pestle that had already been refined. With a thought, the Shenong pestle was summoned from his knowledge sea. It turned into a cylindrical pestle that was 100 feet long. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and it had a round head that was used to pestle herbs. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron had been separated for countless years. Perhaps this was the first time they had reunited in hundreds of millions of years, so it naturally caused a strange phenomenon. As the Shenong pestle was summoned, the entire interior of the cauldron suddenly shook violently above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. From the depths of the cauldron, a wave of 9-colored flames surged into the sky. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was 100 feet long also released a boundless 9-colored light that illuminated the entire area. In Yi Xian's mind, the devouring system's notification sounded. This must be because the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had reunited and caused some changes. The devouring system had captured some information and displayed it in Yi Xian's mind. He had finally obtained information on how to refine the cauldron. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately checked the devouring system's database and found that the information on the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had been updated. Among them was the method to refine the Shenong cauldron. In summary, it could be summarized in one sentence. Use the heart fire to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central region's volcano cauldron. If he could obtain a 1-colored flame, the cauldron would be considered a success. He would be able to control the size of the cauldron at will. However, a mere 1-colored flame of chaos would only be able to display 1/9 of the Shenong cauldron's power. The medicinal efficacy of the great medicine of heaven and earth that was refined was also limited. In the future, when he could ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he would be considered to have fully grasped most of the power of this Shenong cauldron. At that time, the great medicine of heaven and earth that he could refine would be called a desolate era treasure medicine. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. As expected of a treasure from the primordial era, he didn't expect it to contain the chaotic 9-colored flame. It was no wonder that when he looked at the cauldron from the outside, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with a 9-colored secret fog. It must be related to the chaotic 9-colored flame. He had never heard of this kind of flame before, but since it had the name of primal chaos and 9 colors, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. This made him even more surprised, but at the same time, there was a problem. In order to refine this Shenong cauldron, one had to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central domain's volcano cauldron. Although he only needed to obtain a 1-colored flame to successfully refine this cauldron, then he would be able to control its size and control it as he wished. Even if this 1-colored flame of chaos could only display 1/9 of this Shenong cauldron, he would accept it now. He only wanted to ignite the 1-colored flame with his heart fire and refine it first. However, Yi Xian didn't know what the heart fire was. How could he ignite this 1-colored flame? Depressed, Yi Xian immediately put the Shenong pestle that he had just summoned back into his sea of consciousness. After that, as the 9-colored flame in the central domain's volcano cauldron disappeared, Yi Xian began to search in the database of the devouring system. The search condition was all kinds of fire and flames between heaven and earth. If he wanted to successfully ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he had to at least understand what the heart fire was, where it came from, and how to control it. As a result, He was once again dumbfounded. After the search condition was given, the devouring system instantly listed all the information related to the heavenly flames in the system's database. Hundreds of pages were voluminous and extremely detailed. Yi Xian quickly scanned through with his divine sense. He saw the heavenly raging fire, Samadhi true fire, 6 yang divine fire, 9 underworld fire, Nanming leaf fire, mysterious yin cold flame, and all kinds of flames that he had never heard of before. However, there was no such thing as the so-called heart fire. This time he was completely at a loss. After being blocked again and again, even the anger in his heart surged. Unfortunately, this wasn't the heart fire that the Shinong cauldron had mentioned. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's current state of rage, not to mention the chaotic 9-colored flame, most likely he would directly ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame after a long time. Although the result was a little more clues, in the end, it was cut off here again. There was no way to continue. Yi Xian was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He didn't know if this could be considered as nasal fire. After a moment of bad fun, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was also at this time that the surrounding figures had already swept over one after another. Even from a distance, they all burst out shouting. Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and 3 other people came from a direction first. They were extremely excited and shouted, "Oh, brothers, did you see that? That strange scene just now was so shocking." 100 feet long pestle rushed out from the depths of the volcano, accompanied by a 9-colored light. This is definitely the King of Medicine's inheritance. Yes, the King of Medicine's most important item is naturally the medicine-pounding pestle. I didn't expect the legendary King of Medicine's inheritance to be hidden in a treasure pestle. If it wasn't for this kid's luck that triggered the treasure, I'm afraid we would have to painstakingly search for it. Ling Huchong quickly hand over the treasure pestle. "We have seen it just now. The treasure pestle was taken into your body. We have many people, so don't take any chances. Otherwise, don't be afraid that this young master will disregard our old friendship and kill you." The 2 women, Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, gathered together at this moment, also quickly rushed over at this moment. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology and Yuan Zhuo of Celestial Worthy Creatures came from the same direction. Although their expressions were gloomy, they didn't say anything. The last person, Huangfu Zhuo of the Heavenly Underworld Planet's Huangfu family, also shouted from a distance, "Ling Huchong, you are a rogue cultivator. You can't protect the King of Medicine's inheritance. Hand it over immediately, and we will spare your life." Rogue cultivator? If my Linghu family's young master is a rogue cultivator, wouldn't your 16 great families be worse than a rogue cultivator? Just as Huangfu's were finished speaking, 4 figures rushed over from the west, full of murderous intent. They were all black hole rank 9 perfection. Humph! Back then, when my Linghu family dominated the dynasty gene fluid field, your 16 great families weren't even worthy to carry our shoes. How dare you be so arrogant today? Bullshit. I am the Linghu family's young master. That Linghu Chong is a fake. Are you 4 blind? Chapter 3251. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations greetings. Young Master Linghu Ju's lungs were about to explode when he heard the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts address Yi Xian as Linghu, young master. He didn't know about Hu Qing's existence. When the Linghu family was in trouble, he wasn't even born yet. Linghu, young master, who escaped, was his father. He was very young at that time, so he didn't know that the Linghu family head had saved someone called Hu Qing. In addition, the Linghu family had been living in the second universe all these years, so they didn't come back to look for their so-called family members. They had long thought that those who didn't escape were all dead. At the same time, although Hu Qing had secretly inquired about the situation of Ling Hu, young master's descendants after they escaped, no matter how long he extended his reach, it was impossible for him to extend his reach all the way to the second universe. Besides, even in the second universe, Ling Hu young master's descendants were very low-key and used an alias to travel. Therefore, it was impossible for Hu Qing to find them. For Ling Huju, the sudden appearance of a person calling himself young Master Ling Hu was enough to make him depressed. He felt as if his identity had been taken advantage of. Today, he saw and heard with his own eyes another group of people calling this fake young Master Ling Hu family head with such seriousness. He was about to explode from anger. Moreover, he subconsciously regarded Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts as a group. God damn it! They actually dared to take advantage of this Ling Hu family head's name in groups. Who did our Ling Hu family offend? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Ling Huju even had the intention to kill. No, he had this thought for a long time. However, his killing intent had only locked onto Yi Xian, and now there were 4 more people. He wanted to kill all those who took advantage of the Ling Hu family head's name. Thinking of this, Ling Huju's eyes were about to split open. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts, gnashing his teeth. You bunch of traitors! How dare you take advantage of my name? This is unforgivable. Today, all of you will die. Impudent! Who are you? How dare you speak to the Ling Hu family's young master like this? Humph, a thief calling out a thief. Yet you're still so confident. As a human, you actually colluded with the Yin demons, a race that can't even be considered a race of the Federation, and infiltrated my human race's Universe 3. Such a thief actually dares to use my Ling Hu family's name. You are the one who is courting death. The 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion immediately flew into a rage and sternly rebuked Ling Huju. At the same time, one of them respectfully cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. Young master, this thief has tarnished the reputation of our Ling Hu clan. He should be killed. Please give the order. Young master, the 4 of us will capture him and kill him after we find out who is behind this. This Yi Xian did not feel good. He knew very well that he was Li Gui. The main character was here. However, it seemed that they did not know each other. Moreover, the guy who called himself young Master Ling Hu actually had 2 Yin demons behind him. Although the Yin demons were also a race of the second universe, they did not join the Myriad Net Federation. They were both friends and foes of the Federation. Similarly, they were both friends and foes of the Tianji clan in the first universe. From this, it seemed that the real young master, Ling Hu, most likely came from the second universe. Since that was the case, they naturally did not know about the Clear River Pavilion. In addition, it was one thing for the Ling Hu bloodline to hide in the second universe, but they actually colluded with the scheming clan. If this news were to spread, the Ling Hu family's reputation would really be damaged. Forget it, forget it. He had more or less received some benefits from them. Since he was using their name, he would help them clean up their house to protect their reputation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face sank. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Huju. He coldly said, "Capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him immediately. There is no need to leave such a thief alive. Next time, just kill him if you encounter him." Yes, the powerhouse of the Clear River Pavilion was also very angry. Yi Xian's words were exactly what he wanted. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. After receiving the order, he turned around and attacked Ling Huju with the other 3 people at the same time. There were 8 people on both sides, all of whom had the cultivation of black, whole grape perfection. At this moment, they were fighting in pairs. It was so shocking that the sky was in chaos. It was impossible to have a result in a short time. Everything that happened before was seen by the others. They had long been convinced of Yi Xian's identity as young Master Linghu. Even the purplish warbler was so. Her eyes were originally shining as she stared at Yi Xian, but now they were dim. She felt a little dejected. At the same time, she was a little unwilling. She secretly thought that she missed that bastard too much. A person who looked so different from him actually guessed that he was a disguise for a few days. You really are a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. You even secretly arranged for 4 subordinates to sneak into the Medicine King's remains and squeeze out the quota of the other great clans. Tuoba Linfeng was very surprised. He thought that the 8 people were all Yi Xian's subordinates. Now, it seemed that there were only 4. Although these 4 people had the cultivation of black, whole great perfection, they were currently pinned down by the other 4 people. They couldn't come to Yi Xian's rescue at all, so there was no need to be afraid. In this case, Yi Xian was alone. On his side, there were 6 people from the 3 great clans, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Jianghu. 4 of them had the cultivation of black, whole great perfection. In his opinion, Yi Xian was simply cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly grinned. Linghu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you take the initiative to hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, this young master will leave you an intact corpse, or what kind of young master are you? You can't even enter the Clear River Pavilion. Sooner or later, you'll be a cripple. Yi Xian exposed the scars on the spot, raising the greatest hatred in Tuoba Linfeng's heart. 3 breaths is too short. This young master will give you 10 breaths of time. Either you immediately roll over here and beg for mercy. From now on, you'll be my slave. Bah, forget about being a slave. This young master can't stand such disgust. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and purifying the air of the heaven-warring planet. These words were really like the extreme Yin fall. He even used the word kill to purify the air. This immediately angered Tuoba Linfeng and the others. On the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others looked at each other, speechless. The purplish warbler frowned again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that this person was Yi Xian. Their style of speech was too similar. Ayaya, not good, not good. I've really been bewitched by that bastard. This is definitely the rhythm of qi deviation. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the purplish warbler raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was hot, making her feel ashamed and angry. Pooh, smelly brat, you're courting death. My Tianzhan 3 great clans, in your mouth, have all become slaves and maidservants? You're simply courting death. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily roared and immediately took out his magic weapon. Together with Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others, the 6 of them charged towards Yi Xian. Without waiting for Duanmu Xiaocha and the purplish warbler to react, they had already arrived and surrounded Yi Xian. Chapter 3252. Invincible glazed armor second form following. Yi Xian's words, the quasi-starry sky treasure, the indestructible glass armor that he kept in the undying world, immediately transformed into an overflowing purple light that rushed out. Under the bright light, it transformed into an extraordinary armor that covered Yi Xian's body, causing his entire temperament to change in an instant, causing others to be dazzled. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a dazzling and extraordinary armor before. The armors forged by the Cultivator faction were mostly practical, unlike the armor made by the Devouring system, which pursued perfection. Moreover, this armor had been fused several times, and the advantages of each fusion were all taken in by the devouring system. Just its appearance alone was stunning. Duanmu Xiaochao's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of stars. Heavens! Is this still an armor? It's so beautiful! Zhao Qianru, who came from the undying planet Bodhi Technology, was also stunned. At this moment, Ling Huchong made her blush a little. His body was originally close to 2 meters tall, and was incomparably tall, but his aura was a little rascally. Now, all his flaws were covered up by this stunning armor. For a moment, Zhao Qianru actually had an illusion, as if a figure that appeared in her dreams had really appeared. As for Yuanzhua, who came from the undying planet, and Huang Fuzhua, who came from the heavenly underworld planet, both of them had gloomy expressions. Both of them felt the amazement of the 3 beauties present, and more or less their hearts were disturbed. The purplish warbler, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. In just a moment, she confirmed Yi Xian's identity. Isn't he that big bastard? He tricked me so badly. I almost thought I was possessed. After all this time, it really was him. Back then, when Yi Xian fused his armor for the 4th time, he added a piece of purple phoenix glazed armor. That piece of armor was a purplish warbler's personal armor. At that time, Lu Luo had tried to stop him, saying that the armor had the scent of the purplish warbler, so it wasn't suitable to be auctioned. Right now, the purplish warbler was able to determine Yi Xian's identity precisely because she saw the shadow of the purple phoenix glazed armor on the indestructible glass armor. At the same time, after confirming Yi Xian's identity, her cheeks flushed red. That was his personal armor, and now it was on this guy's body. This was really, apart from that, the purplish warbler was even more shocked. Wasn't this guy in the Tenju Celestial Palace in the Cultivation Camp? Who would have thought that he would suddenly come to the Heavenly Battle Empire and cause such a huge disturbance? He was simply too monstrous. Who would have thought that his talent in the field of alchemy would be so terrifying? Just the fact that he perfectly passed the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet was enough to shock the purplish warbler. In addition, this big bastard's talent in alchemy was also terrifying. The last time she saw this armor, it wasn't so amazing. Now, it seemed like it was no different from a Starry Sky treasure. It was definitely not just Starry Sky epic grade, but at least quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade. Heavens, this big bastard can actually refine a quasi-Starry Sky treasure grade magic weapon. If so, she must go back and pester him to reforge all her weapons and armors. Keep the goodies within the family. Aya, what do you mean by keep the goodies within the family? It's so embarrassing. It's all this big bastard's fault. For a moment's slip of the tongue, the purplish warbler blushed. When this scene fell into Tuoba Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she was attracted by Yi Xian after he put on the armor. Suddenly, he angrily shouted, "Ling Huchong, you want to fight 1 against 6 with just a broken armor? Ha ha ha. I think you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but doesn't. No matter how good the armor is, this young master will just cut it in half." Chop! Before he finished speaking, a 6-eared saber slashed down from the sky. With a boom, it slashed onto Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, emitting a loud clanging sound. A fierce force spread out in all directions, shocking the ground below to the point that sand and rocks flew everywhere. However, Yi Xian remained calm, and his figure didn't even sway. As a quasi-Starry Sky treasure-grade armor, one aspect was its sturdiness, and the other was its defensive ability to neutralize attacks. On the contrary, after Tuoba Linfeng slashed down with the saber, his figure was actually shaken back. After stabilizing his figure with great difficulty, he looked up and saw the 6-eared saber hanging above his head. It was full of glaring holes, as if it was bitten by a dog. This scene was really unacceptable to him. Tuoba Linfeng cried out, "This is impossible. This young master's weapon is a starry sky legendary grade treasure. Poof." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Tuoba Linfeng with a contemptuous expression. "Didn't I just say, you don't deserve to be called a young master? A starry sky legendary grade weapon. You have the nerve to call it a treasure. This young master's armor is a quasi-starry sky treasure grade treasure. It didn't break on the spot because this young master didn't activate it. Otherwise, how could your weapon break? Do you believe me, your head would turn into a pig's head?" These words were too infuriating. On the side, Yuan Zhuo and Huang Fu couldn't help but blush slightly. Their weapons were also starry sky legendary grade. So wouldn't it mean that they didn't have the face to call themselves young masters? As for Duanmu Xiaocha, the stars in her eyes instantly increased. Heavens, a quasi-starry sky treasure? No wonder this treasure armor was so dazzling. Even the old ancestor of the clan did not have such a treasure armor. Moreover, it looked very new. It was clearly refined recently. Could it be that this guy knew a weapon refining grandmaster? No, I must ask him later. This young lady also wants one. It's too beautiful. Hearing these words, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technologies' eyes suddenly lit up. She was also moved. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? They also had armors and battle armors, but they were all crude and generally did not like to use them. It would be perfect if they could have an amazing and powerful quasi-starry sky supreme treasure grade artifact armor. All this fell into the purplish warbler's eyes. She immediately curled her lips and muttered in her heart, "Humph, this young lady isn't even close to the water yet, and you two want to think about it? No way." Then her face turned red again. Using the phrase quasi-starry sky treasure was a bit too much. Damn bastard, it's all his fault. The purplish warbler was going crazy. I'm going to die. Ling Huchong, if this young master doesn't suppress you today, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Xian time and time again, and every single time, he was the one who brought it upon himself. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng had already gone berserk and was roaring furiously. Together with Gong Yangji, Long Yushao Tian, and the others, 6 figures simultaneously took out their magic treasures. Most of them were seals, heavy hammers, and the like, smashing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Not human. You're right. If you meet this young master, it will be difficult for you to be human. I'll directly beat you into a dog's head. Chapter 32:53. Crazy Fatty Beat Boom. As Yi Xian's final roar sounded out, an incomparably boundless and formless force instantly surged out from the undying glass armor on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had already expanded explosively and was completely gone. He was enveloped by the undying glass armor that had expanded into a battle armor. The entire mecha was 10 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was purple and looked gorgeous. It had a perfect fusion of power and beauty, making people exclaim in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling battle armor transformed into an equally dazzling battle armor. Mecha were products of refining, and mecha were products of science and technology. Although the human race in the third universe also had mecha, they were not popular. Only the Tianji clan in the first universe had them. No one had ever thought that a mecha could have another form, turning into a terrifying mecha in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking and unimaginable. Even Yuan Zhuo and Huangfu Zhuo on the outside were dumbfounded. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha were breathing rapidly. At this moment, the former's eyes were filled with stars. A supreme treasure armor that could change between mecha and mecha at any time was simply the dream of all strong people. It was just that no one had ever succeeded in refining it. This was no longer just a category of the same field. It was related to different fields, such as refining and mecha manufacturing. In the past, no one had ever combined the essence of these two fields to successfully create such a flashy treasure armor. Heavens, there's actually a second form. A treasure armor, not only a personal battle armor, but also a heavy mecha. This is simply perfect. More importantly, whether it's the first mecha form or the second mecha form, they are both so gorgeous and perfect. It's too amazing. Xianxia was similarly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Perhaps it was because the shock in her heart was too great, but this time she didn't intentionally lower her voice, and it was heard by Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha. Damn it! That big bastard's level of equipment refinement has actually attained such an extent. This is clearly beyond the level of a grandmaster refiner. His progress is too fast. I don't care. Since I recognized his identity, this matter is not over. If you don't help me refine a similar type of treasure armor, I will— You will what? Without waiting for the purplish warbler to finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha, whose eyes were filled with countless stars, leaned forward and whispered, Sister Xing, do you know that guy? And from your tone, you seem to be very familiar. Yes or no? We all heard it. Was that treasure armor really refined by him himself? Heavens! Is there really such a monster in this world? Unparalleled in refining medicine, unparalleled in refining weapons, this is simply unreasonable. Facing the second form of the indestructible glass armor, Zhao Qianru, who had always been reserved, could not remain calm. She also leaned forward, stealthily. Seeing that the purplish warbler was about to refute and cover up, she immediately interrupted again. Sister Xing, you have to think carefully. We are all women. You know how jealous we are of such a stunning treasure armor. If you refuse and don't help us hook up with, contact that brat, we will all blabber about this matter. I don't know what we will say later. Ugh, the purplish warbler did not speak anymore. She raised her hand to her forehead, and her face turned green. What the hell is this? Battle armor? And it's actually this huge. It's 10 feet tall. Damn, a fist bigger than a casserole. Ouch. Pooh, just as Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were stealthily pestering the purplish warbler to inquire about Yi Xian's background, to Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, who had just besieged Yi Xian, began to get beaten up. And it was a crazy beating. Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Even if it was a magic treasure battle blade of the same level, it would only be able to leave a single mark on it. Unless the user's cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's, they wouldn't be able to use a battle blade of the same level to slash him apart. However, such a flashy thing, to Linfeng, and the others did not dare to think about it. They did not even dare to think about it. At this moment, they suddenly saw a giant purple mecha the size of a small hill waving a fist bigger than a casserole at them. These 6 people's faces instantly turned green. They screamed and turned around to escape. Even in the process of escaping, one of the fellows was struck in the back by the giant fist of Yi Xian's mecha. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness and couldn't even crawl. Yu Xiaotian directly spat out blood. Just now, he took out a heavy seal and smashed it towards Yi Xian's forehead, but in the end, it was shattered by Yi Xian's punch. This was a refined magic treasure that was connected to his mind, so it directly backfired. Yu Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was sluggish, and he also fell to the ground below, losing his battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 black hole realm experts had been dealt with. Even if they did not die, they could not fight anymore. This feeling of not relying on others and fighting to his heart's content with his own strength made Yi Xian feel proud. His blood boiled as he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. So, this is the successor of the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 great clans. Why do I feel like a stray dog? Didn't you just say that you want to kill me and leave my corpse intact? Come, let's fight hand to hand or come together. I don't care. Want to run? Not so easy. You won't leave my corpse intact, so why should I be polite? At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 had already fled far away. Their expressions were no different from stray dogs. Although their cultivations were a few levels higher than Yi Xian's, they couldn't do anything about the fact that Yi Xian had a quasi-starry sky treasure level supreme treasure armor. Even the starry sky legend level saber had a row of holes in it, like a dog biting at a dog. How could they fight this battle? If they did not escape, they would really be beaten into a pulp if they stayed. Unfortunately, escaping was useless because the mecha was a weapon with both short-range and mid-range attack capabilities. No matter how fast they ran, as long as they could not escape more than 100 li in an instant, they would still be within the attack range. In fact, the 4 of them were running for their lives. Their speed was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 70 to 80 li away, but it was useless. The mecha raised its arms and activated its mid-range attack mode. 2 black energy balls appeared on its 2 fists that were several times larger than a casserole and turned into pillars of light that directly shot out. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 fellows who were slightly behind were directly enveloped by the black pillars of light and instantly turned into nothingness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tuoba Linfeng and Gong Yangji finally escaped more than 100 li away, saving their lives.
Chapter 2702. A severe warning. After dealing with the matters of the myriad cataclysm at the bottom level, Yi Xian did not linger on the first level. He immediately led Sha Zhua, Mei Tang, and nearly 100 other wardens back to the second level, where the demon's cavern resided. Then, he handed the group of wardens over to Barker, asking him to arrange for a large amount of cultivation resources and urge them to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Out of caution, Yi Xian secretly told Barker to be a little more careful in case they made any strange moves. After all, they were not demon slaves, so it was always better to be more careful. However, Yi Xian also specifically told Barker to keep this matter to himself and not spread it out, in case they were not disloyal. If they really showed suspicion, they might be disloyal. This was not Yi Xian being suspicious. After all, they were demons and belonged to the enemy camp, so he had to do this. After doing all this, Yi Xian, Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Old Man Lu returned to the 4th level of the Black Mosquito Bastion. At present, the luxurious hall on the right side of the core area of the 4th level had become Yi Xian's territory. Even Naboshan and Li Mosquito could only find a place to stay on the periphery of the 4th level. Stinking brat! You really took over the entire Black Mosquito Bastion? After Li Mosquito and Naboshan left, Old Man Lu approached him with a mysterious expression. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Let's not talk about anything else. Tell me, how did you subdue those 2 Black Hole Realm cultivators? I think they were very obedient. There's something mysterious about this. If I say that it's because I'm such a good person that I influenced them, would you believe me? Yi Xian rolled his eyes and laughed. TSK, you might as well say that you're the illegitimate son of DE of the Tianji clan. That's more believable. Old Man Lu was immediately stunned. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yi Xian with a face full of disdain. He seemed to be muttering something about burning bridges after crossing the river, and people's hearts were not what they used to be. You old man, I haven't made you swear an oath yet. Are you trying to remind me? Also, everyone else has left, so why are you still here? Are you not leaving because you want to eat and drink for free? Yi Xian laughed inwardly, but his face darkened. Perhaps you've been influenced by my good character and want to stay on the Black Mosquito Bastion as a free laborer? I can do that, but I have to say that. At most. Don't be so narcissistic. If I hadn't taken a fancy to this bastion's ubiquitous dimensional folding matrix and wanted to study it, I wouldn't have kept any of the resources you'd give me. Of space folding bastion. Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. That's easy to say. I'll lend the black mosquito to you for research. However, after you have the results, you must help me imprint a spatial folding formation on a small private battleship. At that time, the outer appearance will be a small private battleship, but the space inside will be the same as a space fortress. You're a smart kid. I just gave you a hint, and you're already thinking of the same thing as me. Old Man Lu had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't refute this point. Space folding technology is the Tianji clan's newest achievement in space technology. It only appeared in the last few hundred years. Our Wan Luo Federation captured a bastion that used this technology in a small battle more than 200 years ago. Unfortunately, after 200 years of research, the Wan Luo Federation's various bastions have begun to use space folding technology on a small scale, but it's still not mature enough. As for using it on small private battleships, that's even more impossible. But this idea is clearly a very promising research direction. This old man is most interested in pioneering this kind of technology. As long as I can make a breakthrough in my research, space folding technology will gradually become more common. Many of the Federation's experts will have small private battleships that use space folding technology. That would be a very virtuous thing to do. Old Man Lu rose to his feet as he spoke and extended a hand in front of Yi Xian. If you want to study space folding technology on the Black Mosquito Bastion, you'll have to travel to every part of this bastion. I don't have the authority to use those portals. Do you understand what I mean, kid? Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders and immediately sent a spiritual imprint into Old Man Lu's palm. This is the spiritual imprint of the Devil Cultivator. If you are a Devil Cultivator, you can continue to exist, but this is obviously impossible. Therefore, in at most 3 months you will be exhausted. At that time, you can come find me again. With this spiritual imprint, you can open all the spatial doors. That's good. I'll get to work first. Old Man Lu turned and left. At the same time, he reminded Yi Xian, Kid, you've just obtained a huge amount of cultivation resources and all kinds of treasures. It's very likely that there are some legendary, epic, and even supreme treasures among them. But I advise you not to rush to the selection. Be careful not to be dazzled and blinded. Although you're in control of the Black Mosquito Bastion now, your cultivation base is still too weak. Although you can use the Li Mosquito Bastion and Mount Naibua, they're still external forces. Don't rely too much on them. Besides, just because they're under your control now doesn't mean that they'll always be under your control. There's no such thing as a sure kill situation for the experts in the Black Hole realm. Don't be careless and suffer a big setback. After he finished speaking, Old Man Lu's figure disappeared and left the hall. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. After a long time, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply in the direction where Old Man Lu's figure had disappeared. Thank you for your warning, Senior. These words were indeed tantamount to a wake-up call for Yi Xian. Previously, he had subconsciously thought that all the demon slaves would never have a chance to turn the tables after they were controlled by his slave seal. But now that he thought about it, this was obviously not the case. It should be noted that the demon race's demon core in the female Black Mosquito Bastion's brain had a spiritual restriction placed on it by a demon race commander. The female Black Mosquito Bastion had also said that once its cultivation base increased from the Black Hole Realm Level 6 to the Black Hole Realm Level 7, the female Black Mosquito Bastion would be able to refine it instantly. Since that was the case, the effect was actually the same. It was just that the slave seal was more overbearing and thorough. Why couldn't it be refined? Once the female Black Mosquito Bastion or Mount Naibua Bastion's cultivation base had another breakthrough, surpassing the Black Hole Realm and entering the 9th realm of the Starry Sky Realm, would the level 9 slave seal still be able to enslave them? Or was it that at that time, he would have to plant another level 10 slave seal? This kind of thing could obviously be spread to all the other demon slaves. Did that mean that once all the demon slaves broke through a realm, the slave seal in their bodies would have to be upgraded? Chapter 2703. Return to Sky River Planet. Yi Xian was already on his guard regarding the upgrade of the slave seal, but there was no need to worry about it for the time being. After all, even Li Mosquito, who had entered late Black Hole Realm, was only at Black Hole 7th Order. It was still too early for her to enter the next realm. However, there were likely to be some who had already reached 8th Order, or even 9th Order among the large number of low-level slaves below. Due to their low realms, The speed at which they improved was not slow given the availability of large amounts of cultivation resources. Therefore, it did not take long for them to break through to the next realm. He had to be on his guard. After muttering to himself for a while, Xian immediately gave the order to Barker to create a roster for all the demon slaves in the Black Mosquito Battlestar. They were divided according to their cultivation levels, especially those who had reached the late stage of a certain realm. Pay close attention to them, and once they reached the 9th step, they would immediately give a small roster to Xian. In this way, Xian would be able to prepare a higher-level slave seal in advance. After this was done, he was completely relieved. He did not carefully examine the 10,000 small boxes. After all, the treasure was already in his hands and would not fly away. He could look at it again when he had the time. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to increase his strength again. That way, he would be able to reach the 9th level of the core realm, which was the Great Circle of the core realm. One more step and he would be able to enter the 2nd Great Circle of the Meteor realm. Previously, Xian had been rapidly increasing his realms. By the time he reached 7th Order core realm, there was already a hidden danger of instability. Later, in order to compete for the position of Warden Commander in the first layer of the Cataclysm, he had forcibly increased his realms to 8th Order core realm. Originally, he had not planned to increase his realms again in the short term. However, now that he had succeeded in taking over the Black Mosquito Bastion and continuously surging in the Federation's contribution points ranking, Xian's mental state had been tempered. Therefore, the hidden danger of his realms rising too quickly had been mitigated by the improvement of his mental state. In other words, even if he were to break through to the complete Grade 9 Star Core state, there would be no hidden dangers of instability in his realm. But that was all. If he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to charge into the first level of the Meteor realm in one go, then it was obviously not too appropriate. After all, it was a leap of a large realm. Not to mention anything else, he still had to make more preparations for perfection of his mental state. After considering all of this, Xian decided to first raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th step of the Star Core realm in one go before doing anything else. After achieving this, his plan was to immediately make another trip to the Heavenly River Star. As for the purpose, of course, it was to use 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for a bottle of level 9 gene cultivation fluid at the Sky River Star's Federation Affairs Hall. Of course, if there was more than one bottle in stock, Xian would not mind exchanging for a few more. After all, his Federation contribution points had already passed the 100 million mark. It would be a waste not to use them. Keeping them was just a number, and it was all for the sake of gratification. Naturally, a treasure like level 9 gene cultivation fluid would not be stored in the treasury of a small administrative planet like the Heavenly River Star. However, through the planet's supercomputer, information on the exchange could be sent up level by level. According to Xian's calculations, the level 9 gene cultivation fluid should be stored in the treasury of the Everlasting Dynasty's capital, the Undying Planet. However, as soon as someone paid 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for the fluid, the higher-ups would immediately activate the transmission array and send the exchanged item over. Of course, ordinary items would not be able to enjoy this service. After all, the cost of transporting items from the Undying Planet to the Heavenly River Star was huge. However, a treasure of this level was meant to demonstrate efficiency and the reliability of the Myriad Luo Federation's contribution point exchange system. Therefore, even if the cost of the transmission process was huge, considering the invisible publicity effect and the effect of disturbing people's hearts, the treasury of the Imperial Capital Star would definitely spare no effort. In other words, as long as Xian went to the Heavenly River Star and applied for the exchange, he would definitely be able to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid he had been dreaming of for a day at most. As long as he could achieve this, it would be enough for Xian. As for the consequences of his identity being exposed and being watched by a large number of powerhouses on the Heavenly River Star, Xian did not care at all. He had the confidence to do so. Of course, there would definitely be a large number of malicious gazes on the Heavenly River Star. Right now, they were all vigilantly scanning the area. Bai Zhengjun, Xiaolong, even the space pirate, He Luoying. However, even if Xian entered the Heavenly River Star openly, these black hole realm powerhouses would definitely not dare to make a move on Xian openly. Xian had now become a legend. He was in the top 2,000 of the ranking list of young masters. More than that, he represented a status and value that the entire Myriad Luo Federation put on the table. If these guys dared to make a move on Xian openly, Yi Xian was confident that all the powerhouses of the Federation on the Heavenly River Star would gang up on them. The power of role models and idols was sometimes limitless. Yi Xian was not the only one who understood this. These guys were even more so. Therefore, even if they wanted to make a move, they could only do so after Yi Xian had left the Heavenly River Star. Once Yi Xian was out of the Heavenly River Star and no longer under the protection of the Heavenly River Star's array, he would have nothing to fear with his Black Mosquito Bastion. It was important to remember that the bastions of the Demon Kin, or Tianji clan, were different from those of the Myriad Luo Federation. The Myriad Luo Federation's bastions could not be absorbed into one's body. Although they used space-folding technology, it was not fully developed. The 10 vanguard bastions of the Demon Kin, on the other hand, were fully developed with space-folding technology. Even the weak Yi Xian could absorb the Black Mosquito Bastion and its crew into his body after refining the superbrain that served as the ship's AI. No one else knew about this. When the time came, Yi Xian would return to the Heavenly River Star alone. Of course, this was only on the surface. Once he left Sky River Planet, if he encountered any obstacles, he could throw out an advanced space fortress if necessary. Inside the space fortress, there were 2 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, and one of them was even at the advanced stage of the Black Hole Realm. With these thoughts running through his mind, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to his return to the Heavenly River Star. Chapter 2704. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 9th Level Perfection, Ding. Discovered Star Core Origin. Do you want to start absorbing energy? As Yi Xian threw a large amount of Star Core Origin to the devouring system, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Was he finally about to reach the 9th level perfection? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian could not help but become excited and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Soon, the devouring system activated the bloodline talent of Yi Xian's star devouring beast and rapidly began to absorb the essence of the Star Core Origin, continuously pouring it into Yi Xian's body and slowly expanding his meridians. Gradually, it turned into a torrent and rushed toward the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Insightful Emptiness technique. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xian's eyes were tightly shut. His consciousness was wrapped around his body, and it was as if he'd arrived at a vast and boundless galaxy. His surroundings were empty and distant, and he emitted an ancient aura that shot straight to his soul. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness. The scene changed. A gigantic claw that was as vast as the sky stretched out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void collapsed and an entire region of stars collapsed. Then, from the endless darkness, a round and flat head stretched out, its eyes surrounded by endless chaotic mist, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. This was an enormous tortoise, and a single pattern on its body was the size of a galaxy. It crawled out from the darkness, and the oppressive aura it emanated enveloped the entire universe, causing space to tremble. It seemed to be unable to endure its oppressive aura and was about to collapse. Huff! Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes and heard the sound of his rapid breathing. Only then did he realize that he was sweating profusely. The giant tortoise he saw during cultivation had scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. A small shell pattern on its shell was as large as an entire galaxy. A casual swipe of its forelimbs could destroy the endless void of an entire galaxy. Could such a terrifying giant tortoise really exist in the real world? What was the relationship between it and the Dongshu chapter that he cultivated? This wasn't the first time that Yi Xian had seen this giant tortoise. Although he couldn't see the tortoise roaming in the boundless galaxy every time he cultivated, he had to immerse himself in it. Under the influence of some kind of aura, it could only be realized. However, he had seen it once when he first cultivated the incomplete Dongshu scripture. This time, the aura the giant tortoise gave him was even more terrifying. It was no wonder that the devouring system had identified an incomplete cultivation method as a supreme treasure of the starry sky level. Yi Xian could not imagine how terrifying the level of the complete Dongshu cultivation method would be. Thinking back to the ancient aura he felt just now, 2 words suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Primordial desolation. Apart from the legendary desolate era, where else could such an ancient aura be found? In addition, a gigantic tortoise that was as large as the starry sky would probably only appear in that fascinating prehistoric era. Could it be that the incomplete Dongshu chapter that he cultivated originated from the desolate era? This thought frightened Yi Xian, but at the same time, it also made his heart beat faster. However, it was obvious that he couldn't get the answer. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, The system's notification quietly sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current realm. 9th level core realm. 9th level? Perfect core realm? Xian was stunned for a moment before he was pleasantly surprised. He quickly checked the situation within his body and found that his strength had increased by several times. The true qi of the starry sky, which far surpassed the true qi of the immortal god, was as vast as a river, giving him an inexplicable sense of confidence. It's time to go back to the Sky River planet. I must get the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. I can't delay any longer. After finishing his cultivation, Xian pondered for a while and decided what to do next. With a flip of his hand, he took out the star essence crystal box that contained the fragment of the immortal grade star superbrain. Xian spread out his divine sense and penetrated the box to sense it, but he couldn't find the slightest trace of life. Although the fragment of this immortal level superbrain hadn't completely withered away, as if it was undergoing nirvana, the few tubes of level 8 gene cultivation fluid that Xian had poured into the star marrow crystal box were clearly not enough to awaken its activity. His only chance was the 9th level gene cultivation fluid. After making up his mind, Xian immediately stood up and put the star essence crystal box into his undying world again. It was also at this time that Barker walked into the core hall of the 4th floor of the Black Mosquito mothership with 2 small booklets in his hands. After standing still, he extended his hand and handed them over to Xian. Master, all of the demon slaves have been recorded, and their cultivation levels are recorded in detail. The other booklet is for the demon slaves that have reached the 9th step in each realm, a total of 38 of them. These 2 booklets are copies. I still have the original with me. Okay, I understand. Xian was once again impressed by Barker's attention to detail. He then flipped open the booklet containing the names of the demon slaves who were at the 9th level Great Perfection. These 38 demon slaves were basically at the satellite and planet realms, which were the 3rd and 4th level Great Perfection. If Xian wanted to ensure absolute control over them, he only needed to refine 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. It wouldn't be too troublesome. This matter had to be dealt with before they left for Sky River Planet. Otherwise, if they were ambushed after leaving Sky River Planet, it would be really depressing if their own backyard caught fire in the middle of a battle. Although the 38 demon slaves weren't enough to overturn the heavens, they were still a hidden danger. After spending half a day, Xian finished refining the required 38 4th and 5th level Great Perfection slave seals. He then spread out his psychic power and investigated the 3rd Division's elite living quarters. In the end, Xian locked onto a demon slave called Wen9. This guy's cultivation level wasn't low. He had reached the 9th level Great Perfection of the planet realm. Since it was a break, Wen9 wasn't on duty in the 3rd floor's engine room. Instead, he was cultivating in a villa in the living quarters. Ever since Xian had taken control of the Black Mosquito mothership, the demon slaves under his command were no longer divided according to their cultivation level. They were divided according to their positions. This guy called Wen9 wasn't in charge of the 3rd floor's engine room, so even if it was a cave, he could only share rooms with others. Considering that Wen9's strength was far greater than his own, Xian called Li Mosquito to accompany him. The 2 of them quietly entered Wen9's villa. Chapter 2705. The little ancestor is here. The result was no surprise. 2 hours later, Wen9 broke through and regained his consciousness. He even seemed to retain memories of his time as Xian's slave. He was a devious one, and had planned to sneak into the engine area and use the Black Mosquito's communication system to send a message to the other 9 bastions. Of course, he couldn't do that. Even if he did go to the engine area and take control of the communication system, he wouldn't be able to send out a signal without Xian's approval. Because the superbrain, which was the main control center of the Black Mosquito bastion, had been refined by Xian, these little Ming Tang couldn't escape his senses and control. Xian had Li Mosquito act and take control of Wen9, then planted a 5th-rank slave seal in him. Everything returned to normal after that. But Xian wasn't in a good mood. Although Wen9's actions confirmed Xian's suspicions, they weren't good news to begin with. He was going to be busy in the days to come. Unfortunately, Xian didn't have the time to figure out how to get rid of this problem. There were too many things to do, and he could only put them aside for the time being and deal with them later. He quickly planted the other 37 4th and 5th-ranked slave seals. For the time being, there wouldn't be any more problems. Barker would also keep a close eye on him. Once he discovered an 8th-rank slave breaking through to the 9th level, he would report it to Xian. For the time being, this was the only way to deal with it. After settling this matter, Xian gathered Mount Naibwa, Li Mosquito, Barker, and the other trusted aides. After giving them such instructions, he left the Black Mosquito Star Fortress and appeared in the void of the Graveyard Star region outside the Star Fortress. It had been more than a month since he'd been captured in the Black Mosquito Bastion. Xian couldn't help but sigh at his sudden return. He looked up and saw the Black Death Star. Black Mosquito Bastion hovered behind it, at the edge of the domain's core. It was said that there were a few natural wormholes that were famous in several universes. Through those natural wormholes, one could go to the first universe, the second universe where a large number of races of the Federation lived, and even the vast and boundless nameless star region. Of course, if it was the latter, they would not be able to return. In the first universe and the second universe, natural wormholes had been discovered that were connected to this place. Perhaps there were some in the nameless starfield as well, but they had yet to be discovered. With a thought, Xian raised his hand and stored the Black Mosquito into his body. From the outside, a big fellow with a diameter of 10,000 meters was indeed frightening. However, because the entire Black Mosquito had been refined into a magic treasure by Xian, he could control it as he wished. What's more, it used a lot of mature space-folding technology. Even with Xian's current strength, he could store a large number of demons in the Black Mosquito Bastion with no problem. It wasn't that Xian didn't want to take the Black Mosquito Bastion directly to Sky River. If he did, he'd only need to use a very expensive short-distance warp to save a lot of time. After all, they were at the edge of the domain's core. Even with the Purple Star Shuttle's speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. However, in that case, it would be tantamount to exposing everything that Xian had done. Although the Black Mosquito Star Fortress was built by the Tianji clan based on the human race's Star Fortress, all of the human race's star fortresses had serial numbers. No one in the domain of the graveyard would pay attention to them. If they went near the Sky River planet, the supercomputer in the Sky River planet would scan them, and they would be exposed. So he could only take it with him. As for when they were ambushed, there was nothing he could do. It was different from his current situation. In fact, other than the Black Mosquito Bastion, he didn't even dare take the Lido Mosquito or Mount Naibwa with him. These two guys had the same appearance as humans, but it was absolutely impossible for them to enter the interior of Sky River Star. They could not pass the identity scan of Sky River Star's star defense array. It was true that the demons couldn't distinguish them with their naked eyes and divine sense, but the superbrain of the administrative planet had the ability to do so. It was also for this reason that the Demunkin's 10 bastions were only active in the core region of the domain of the Fallen. They wouldn't go near the edge of the domain of the Milky Way. If they were captured and brought back to the Milky Way star system, they would be exposed. After summoning the Purple Star Shuttle, Xian hurried along the way. It took him a full 6 days to finally see the Heavenly River Star in front of him. Today, the Heavenly River planet didn't look any different from usual. The only difference was that there seemed to be more Federation powerhouses coming in and out. After all, the commotion caused by the interstellar mercenary brother Yi, whose serial number ended with 8080, 6 days ago was quite effective in stirring up people's hearts. Over the past few days, countless denizens of the Federation had come from far away. After replenishing their supplies on Sky River, they couldn't wait to enter the domain of the domain. In their opinion, if an interstellar mercenary with a cultivation base of only Star Core State Level 8 could achieve such a feat, what was impossible for them if their luck was slightly better? Xian silently passed through a passage in the star defense array outside the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere and entered the interior of the Heavenly River planet. He then headed straight for the huge platform that was suspended above the sea. That was where the Sky River Federation's business hall was located. In fact, a few days ago, Bai Jianghu had already issued an order to Heavenly River planet Superbrain. Once Xian returned, he would be notified immediately. The entire administrative planet was under the control of the supercomputer, so it didn't take much effort to do this. As the Sky River planet's manager, Bai Jianghu had a certain level of authority in front of the supercomputer. In fact, he had the highest authority in the entire Sky River planet. Even Zhao Long couldn't get in touch with the supercomputer. Even so, his authority was limited. At the very least, he couldn't order the supercomputer to activate the domain's defensive array and attack Xian. The people on the heaven, earth and human roles all had extraordinary status. Once Bai Jianghu issued such an order, it would be rejected immediately. In fact, The reason why he ordered the supercomputer to monitor Yi Xian's return and send him a message as soon as he arrived on Sky River Planet was not like last time. He didn't want to attack Yi Xian. At this moment, Bai Zhengjun was in his own residence. He immediately received a notification from the Sky River Star Space supercomputer. Chapter 2706. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 10,000 people turn out. Bai Zhengjun was not the only one keeping an eye on Yi Xian. For example, Zhao Long, He Luoying, and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were all in the same group. Zhao Long had no way of contacting Yi Xian's superbrain, but he had subordinates who had seen Yi Xian in person. Therefore, 6 days ago, Zhao Long sent out several people, each with a close-up image of Yi Xian, to guard the entrances of Sky River Star's great defensive formation. They closely watched everyone who entered Sky River Star. One of them was lucky. The passageway he was guarding was the one that Yi Xian had entered. Overjoyed, this guy immediately notified Zhao Long. He was immediately praised so much that he was about to fly into the sky. He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler Master and Servant were even more direct. She then found out that Yi Xian needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Although she did not know why Yi Xian, who was only in the first realm of cultivation, needed the level 9 gene cultivation fluid that was only used to enter the 9th realm. But there was one thing she could vaguely guess. The reason Yi Xian had obtained so many Federation contribution points in such a short time was because he wanted to exchange them for the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Because Shen Yuan had told Yi Xian that there was a small amount of level 9 gene cultivation fluid in the exchange vault of the Everlasting Dynasty's Federation. Although she did not know how Yi Xian had done all this, she was sure of one thing. Once Yi Xian could leave, he would definitely return to Sky River Star to exchange for it. Of course, he could go to other administrative planets, but Sky River Star was the closest. If he relied on a small personal warship to go to other administrative planets, it would take at least 10 years. Therefore, Shen Yuan stayed in the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He didn't even bother to visit Master Su, who was dealing with the small black hole in the nearby star field. Of course, another reason why she had stayed on the Sky River Star instead of searching for Yi Xian in the domain of the buried meteorites was that she was waiting for the Shen Yuan family on the capital star to send her a battle team to compete with her. As for the Purplish Warbler's request to officially start the family sequence competition, the Shen Yuan family initially refused and suggested that she should only apply after she had reached the black hole realm. However, the Purplish Warbler insisted and said that she was an old acquaintance of Yi Xian. The Shen Yuan family immediately agreed. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xian's name was well known even on the capital star. As for He Luoying, he had the same idea as the Purplish Warbler. Although he didn't know that Yi Xian was in urgent need of level 9 gene cultivation fluid, he at least knew that anyone who suddenly had hundreds of millions of Federation contribution points would definitely go to the nearest administrative planet Federation Hall to exchange for them as soon as they had the time. After all, the Federation contribution points were only useful for getting on the Heaven, Earth, and Human lists. They were just a bunch of numbers for fun. It was better to exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources from the Federation. Therefore, He Luoying had been guarding the Federation Hall of Sky River Star. He wasn't like Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, who didn't dare to attack anyone on the Heaven, Earth, and Human lists. He was originally a space pirate, so what was there to be afraid of? As long as the benefits were enough, it wasn't impossible for him to betray the Wan Luo Federation. Although not all space pirates were like this, He Luoying was undoubtedly one of them with no bottom line. Yi Xian had been to the Federation Hall of Sky River Star twice before, so he was very familiar with this place. After landing on this huge platform, Yi Xian didn't go to any other areas this time. In fact, the treasures he prepared to exchange for this time were only level 9 gene cultivation fluids. He didn't want to exchange for anything else. He didn't even plan to participate in the auction. Why? Because there were still more than 10,000 small boxes piled up in his undying world. To be able to be recognized as valuable by the demon cultivator scouts of the Tianji clan, and only be able to capture and imprison them instead of directly killing them, they were obviously not ordinary people. Each of them took out 70% of their cultivation resources and various treasures. As far as Yi Xian was concerned, he would probably be able to find anything he needed from the 10,000 plus small spatial boxes. Of course, the devouring origin was an exception. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't need to exchange for anything else. He believed that something like the Federation contribution points would be of great use in the future. The Wan Luo Federation wouldn't just take out ordinary treasures to reward him. Perhaps after entering the Earth leaderboard, he would be able to see more treasures available for exchange with his authority. With this in mind, Yi Xian didn't plan to waste his Federation contribution points on ordinary treasures and resources. Apart from exchanging for level 9 gene cultivation fluids, he would save everything else. He headed straight for the Federation Hall of Sky River Star's contribution points exchange area. There were a total of 10 windows in the contribution points exchange area, and there were quite a lot of people. It was also because of this that He Luoying and the Purplish Warbler didn't notice Yi Xian immediately. After all, he had been deliberately keeping a low profile. However, when the line reached Yi Xian, he requested to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids from the beautiful AI robot at the window. After his identity was scanned, Yi Xian's request was displayed on the big screen on the main wall of the Hall of Sky River Star. For a moment, the entire Hall of Sky River Star was in an uproar. Ha! Someone actually wants to exchange for level 9 gene cultivation fluids? What kind of god was this? 10 million points per tube. Okay? Is this a joke? It must be a joke. This is something that powerhouses who have reached Black Hole Realm level 9 and want to advance to a higher realm need. Who would have? Oh my god, it's 8080. 8080. It can't be, right? My idol has descended? No wonder. Apart from him, who else would be so generous as to exchange for 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluids? The Wan Luo Federation's official contribution points exchange area, Ku Chen's stock is going to be swept clean by him alone. His Federation contribution points are over 100 million, and he earned that in just a few days. If you have that much, you'd dare to exchange for 10 tubes, let alone 3. Move away, move away. Don't block my view. This is my idol. I want to see the voice and smile of the great man up close. As the news of the appearance of Yi Xian's real body spread out, the entire office of the Heavenly River Star Federation immediately emptied out. The other offices were all empty. Everyone was crowding toward the office, so much so that the Purplish Warbler and his servant could not move forward. Black Luoying, on the other hand, retreated as far away as possible. With coldness in her eyes, she locked onto Yi Xian with her telepathic thoughts. Chapter 2707. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations. The ultimate trial by Zhengjuan's purpose in coming here this time was to resolve the grudge between them. After all, Yi Xian was about to enter the Earth role. Even if he couldn't, he was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. His precious son, who held an important position in the capital, Tianqian planet, couldn't compare to him. Therefore, Bai Zhengjun really planned to let go of the grudge between them. He only hoped that Yi Xian wouldn't be so calculative. Therefore, when he hurried over, he almost put down his status as a star manager and spoke in an obvious tone of flattery. Of course, from Bai Zhengjuan's point of view, it wasn't shameful to curry favor with a human prodigy who was ranked in the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution scoreboard. In fact, the other Federation powerhouses also thought the same. They were even more eager than Bai Zhengjun. At this moment, as Bai Zhengjuan's voice rang out, a large number of valiant guards, who looked like law enforcement officers on Earth, descended from the sky. They pushed and shoved, and very soon, they cleared a space around Yi Xian. The Federation powerhouses, who were pushed to the side, didn't dare to say anything. Their faces were full of helplessness. As the star manager of the Tianhe planet, although Bai Zhengjun didn't have military power, he still had an official armed force in charge of administration. These guards were almost all the private soldiers of the Bai family. On the Tianhe planet, they were definitely an existence that no one dared to provoke. Even the Purplish Warbler was blocked out of the crowd. Although she was a Black Hole Realm powerhouse, she didn't dare to confront Bai Zhengjun directly because she was inside the Tianhe planet and was afraid of the threat of the Star Defense Array. Besides, there was no need for that. She and Yi Xian were old friends. When she found an opportunity later, she could just wave her hand and say a few words to him. Chief Bai Xingzhang, you're clearly up to no good. Just as the large number of official guards of the Heavenly River planet had cleared out an empty space in the Federation Exchange Hall, revealing Yi Xian's lonely figure standing there. Bai Zhengjun was about to descend and greet him when an extremely abrupt and unfriendly voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Long's face was full of sarcasm. Behind him was a group of personal guards. They were striding forward. Before they arrived, their voices could be heard again. I heard that after Brother Yi left the auction last time, Not long after he left the Sky River Star, he encountered several planet-level battleships that wanted to rob him. Moreover, all of them were engraved with concealment arrays. In the Sky River Star field, who can have such a few advanced large-scale battleships? I think everyone knows in their hearts, right? As soon as they heard this, a large number of Federation powerhouses around suddenly had strange expressions on their faces. Some of the more timid ones even lowered their heads, fearing that they had heard something they shouldn't have and would be killed as soon as they left this place. Bai Zhengjuan's face instantly darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Long, who was striding forward. He gritted his teeth, but for a moment he was speechless. It was not easy to adjust his state of mind and resolve the grudge between him and Yi Xian in a warm and unrestrained manner. Unexpectedly, before he could even open his mouth, Zhao Long had ruined the situation. The words just now had undoubtedly aroused old hatred in Yi Xian's heart. If he stepped forward now and spoke up, the effect would most likely be the opposite of what he had hoped for. Thinking of this, Bai Zhengjun hated Zhao Long so much that he almost hated him to death. Brother Yi, come. Let me introduce myself. This humble one is Zhao Long, the Supreme Commander of the Heavenly River Star Federation Garrison. Seeing Bai Zhengjun standing to one side with a dark expression, deep in thought, Zhao Long laughed inwardly. However, his feet did not stop moving. He quickly walked over to Yi Xian, his face full of joy. Ayaya, Brother Yi, I actually heard some news about what happened last time. Later on, I led a fleet and rushed over, but who would have thought that we would end up empty-handed? I was still grieving these past few days, but when I saw Brother Yi soar into the sky and enter the young ranking list, I finally felt at ease. He spoke as if Yi Xian was his biological father. Just the slightest bit of danger made him lose his appetite for food and drink. Yi Xian almost vomited from hearing this. Just as Yi Xian was feeling conflicted and did not know how to feign civility with Zhao Long, the beautiful female AI robot at the window beside him unexpectedly spoke up. She actually indicated that the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that Yi Xian had exchanged for had been delivered. This news shocked even Yi Xian. Beside him, Zhao Long and Bai Zhengjun, who were not far away, felt their eyelids twitch when they heard this. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was definitely a top-grade item stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the Immortal Star Dynasty's imperial capital. After all, in the entire Immortal Star Dynasty, the only person who could concoct the level 9 gene cultivation fluid was only a wealthy clan on an immortal star. This kind of item was a hot commodity in the 3 imperial capitals. It was impossible for it to be stored in the Immortal Star Federation exchange warehouse of the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star. Therefore, under normal circumstances, when someone from one of the lower administrative planets took out 10 million Federation contribution points to exchange for this item, the normal procedure would be to first go from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star, then from the imperial capital Heavenly Underworld Star to the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star. Finally, from the imperial capital Heavenly Dust Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, the imperial capital Heavenly River Star, and finally from the imperial capital Heavenly River Star to the imperial capital Heavenly River Star. They would have to transfer 3 times in between. Even if they used a Starry Sky grade long-distance teleportation array, it would still take about a day or so. But now, from the time Yi Xian made the exchange request to the time when the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid were delivered to the Heavenly River Star, less than an hour had passed. What did this mean? This meant that the exchange item did not have to go through a transfer between the imperial capital and the imperial capital. It was directly sent from the imperial capital Immortal Star. Although this situation was not impossible, the imperial capital Immortal Star was located in the central district of the Third Universe. It was immeasurably far away from the Heavenly River Star, which was located at the edge of the Third Universe. The amount of energy used to send an item directly from the imperial capital Immortal Star to the Heavenly River Star was much greater than the transfer between the various levels. It was just a Federation expert exchanging for 3 vials of gene cultivation fluid. There was obviously something fishy going on here. While they were stunned, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long subconsciously turned to look at each other. They exchanged a look. Suddenly, a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock. The ultimate trial. Ultimate, the meaning of extremity. Legend had it that among the descendants of the imperial family on the imperial capital Immortal Star, there was such an ultimate trial. Once the descendants of the imperial family who applied for the ultimate trial succeeded, They would have a great advantage in the competition for the succession of the imperial dynasty in the future. The ultimate trial would add a lot of points to them. The so-called ultimate trial pursued a kind of ultimate exploration of one's ability. The descendants of the royal family who were participating in the ultimate trial couldn't have any Dao protectors by their side. They had to rely on themselves to fight for everything. Although no one knew what was considered a success in the ultimate trial, there was one thing that everyone knew. Chapter 2708. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The real prince. No wonder Xian had been temporarily registered as a citizen of the Federation on the Sky River planet. Before that, it was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even the interstellar mercenaries had registered on the Sky River planet. This guy was clearly a prince who was in the middle of an ultimate level trial. This was the only way to explain all the shocking things he had done before and after. Even though he had obtained a young astral devourer, not every dead star in the graveyard starfield contained a large amount of astral core origin. This had been proven countless times. If that was the case, how could he have obtained such a large amount of astral core origin in such a short time? It was obvious that he had obtained it from the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Furthermore, he had obtained more than 100 million Federation contribution points in just 6 days. This had never happened before. Either the imperial family had obtained a large amount of contribution points through some special secret method, or someone in the imperial capital had tampered with the immortal-grade astral superbrain in the imperial capital to achieve this. In short, he was a prince who had come to the imperial capital to gain experience. Even his cultivation level had been deliberately suppressed to the astral core state. His real cultivation level had probably reached the black hole state level 9. Otherwise, why would he need the level 9 gene cultivation fluid? The gene cultivation fluid had only 2 uses. One was to provide energy for the astral superbrain. A level 9 item was specifically used by the immortal-grade astral superbrain. In the entire immortal dynasty, there was only one such item on the immortal planet of the imperial capital. Therefore, this use could be completely ruled out. The other use was for cultivators in the science and technology faction. After reaching the 9th level, they would need to be injected with a higher-level gene cultivation fluid in order to break through to the next level. After that, they would need to absorb the astral core origins energy until they reached the 9th level. Only then would they need to be injected with a higher-level gene cultivation fluid. Of course, one injection might not necessarily help them break through to the next level. That was why they had exchanged for 3 tubes. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long felt their legs go weak. They had an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground immediately. Given their status, when facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would only be slightly more respectful in tone and manner. However, if they were facing the princes of the imperial capital, they would have to kneel. Moreover, they weren't forced to kneel. They were willing. As for the princes from the imperial capital, they were practically begging the other party to give them a chance to kneel down and express their feelings of admiration, no matter how much they cried and screamed about wanting to die. After all, the immortal dynasty represented was the human race. Half of the power of the Federation had was the absolute power of the Third Universe. Many powerhouses in the Federation, who might not even get a chance to visit the imperial capital in their lives. They couldn't. That was realm? That was translation was is blood? That was translation Lu, translation bin was could translation was translation if they translation of ye translation if was translation was ye translation star's blood. Was in the territory. Not only could he not kneel, but he also could not show too much enthusiasm. That would also be seen through by others. In any case, the fact that he had run over here meant that he had already guessed the prince's identity. Now that he had left coldly, the prince naturally understood. He might even praise himself for knowing his limits and knowing the severity of the matter. In the future, it would not be a dream for him to soar and enter the immortal star. Of course, the coldness on the surface was not true coldness. In fact, he had to be even more passionate in private. Disregarding everything else, just the safety of the prince alone was enough to ensure his safety. Although the prince was most likely a black hole realm level 9 expert himself and definitely had some life-saving trump cards bestowed upon him by the royal family, this was still a form of attitude. This kind of attitude was a bargaining chip for him to achieve great success in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Long and Bai Zhengjuan's hearts lit up. On the surface, they pretended to be polite and exchanged a few pleasantries. Soon, they left in a hurry. Many of the Federation powerhouses who were watching this scene were confused. The purplish warbler, who was squeezed out of the crowd, seemed to have guessed something. His expression suddenly became strange. After pondering for a while with a frown, he could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "Those two idiots have such wild imaginations. But then again, if this guy hadn't asked me how to obtain the level 9 gene cultivation fluid, I'm afraid I would have guessed the same. He, as a prince from the imperial city, how could he not know this? But these 3 tubes of gene cultivation fluid were sent directly from the immortal star of the imperial capital without caring about the huge amount of energy used. This is indeed strange. Although the speed of his rise is indeed too fast, he's still on the mortal leaderboard after all. Such a situation shouldn't attract the attention of the dynasty. As for why it's so obvious, it definitely shouldn't be so obvious. What's the mystery behind this? It's really puzzling." As he muttered to himself, the purplish warbler was also a little confused. At the same time, on the side of the central domain of the third universe, which was infinitely far away from the heavenly river star, on the incomparably huge and terrifying immortal star, in the depths of the imperial city, an old woman was looking up at the sky with a worried expression. Her eyes were full of concern, and she muttered to herself, "Xian, you are too careless. You changed your identity and left the word Xian in your name. Even I saw it at a glance. I secretly used my private power to help you send 3 tubes of the 9th level liquid over. How could others not see it? Hurry up and break through to the black hole realm, and then you'll be able to complete the ultimate trial. At that time, you'll be able to return to the imperial capital. For the past 100 years, I've been on tenterhooks every single day, afraid that you'd be plotted against by your brothers outside." Achoo! In another direction at the edge of the core area of the graveyard starfield, a young man with a handsome face and a cultivation base of the 7th level, the galaxy grade, was rapidly approaching the sky river star. Then, he suddenly sneezed. Could it be that Mother is thinking about me again? Sigh, it's been more than 100 years. I do miss Mother a little. But soon. I, Long Xian, am now at the galaxy grade 9th level. This time, when I return to the Sky River Star and exchange for a tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid, I'll be able to break through to the black hole realm 1st level. At that time, I'll be able to hunt the demon scouts faster. What a pity! A tube of level 8 gene cultivation fluid costs 1 million contribution points. Although I have the secret technique of the Imperial Dynasty that allows me to distinguish between demon and human experts, I've only accumulated a little more than 3 million contribution points over the years. I can't even get on the human ranking list. This time, I'll have to spend 1 million contribution points. It's really heart-wrenching. Shaking his head and sighing, Long Xian was about to speed up when a huge space fortress suddenly appeared not far away. Its aura had locked onto him. The Black Wind? It's over. Chapter 2709. Fellow Taoist, please stay. As a martialist of the Federation who was at the 7th major boundary of the Starry Sky realm, Long Xian was obviously very valuable to the Tianji tribe. Any martialist below the Black Hole realm was definitely not a simple person. So when Tyrant Cha spotted him, he didn't hesitate to activate the mysterious Black Pillar of Light. A wide tunnel opened beneath the bastion and pulled Long Xian into one of the Black Wind's 10,000 cataclysmic prison. He was locked up in one of the cages. This was a certain prince of an immortal dynasty, an absolutely important figure. Yet, he had fallen into the hands of the demons so easily. From this, it could be seen how cruel and realistic the so-called ultimate trial of the immortal dynasty's imperial family was. What the empire needed were truly capable royal descendants. If they could not prove their abilities, then it would be better to get rid of them early rather than ruin the entire empire in the future. In any case, on the immortal star of the imperial capital, there were countless descendants of the imperial family. At this moment, the leader of the Demonkin Scout Corps, Barakai, was sitting in a luxurious hall in the center of the 4th floor of the Black Wind. Beside him stood several of his trusted stewards and the Demon Dweller think tanks. Regarding the capture of a 7th stage galaxy stage human expert, Barakai did not care at all. There were at least 800 of such existences in the Black Wind ship's hold, if not 1,000, so it was not enough to attract his attention. If he learned of Long Xian's identity, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to the Black Mosquito, which he had lost contact with. He would rush to the deepest part of the domain of the fallen domain and return to the domain of the devil through the large natural wormhole that connected to the first universe. Then, he would contact his master, the Tianji race, and receive his battle merits. But all of this was destined to be impossible. Indeed, the reason Ba Chai had taken control of the black wind from the depths of the domain of the falling stars and warped to the edge of this mysterious region was because of the black mosquito. The release of a large number of conclave powerhouses from the black mosquito had been inadvertently witnessed by a few demon-kin scouts. They immediately returned to their bastion and reported the matter, which was then brought to Barakai's attention. Ba Chai immediately contacted the black mosquito ship. Unfortunately, the black mosquito ship had been absorbed into Yi Xian's body, so it was impossible to contact it. As such, no matter how stupid Barakai was, he would be able to understand that something had happened to the black mosquito ship. Although he did not know what had happened to the black mosquito, it was not difficult to guess. He was almost certain after a little thought. Everything was related to the interstellar mercenary of the Federation known as Yi Xian, who had risen to fame in the Federation a few days ago. At the time, Ba Chai had been muttering to himself about how he had managed to amass over 100 million Federation merit points in a matter of days. Now it seemed that this was related to the Black Mosquito ship's fall. A bastion belonging to the Demon Kin, its resources, and the 10,000 captured Federation powerhouses were all worth over 100 million Federation merit points. Although this was only a guess, it was unlikely that there would be any unexpected changes. The result enraged Ba Chai, and he roared like thunder. As the leader of a team sent by the Demon-kin race to the edge of the third universe, one of the 10 space fortresses under his command had fallen into the hands of the enemy along with more than 10,000 Demon-kin scouts and a huge amount of resources. Moreover, the enemy was just an ant with a cultivation base of the Star Core realm. If news of this were to spread, all the clansmen of the Devil Cultivator would not be able to help but laugh at him loudly. The Tianji clan would not let him go so easily, and would punish him severely. Fortunately, this matter had not spread yet. As long as he could salvage the situation in time and take back the Black Mosquito ship, this secret would most likely be kept. At worst, he could just kill the 10,000 Demon-kin scouts in the ship. It was with this goal in mind that Ba Chai had rushed to the Sky River sector alone with the Black Wind without even informing the other 8 bastions. The people on the Black Wind were his most trusted subordinates. The other 8 bastions were under his command, but they were from different tribes. They weren't his people, so he couldn't allow them to participate in this mission. If they did, the secret would be exposed. Damn it! How did that Yi Xian guy do it? Did Mount Naibwa grow up eating shit? How could a mere Star Core realm ant take away the entire Black Mosquito ship? If he's still alive, I'll kill him with my own hands after I take back the Black Mosquito ship. As a great perfection Black Hole Realm Rank 9 powerhouse, it was a piece of cake for Ba Chai to kill a Black Hole Realm Rank 4 powerhouse like Ba Chai. At this moment, as these angry words left his mouth, the anger in Ba Chai's heart seemed to have been vented a little. His tone slightly slowed down, but his eyes became even colder. Humph, that guy called Yi Xian actually dared to brazenly appear in Heavenly River Star after doing such a thing. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he walks out of Heavenly River Star, I'll be able to kill him immediately. As Barakai's cold voice rang out, the Black Wind once more activated its concealment array. It vanished, and silently began to move closer to Sky River. Sky River Sector, Federation Affairs Hall's platform. After Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long left in a hurry, Yi Xian immediately turned around and walked to the counter behind him. He took a small space box from the beautiful female robot. There must be 3 tubes of level 9 genetic cultivation fluid inside. The Myriad Federation could not do anything to this matter. Therefore, considering that there were too many people around, Yi Xian did not open it to check. He flipped his hand and threw it into the undying world in his body. Only then did he finally calm down. Now that the matter was settled, it was not good to stay here any longer. Yi Xian did not pay attention to the enthusiastic Federation powerhouses who were gradually gathering around him. He immediately leaped up and left the huge platform where the Federation Affairs Hall was located. He rushed toward another passage outside the Sky Defense Array. Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long's attitudes just now were extremely strange. Perhaps because they realized that Yi Xian was about to leave, they hurriedly returned to prepare for the ambush. Therefore, Yi Xian had to leave as soon as possible. Whether he was afraid or not was one thing, but it was obviously best to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 27:10. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin, so you misunderstood me too. So it's fellow Taoist Xianyuan. When Yi Xian turned around and saw the purplish warbler and Lu Luo chasing after him, he immediately stopped. He had a good impression of this woman. After all, she was the one who had given him a huge harvest on the heavenly river planet. Although it was a fair trade, Yi Xian still owed her a favor. Because of this, when Yi Xian saw the purplish warbler chasing after him with an anxious expression, he couldn't help but joke. Fellow Taoist Xianyuan, are you trying to warn me to be careful again? Don't worry, they couldn't stop me last time, and they won't be able to do the same this time. Fellow Taoist, ye must be joking. I'm ashamed to say that I misjudged you last time. Fellow Taoist, Yi is a dragon among men, yet I actually thought that you would fall into the hands of shameless people like Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long. I apologize to fellow Taoist Yi first. If Xianyuan Ziying was still curious about Yi Xian last time, but the feeling of looking down on him didn't change, then this time, she took the initiative to lower herself and even put herself in a position lower than Yi Xian's. At this moment, her attitude was extremely modest, not at all like the attitude a middle-stage black hole realm expert should have towards a star core realm ant. This wasn't strange at all, and it wasn't that the purplish warbler was being pretentious. In her mind, Yi Xian was indeed an existence she should look up to. After all, in the 1000 Luo Federation contribution rankings, he was already close to the Earth ranking, while the purplish warbler was still at the bottom of the middle of the human ranking. At this point, the purplish warbler suddenly changed the topic and shook her head with a bitter smile. But fellow Taoist Yi, you misunderstood me this time. I didn't want to warn you because there's no need to. This time, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long won't scheme against you. However, you should be careful of that space pirate He Luo Ying. I just saw her standing far away on the Federation's affairs platform with a flicker in her eyes. She's just a space pirate. I don't care. Yi Xian nodded and cupped his hands in thanks. Then he asked curiously, I wonder how fellow Taoist Xianyuan is so sure that Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long won't attack me this time? I'm sure. Not only will they not attack you, fellow Taoist Yi, they'll even try to curry favor with you. Fellow Taoist Yi, you haven't forgotten the 3 vials of level 9 gene cultivation fluid that were urgently delivered from the undying star of the imperial capital, have you? The purplish warbler smiled faintly and then explained the details in detail. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. After a few seconds he smiled, but the expression on his face was extremely strange. Although you won't be in any danger this time, you're really brave. You know that you've become a famous person and that Bai Zhengjun is very likely to want to kill you, yet you still dare to swagger to the Sky River planet. Seeing Yi Xian smile, the purplish warbler couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just this courage alone is enough to make this little sister sigh in admiration. It seems that I'll have to follow Big Brother Yi in the future and learn a lot from him. Without batting an eyelid, she had already gotten closer to him. It had to be said that this girl's ability to observe people's expressions wasn't weak. She could tell that Yi Xian was in a good mood and didn't let go of this opportunity. Little sister, I wouldn't dare to accept such a title. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't refuse, after all, his impression of this girl was quite good. However, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Yi Xian wasn't pretending, he sincerely thought so. Big Brother Yi, you're too pedantic. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't refuse immediately, and even though he tried to shirk the responsibility, his words were extremely sincere, the purplish warbler's expression turned solemn. She cupped her hands towards Yi Xian again and bowed. In my generation of cultivators, the one who has reached the top first. I truly admire Big Brother Ye's achievements. I sincerely acknowledge you as my big brother. If you think that your cultivation is not as good as mine, I also think that my ranking on the human ranking list is not as good as yours. Let's not be so calculative, shall we? Furthermore, although Ziying is already at the middle stage of the black hole realm, her actual age is less than 200 years old. Her cultivation was built up through the accumulation of her family's resources. Without this, what is Ziying compared to Big Brother Yi? Less than 200 years old was indeed not considered old for a powerhouse under the starry sky. It could even be said that she had just entered her youth. It should be known that even ordinary Federation citizens who hadn't entered the path of cultivation had a normal lifespan of more than 500 years. Yi Xian was even more so. How many years had he spent on his journey? Therefore, he really did deserve to be called Big Brother. Of course, the most important thing was that the purplish warbler was straightforward and unpretentious. She gave him a very good impression. Otherwise, Xian would never have agreed to it no matter what. But now, he shook his head and smiled bitterly without saying anything. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed. The purplish warbler was overjoyed. She immediately called him Big Brother Yi again and again. Even Xian couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart when he saw how well-behaved she was. As they chatted and laughed, the maid Lulua followed behind them. Soon they passed through the sky curtain passage in front of them and left the Sky River planet, arriving at the void of the universe outside. Looking up, a huge fleet of dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and a 5,000-meter-diameter nebula state bastion appeared in their sight. They were waiting for them in the vast starry sky not far away. Bai Zhongjun and Zhao Long, who had respectful smiles on their faces, immediately came forward to welcome them. These two fellows who had always been secretly fighting against each other had unexpectedly joined forces in the matter of pleasing the imperial capital prince. There was no infighting between them. Thinking about it, it was normal. The value of a prince was not something any one of them could take for themselves. On the contrary, if they could really get on the prince's good side, when they reached the immortal star in the imperial capital, it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough alone. If they could go with someone who knew them well, it would obviously be a good thing. It was also for this reason that these two fellows had tacitly agreed to join forces on this matter. In fact, when Xian and the purplish warbler had just come out of the sky curtain passage, they had already heard the conversation between Xian and the purplish warbler. Seeing that even the purplish warbler, a proud daughter of heaven from a powerful family on the imperial capital star, was deliberately trying to curry favor with Xian by calling him Big Brother Yi, the two of them clearly confirmed their guess. Now that they had come together, the smiles on their faces had already become more respectful and humble. When they came closer, they cupped their hands and bowed. Huang. Brother Yi, your current identity is no small matter. This time, your whereabouts on the Sky River planet have been exposed, and I am afraid that it will attract some covetous eyes. Therefore, the two of us feel a great responsibility and have decided to escort you all the way. Chapter 27:11. The black wind startling appearance of these two fellows. One was the leader of the Heavenly River planet, and the other was the commander of the Heavenly River planet's federal garrison. Now they were moving out at the same time, bringing such a huge fleet with them. They were working hard to ask for orders to escort Xian. At the same time, they seemed to be afraid that this would affect Xian, so they actually took the initiative to show their sincerity and asked Xian to just do what he was supposed to do and pretend that they didn't exist. Xian was a little embarrassed by their attitude, but when he thought about the good deeds these two fellows had done in the past, he immediately calmed down. It was fine to take advantage of this opportunity to collect some interest. What's more, if he insisted on refusing, he was afraid that the effect would backfire and cause the two of them to become suspicious. After all, their attitude was enough to show that they had already guessed the identity of the prince. If Xian was really the prince, then in this situation, he naturally wouldn't care too much about this matter. If he really did care too much about it, it would only lower his status. With this thought in mind, Xian didn't say anything. He coldly glanced at the two of them, then turned around and rushed towards the depths of the graveyard star field with the purplish warbler and Lu Luo. Because he didn't want to expose the fact that he had just completed the fourth fusion of the purple star shuttle, and although he had many other small warships in his possession, he hadn't refined any of them. This was something he had neglected before. As such, Xian and the others didn't summon their small private warships. The purplish warbler wanted to summon the Shen Yuan Ark, but Xian politely refused. He still wanted to go into the depths of the star field and bid farewell to the two women for the time being, so there was no need for him to enter their small private warships. In this way, the three of them crossed the void with their physical bodies, only to find that they were escorted by a space fortress and dozens of 3,000-meter-long stellar-level military warships. This scene was extremely strange. The experts of the Federation that they occasionally encountered along the way all stopped in their tracks and looked stunned as if they had seen a ghost. In the meantime, He Luo Ying, the space pirate who had been hiding her scent and body and tailing them closely after they left through the channel on the other side of the Heavenly River planet, couldn't have been more frustrated. If Xian and the purplish warbler had brought out a small private warship, he would have most likely given up. He had seen the speed of Xian's warship before. Even if it was him, he would not be able to catch up to it, no matter if he used his physical body to traverse the void or brought out a warship. However, now that the three of them were traveling through the void with their physical bodies, He Luoying saw hope and gritted her teeth to stay behind. Because he knew that Bai Zhengying and Zhao Long, who had been escorting him all this time, would leave sooner or later. It was impossible for them to leave Heavenly River Star behind and follow this prince around, right? If that was the case, he had a chance. Although the purplish warbler was not weak, his level was about the same as his. In his estimation, his target, Yi Xian, was definitely not in the black hole realm, even if he had concealed his cultivation. Under such circumstances, there was still a chance that he could kidnap Yi Xian when he was caught off guard if he suddenly took action in secret. Also, the chance was quite high. It was definitely worth a try. One day later, Yi Xian and his companions had entered the edge of the graveyard of meteorites. The last expert of the Federation they encountered along the way had been half a day ago. Besides, that person didn't follow them, and his cultivation was not high, either. All in all, there was no need to worry about their safety at all. Besides, Yi Xian had the purplish warbler, an expert in the black hole realm, with him. Even he might be in the black hole realm, too. Also, he had a small private warship that was extremely fast. Besides, Bai Zhengying and Zhao Long's so-called escort was just a gesture. It was enough for them to follow them for one day. If they continued to follow them, the prince would probably be displeased. Therefore, the fleet behind them soon stopped and slowly returned to the ship. He Luoying, who had concealed her body and her qi, saw the opportunity and quickened her pace. Very soon, she was behind the three of them. As a boundless and mighty aura suddenly appeared without any warning, the space within a radius of 100 miles emitted a slight trembling sound. Following that, an energy claw that was as large as a mountain suddenly pressed down towards Yi Xian's head. He Luoying? The purplish warbler's expression changed greatly. She suddenly roared, "Lu Luo, protect brother Yi. I'm going to kill her." In the next moment, a purple ribbon surged out of the purplish warbler's body and expanded in the wind, turning into a purple river that soared into the sky and blocked He Luoying's enormous claw immediately. Then, she dashed forward and dragged He Luoying away, covering 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The reason for that was obviously because she was worried that the shock waves from the fierce battle between two black hole realm experts might accidentally hurt Yi Xian. Realizing what was going on, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He was going to raise his hand and activate the Black Mosquito Bastion, but when he saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River, which was still vaguely visible, he dropped the idea. At the same time, in the central control room of the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion that was 5 kilometers in diameter, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long both exclaimed in shock. F***CK. He Luoying? She's asking for it. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor immediately. Get back immediately, space jump. Following the furious roars of Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, which sounded as if their parents had died, a space fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters suddenly appeared without any warning in the originally empty space above Yi Xian and Lu Luo. It was the Black Wind, the flagship of the Demon Scouts. In fact, the Black Wind had been waiting not far ahead. When it saw the fleet of planet Heavenly River gradually moving away, it was about to attack, but He Luoying beat it to it. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the result. The faint buzzing sound of the void vibrating sounded again. As soon as the Black Wind appeared, it shot out a black beam of light about 100 meters in diameter from the bottom cabin and enveloped Yi Xian and Lu Luo without any suspense. Whoosh! The huge black beam of light flashed and disappeared, but it was soon retracted. Then, the Black Wind activated the concealment array again and disappeared. It was most likely that it had activated a space jump at the first moment and left. Inside the Cosmic Cloud State Bastion of planet Heavenly River, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long's faces turned pale. They sat on the ground and exclaimed in shock. Black Wind? That's clearly the Black Wind. It's over. The prince was captured by the demon. This is a natural disaster. The Heavenly Dust Kingdom is finished. Chapter 27:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing He Luoying. Following the disappearance of Yi Xian and Lu Luo, even the Black Wind Bastion disappeared. Shenyuan Ziying, who was originally fighting in the vast void 100 kilometers away, had a drastic change in expression. Even the space pirate He Luoying was completely dumbfounded. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stared blankly in the direction where the Black Wind Bastion disappeared, speechless for a moment. For He Luoying, there was no point in continuing the fight since the target was gone. For Xianyuan Ziying, the people she wanted to protect had been captured by the demons. It was meaningless to continue fighting He Luoying. If I'm not wrong, this kid was also taken away by a demon battlestar last time. This is too unlucky. After being stunned for a moment, the purplish warbler's expression quickly became strange. He then shook his head and smiled bitterly. But he's someone who can create miracles. He was fine last time. This time he'll be fine too. You're crazy. That's the black wind of a demon scout. I've only heard about it for so many years. Today I've opened my eyes. He Luoying heard the purplish warbler's murmur and rolled her eyes. She then dashed away as she spoke. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the cosmic cloud state battlestar of the Sky River Fleet that had just completed a space jump shot out 2 scorching white energy beams with a diameter of 500 meters without warning. These weren't the star cannons of planetary state or stellar state warships. These were real destruction cannons that could incinerate even a meteor in an instant. He Luoying dashed towards one of the destruction cannons. She was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to make a sound. Her body was enveloped by the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons and was instantly sent flying. The other destruction cannons were aimed at the purplish warbler. Damn it! The latter's face immediately turned pale. Without hesitation, she crushed the sapphire ring on her right hand. With a flash of blue light, the purplish warbler's body was instantly enveloped and turned into a faint ray of light. She then disappeared before the 500-meter diameter destruction cannons reached her. In the void where she was, there was a figure that looked like Xianyuan Ziying, but had a stiff and lifeless face. Half an instant later, it was struck by the 500-meter diameter energy beam of the destruction cannon and turned into ashes. At the same time, in the control room of the cosmic cloud state battlestar, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long stared at the big screen in front of them. Then, they looked at each other with a serious expression. He Luoying is definitely dead. As for the little girl from the Xianyuan family, I don't think I saw it clearly. With such speed, even a black hole state wouldn't be able to escape. Don't worry, I saw it clearly. She's dead too. Also, the prince and that Lulua girl definitely won't be able to come back. In other words, what happened before is temporarily suppressed. Not necessarily. We've met a lot of powerful people from the Federation on our way here. They all saw us protecting the prince. Humph, it doesn't matter. We'll find them one by one and kill them all. No matter what, we can't let anyone know that the prince was kidnapped by the demons. We can't let anyone know that it's related to us. By the way, the people in your fleet are all reliable. 1/3 of them are not direct descendants of the Zhao family. Don't worry, when we get back, they will be put under house arrest. Within a month, all of them will die in accidents. At this point, Zhao Long turned his head and exchanged a glance with Bai Zhengjun. Both of them had a strange look in their eyes. Although they didn't say it out loud, both of them knew what was going on. After this incident, the two of them, who had been at odds with each other for many years, could be considered to have completely become a team. Even when they were trying to curry favor with the prince, their relationship was not as strong and stable as it was now. All of this was so ironic. Whoosh! Just as Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long were nervously returning with the entire fleet, in another direction, thousands of miles away from the scene of the incident, a faint blue light flashed, and then the figure of Xianyuan, whose face was ashen, quietly appeared. Subconsciously, she lowered her head and glanced at the sapphire ring on her right hand. There was an obvious crack on the originally deep blue surface of the ring. This crack made Xianyuan Ziying's expression even more unsightly. She gritted her teeth and said, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, these two idiots, actually offended me, the representative of the Xianyuan family, in order to silence me. Humph! They made me pay such a heavy price. You, just wait and see. At this point, Xianyuan Ziying's brow furrowed and she fell into deep thought. Her mutterings also became much calmer. Right now, I only have 2 uses left of the Phantom Ring's 3 uses. I can't return to Heavenly River Star anymore. I can't even visit Grandmaster Su anymore. Otherwise, once Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long find out that this young lady is still alive, I'm afraid that those idiots will do their best to ban me from this star field. The only thing I can do now is to go to the core of the graveyard and secretly look for the Black Wind Bastion. Big Brother Yi, you mustn't let anything happen to you. Xianyuan Ziying's expression darkened when she heard the last sentence. She let out a faint sigh before quickly concealing herself and silently heading towards the core area of the domain of the graveyard. She knew the bastion was somewhere in the depths of the starfield, but finding it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding it was a matter of luck. In fact, even if she did find the Black Wind, what could she do? After taking Yi Xian and Lu Luo away, the Black Wind immediately activated its concealment formation and warped through space. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000,000 kilometers away and appeared behind a giant black Death Star. At the same time, Yi Xian and Lu Luo were wrapped in a pillar of black light and appeared in a luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The bastion's pillar of light didn't only take people to the lowest level of the myriad hells, but it could also take them to any location on any floor. For an important captive like Yi Xian, the devil cultivator scout Big Head Bagui had to interrogate him as soon as possible. However, it was impossible for him to go to a place like the Myriad Heaven Prison, so he naturally brought Yi Xian and Lu Luo to the luxurious hall on the top floor. Chapter 27:13. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Bachai was dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. Yes, he still had the Black Mosquito, Li Mosquito, and Nai Buishan. However, even Li Mosquito was only at rank 7 of the Black Hole Realm and had just entered the late stage. Nai Buishan was even worse, as he was still at the middle stage of the Black Hole Realm. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Ba Chai, who was at the peak of rank 9. Furthermore, the two of them were inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, which had been stored in the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Given his current low cultivation, he had been able to store a Black Hole Realm powerhouse in his body because of the Black Mosquito Bastion's ability to fold space. However, if he wanted to release a Star Realm powerhouse from the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to do so. He would have to first release the Black Mosquito Bastion before he could do so. However, he was currently inside the Black Mosquito Bastion, so there was no way he could release another spacetime bastion from within it. Folded space was also repellent, which was a disadvantage. Besides, so what if he could release the Black Mosquito Bastion? Even if he used up all the power of the Black Mosquito Bastion, he would not be able to defeat Ba Chai. Instead, he would have to rely on the Black Mosquito Bastion. Yi Xian would not do such a stupid thing. After all, the Black Mosquito Bastion was now in the undying world within his body. As long as he did not take it out, even Ba Chai, who was at rank 9 of the Black Hole Realm, would not be able to detect it. Even if he wanted to extort a confession, as long as Yi Xian could grit his teeth and bear with it, the other party would not be able to do anything. In other words, he could not even count on the Black Mosquito Bastion now, let alone Lulua. She was only at rank 7 of the planet realm, so Ba Chai could kill her with one finger. In the end, if Yi Xian wanted to save himself now, he could not count on his strength. His only chance was to scheme. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used his brain and began to calculate and deduce frantically. Needless to say, after a short few breaths, he really found a way out. It was an extremely dangerous way that could only temporarily solve the problem at hand and would cause endless troubles in the future. Even so, he still made up his mind at the first moment because there was no better plan than this one. How dare you attack the Black Mosquito under my command? You're quite bold, aren't you? You're courting death. After grabbing onto Yi Xian, Ba Cha wasn't in a hurry. He had a lazy expression on his face as he looked at Yi Xian with a cold smile. Speak, where is the Black Mosquito? How did you manage to do all this? If I'm satisfied with your answer, I might spare your life. Bull *T. Do I need you to spare my life? You are just a small scout leader. Who do you think you are? Without waiting for Ba Cha to finish speaking, Yi Xian had already jumped up and roared. As he angrily rebuked, he pointed his finger at Ba Cha, and the index finger of his right hand was almost on his nose. You bastard, this Holy Sun's plan has only been completed halfway, and I have only just obtained the level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I just happened to hook up with a direct descendant of the Shenyuan family, a level 8 gene cultivation fluid, and you destroyed it. You should think carefully about how to explain it to the Demon Emperor when you return. After saying this, Yi Xian still hadn't vented his anger. He fiercely spat at the dumbstruck Ba Chai. High Priest Wenxing's painstaking efforts were all messed up by you, you idiot. Silence. A deathly silence. At that moment, apart from Yi Xian, Lu Luo, and Bastion, There were more than 10 figures in the luxurious hall on the 4th floor of the Black Wind. They were all Bastion's trusted stewards and advisors. But now, all of them were stunned by Yi Xian's words. After a long while, Bastion swallowed his saliva and asked, You. How do you know about High Priest Wen Xing? You. What did you mean? What did I mean? That's what I meant. Yi Xian glared at him and directly activated the spirit core in his mind. In an instant, a pure devil chi source energy spread out, so clear that it was like a large brick hanging under his eyelids. There was no need to sense it. As long as it was a person, they would be able to sense it. Heavens? Yi Xian, you are a demon? Lu Luo was the first to react. Her face was full of shock as she recalled what Yi Xian had just said. It turned out that this guy was a spy who had infiltrated the human race. He had schemed against the purplish warbler to get close to her and had set his sights on the Shenyuan family's level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula. Thinking of this, Lulua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as she roared. You bastard, to think that Ziying and I trusted you so much. You approached us because of the imperial capital's Shenyuan family's formula for the grade 8 liquid? I will kill you. As she roared, Lu Luo raised her hand to slap Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to stun her and she fainted on the floor. She was a Planet 7th stage powerhouse, so she shouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Xian had only succeeded because Lu Luo's mind had already collapsed. Coupled with Yi Xian's sneak attack, Yi Xian had succeeded. Look, this is what you did. Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? Yi Xian secretly praised Lu Luo's cooperation, but his expression didn't change. He glared at Ba Chai and reprimanded sternly. I obeyed the orders of the Demon King and was given a secret technique by High Priest Wen Xing that allowed me to fool the human race's superbrain for a short period of time. It wasn't easy for me to sneak in and get an identity. Then, I pretended to rescue a large number of Black Mosquito Federation powerhouses to obtain a large number of Federation contribution points. It wasn't easy for me to exchange for a tube of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Now that the level 8 gene cultivation fluid formula was about to be in my hands, you interfered. After returning to the demon domain, you can go to the Demon King and High Priest Wen Xing to receive your punishment. Yi Xian had only said these words after careful consideration. He had learned everything about the demon race from Naibwa Mountain when he was bored. Coincidentally, Wen Xing, who was the Demon King's high priest, was from the Black Mosquito tribe. Therefore, Yi Xian's words weren't too flawed. The demon race had a total of 10 tribes, each with 1,000,000 tribesmen and 1 great commander. The 10 great commanders led the 10 tribes and were under the control of the Demon King. The demon race's 10 space fortresses in the Third Universe's graveyard domain were actually from the 10 different tribes. The Black Mosquito ship was from the Black Mosquito tribe, and the Black Wind ship was from the Black Wind tribe. Therefore, Ba Chai didn't know much about the Black Mosquito tribe. However, he knew that High Priest Wen Xing was a favorite of the Demon King and was also from the Black Mosquito tribe. Under such circumstances, the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son had come here to carry out the Demon King's secret mission with High Priest Wen Xing's help. He had avoided him, the frontline leader, and instead went directly to the Black Mosquito ship from the Black Mosquito tribe. This was completely reasonable. Most importantly, Yi Xian's demon mind power couldn't be faked. It was clearly very pure. His cultivation realm wasn't high, but his mind power level wasn't low. This was the characteristic of the holy son of the 10 tribes. Chapter 27:14. Re-entering the 10,000 cataclysm. Seeing the incomparably enraged Yi Xian, the leader of the demon scouts, Ba Chai, had a gloomy expression. For a moment, he fell silent. What Yi Xian had said was unacceptable to him. But what was worse was that no matter how Ba Chai analyzed, he couldn't find any suspicious points that could be magnified. In reality, just the fact that the other party was a demon was enough to explain everything. In the face of this fact, even if he could find some suspicious points in the other party's words, the final result would clearly be pale and powerless. There was not much meaning to it at all. As he muttered to himself, as he searched for Yi Xian's words, he couldn't find anything suspicious. Unknowingly, Ba Kai had already accepted what Yi Xian said as the truth. But he was unwilling. They had agreed to vent their anger, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge mistake. No one would be able to accept this matter calmly in a short time. As his eyes flickered, Ba Chue pondered for a moment. In the end, he steeled his heart, gritted his teeth, and glared at Yi Xian. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the black mosquito? If there is even half a word of concealment, I, Ba Chai, as the supreme commander of the demon army at the front line, have the right to kill you on the spot. At most, I will just go back and ask the high priest for a crime of ignorance. Kid, you better think carefully. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched violently, and his heart instantly became uneasy. Yi Xian was an unreasonable and cruel person. Now that he was angry and humiliated, he might actually dare to do what he said just now. If possible, Yi Xian really didn't want to gamble with his own life. But now he had no way out. Once the black mosquito ship was taken out, the other party would definitely be able to see the problem from the number of demons inside. This was inexplicable. It was fine to pretend to release the Federation captives, but how could there be less than 3,000 demon scouts left? Since Ba Chai had been waiting outside the Heavenly River Star, it meant that he had come prepared. He had most likely already grasped the distribution of demon scouts in the star field where the black mosquito ship was located. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. After realizing the situation, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. He could only brace himself and walk down this dark path. Humph, I'm not scared. If Boss Barakai wants to betray the demon-human race, I'll just do it. Yi Xian glanced at Ba Chai with disdain. His heart trembled, but his face was calm and fearless. He even mocked back and secretly warned, "Don't forget, when this saint was captured by you on the Black Wind, many people in the Myriad Luo Federation saw it. With my current ranking on the Federation's contribution rankings, this matter will soon spread. When the Demon King asks about it, if you can't hand him over, I believe I don't need to remind you of the consequences, right?" Although it was a threat, it was the truth. Ba Chai was only one of the 10 leaders of the Black Wind tribe, so how could he dare to go against the Nephilim Emperor? When he heard Yi Xian's words, just imagining the scene of the Nephilim Emperor's anger made his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought again. Since you want to use the Nephilim Emperor to pressure me, then fine, let's do business. After thinking about it, Ba Chai clearly had a countermeasure. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he stared fiercely at Yi Xian and laughed strangely. Even if you really have a secret mission from the Nephilim Emperor, I, Ba Chai, don't know about it. It's hard to verify whether it's true or false. Not to mention that you are the Black Mosquito Tribe saint. Even if you call yourself the Demon Prince, I still have to verify it before I can be sure of this matter. So, it's almost time to return to the demon-human star field. Since it's related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor, it doesn't matter if I return 2 years earlier. But before that, your identity is clear, so you can only obediently stay in the Myriad Luo Hell. As for this human woman, humph, she's useless anyway. Let me vent my anger on her. Boom. As he finished speaking, Ba Chai's expression suddenly turned sinister. He lowered his head to look at the unconscious Lu Luo on the ground. Then before Yi Xian could recover, Ba Chai had already raised his palm and slammed it down with a bang. With a loud bang, the bloody mist that filled the sky instantly dispersed. The unconscious Lu Luo was instantly smashed into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a fingernail-sized piece of flesh. Ha ha ha. This person's identity is suspicious, but this is related to the secret mission personally ordered by the Nephilim Emperor. This leader doesn't dare to be negligent. Immediately inform the other 8 space fortresses to send all the resources to the wormhole area. This leader will return to the demon-human star field in advance. As for this person, he will be temporarily detained in the Myriad Luo Hell. Xiao! Laughing wildly, Ba Chai waved his hand as he spoke. A black membrane of light 100 meters in diameter instantly appeared on the floor of the hall. Yi Xian, who was shocked by Lu Luo's tragic death, was caught off guard. He only felt the air beneath his feet as his body fell into the black membrane of light. Bang bang! Clang clang! His body fell heavily to the ground. Before Yi Xian could get up, a familiar sound rang in his ears. It was the sound of the myriad cataclysmic prison cage falling down. Looking around, his face gradually darkened. Everything around him was familiar yet unfamiliar. The environment was exactly the same as the first floor of the Black Mosquito's lower cabin. However, the Federation experts imprisoned in the cages in the distance were all unfamiliar faces. Without a doubt, this was the myriad cataclysmic prison in the Black Wind's lower cabin. In just a few short months, He had been imprisoned in 2 different demon-human fortresses. This was really annoying. What made him feel even more guilty was Lu Luo's death. When he thought about how that girl had fallen into a coma with a huge grudge against him before her death, and how he didn't even have a chance to explain himself, Yixian felt an inexplicable surge of pent-up anger in his chest. He clenched his teeth, only wanting to kill. After a long time, Yixian's turbulent emotions gradually calmed down. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage, he closed his eyes and quickly analyzed the situation he was facing. There was no doubt that as soon as he returned to the demon-human starfield, his lies would immediately be exposed. The huge trouble he had mentioned before was this matter. To him, there were only 2 paths to take. Either he stopped Ba Chai from returning to the demon-human starfield, or he had to kill or subdue Ba Chai before the black wind entered the wormhole and returned to the first universe on the other side. No matter which of these 2 paths he chose, he had to refine a level 9 or even level 10 slave seal. Only then could he be considered to have the conditions to make a move. The reason why he needed a grade 10 slave seal was because Ba Chai was already in the 8th realm, the black hole realm. Once he stepped into the 9th realm after the black hole realm, even a grade 9 slave seal might not be enough to protect him. Chapter 27:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Legendary battleship Purple Cave shuttle. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Yixian, who had been imprisoned in the myriad shifting hells once again, hadn't moved his body at all. His eyes were shut tight and he was in a state where he had forgotten everything. Although he appeared to be extremely calm, the mind source core in his mind was the exact opposite. It was constantly operating frantically. Within 10 days, a large amount of spirit source energy was continuously extracted from the spirit source core in Yixian's sea of consciousness. Then, according to the unique method of condensing a slave seal, he condensed it again and again, compressing it again and again. From the very beginning, the first-level slave seal continuously increased its level and quality. However, the slave seal that Yixian had condensed was only 1. As the level of the slave seal increased, the amount of time and energy required to condense it would increase exponentially. Even the amount of mind source power that had to be invested would increase exponentially. If Yixian wanted to condense a level 10 slave seal, he would need at least half a month, given his usual speed. However, this time, he had sunk into a complete frenzy. He hadn't slept or rested for 10 days and nights before he finally managed to condense the slave seal in his mind and forcibly raise it to level 10. This was the first level 10 slave seal that Yixian had condensed. Compared to the previous slave seals, after reaching level 10, the pure black color of the slave seal had turned into a black with hints of purple. It also emitted an indescribably mysterious aura. Yixian had a lot of confidence in this level 10 slave seal after just one look. He had a faint feeling that the slave seal after level 10 seemed to be different from before. It wasn't just the color, but most of its effectiveness had also undergone a qualitative change. However, this was just a guess at the moment. He would have to wait until he successfully planted this level 10 slave seal on Barakai before he could verify it. After the successful condensation of this level 10 slave seal, Yixian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally calmed down by half. However, this was only half of it. In his opinion, having a level 10 slave seal only meant that he had the qualifications to attack Barakai. However, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Yixian decided to make some preparations before he made his move, in case he had no way out if he failed. He planned to fuse the battle armor, battle weapon, and personal warship that had already been fused 4 times. He believed that after completing the 5th fusion, the battle armor and warship, which were already top grade, would most likely be upgraded to star grade legendary grade treasures in one fell swoop. And because of the birth of the sword spirit, the sword, the demonic blood star essence, a legendary grade treasure, and the sword. In this way, even if the operation to plant the slave imprint on Ba Chai failed, once they shed all pretense of cordiality, whether it was struggling or waiting for an opportunity to escape, Yixian would be more confident. Of course, in order to achieve quality improvement, the level and quality of the consumables and similar treasures added to the 5th fusion had to be carefully selected. After making his decision, Yixian immediately became spirited and began to carefully choose. Yixian didn't look through the tens of thousands of small space boxes in his undying world. Firstly, there were too many of them, and secondly, Although the people he had extorted were all quite wealthy, the best things were in the 30% share that they kept for themselves. Although the 70% share that Yixian obtained was also extremely rare, it was clearly insufficient for the important fifth fusion. Fortunately, he had found a few decent legendary, epic, and even supreme-grade treasures and materials in the Black Mosquito ship's third warehouse. This time, they were just right for him. After some consideration, Yixian chose 3 of them. They were star-tier crystals, undying void metal, and the wormhole warship. There were a total of 3 pieces of star-tier crystals. Yixian only took one and planned to refine it into his Demon Blood Star Essence Sword. It was an epic-grade mineral that could enhance the sword's spirituality. As for the void indestructible gold, Yixian planned to refine it into the Violet Phoenix glass armor. It was a starry sky treasure-grade mineral, and with the fusion of this metal, Yixian's battle armor would definitely level up. It wouldn't be impossible for it to jump to the epic grade. After all, the void indestructible gold that was fused into the void indestructible gold was a rare starry sky ore. As for the wormhole ship, there was no need to mention it. Although it was only an epic warship, it was extremely sturdy and could withstand the terrifying crushing force of the wormhole jump. If this ship was fused with a purple star shuttle, allowing the purple star shuttle to possess such terrifying sturdiness, then once the 10th level slave seal on Ba Chai failed, Yixian would still be able to think of a way to escape from the Black Wind Battlestar. Even if Yixian was dragged into the depths of the graveyard's core, the natural wormhole that led to the first universe, Yixian wouldn't be afraid. Yixian ran through all the details once more, and made sure he didn't overlook anything. Then he gritted his teeth and threw the purple star shuttle and the wormhole warship he'd just taken from the undying world into the devouring system. To be more precise, it was the fusion system attached to the devouring system. The familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Purple star shuttle and wormhole warship. Begin fusion? Yixian immediately gave a definite reply. Then with a thought, he threw over a large pile of star core sources. This was the energy required for the fusion process. Ding! Beginning the 5th fusion of Purple Star Shuttle. Progress 1. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the notification. According to past experience, the 5th fusion would take a long time, at least 6 days. Yixian took advantage of this time to close his eyes again and began to refine a new slave seal, just in case. 6 days later, Yixian withdrew his consciousness from the continuous refinement of the slave seal. After waiting for half a day, the notification that the 5th fusion was complete finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 5th fusion is a success. The Purple Hole Shuttle has been acquired. Grade: Legendary Private Warship. Although it was only at the legendary level, Yixian was already extremely satisfied. After all, a successful fusion meant that his Purple Hole Shuttle would be able to withstand the terrifying void-crushing force of a natural wormhole jump like those large warships and space fortresses. Yixian's consciousness quickly sank into his body with such joy. After examining it for a while, he discovered that the Purple Hole Shuttle's sleek and handsome appearance hadn't changed at all. However, there were now some slightly blunt edges that looked like muscles. Its color had also changed from its original light purple to a purplish black, and its aura was more restrained and heavy. At a glance, it was obvious that its sturdiness had improved by a large margin. Immediately after, Yixian directly threw the remaining 4 treasures and consumables to the fusion system at the same time. A notification sounded out in his mind in the next instant. Ding! Discovered fusion treasure. Demonic Bloodstar Essence Sword and Star Tier Crystal. Begin fusion? Chapter 27:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Epic Grade Battle Armor. Yixian gave an affirmative reply when he heard the notification. At the same time, he threw over a large amount of star core energy that would be used as energy for the fusion. After doing all this, he closed his eyes again. This time, the fusion of 2 treasures at the same time would take a longer time, at least 11 or 12 days, which was enough time for him to condense a large number of slave seals for backup. Fortunately, the last batch of demonkin brain cores he had thrown to the devouring system for decomposition was quite large. Furthermore, most of them were elite demonkin brain cores, so their quality was pretty good. The mind power source they contained was also quite boundless. Otherwise, if he had continued to crazily condense slave seals, the mind power source core in his knowledge sea would have been sucked dry. 12 days later, Yixian opened his eyes. Sure enough, in the next instant, the system notification that the fusion of two treasures was successful sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Devil Blood Star Tier Sword has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 5th successful fusion. The Indestructible Glass Armor has been obtained. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade Battle Armor. Everything was as Xian had speculated. The battle armor and battle armor that had completed the 5th fusion surpassed Xian's small private battleship in terms of grade and reached the Starry Sky Epic grade. The Devil Blood Star Tier Sword had already been promoted to the legendary rank after the birth of the Devil Blood Sword Spirit. This time, with the addition of the Epic rank Star Tier's Mother Tier, it was expected that the Devil Blood Star Tier Sword would advance to the Epic rank. The reason why the Indestructible Glass Armor, which had also been successfully integrated for the 5th time, could skip the legendary grade and be promoted to the epic grade in one fell swoop was because the indestructible void metal that had been integrated this time was an extremely precious mineral of the Starry Sky level. After completing the 5th fusion, the Devil Blood Star Tier Sword and the Indestructible Glass Armor, which had both become epic grade battle armors, were different from before in terms of appearance and aura. Although the Devil Blood Star Tier Sword was still blood red in color, there were now some silvery white teardrop-shaped engravings on the blood red patterns that originally covered the blade. It looked much more lively, and its power had definitely increased by quite a bit as well. As for the Indestructible Glass Armor, after this fusion, it was no longer as feminine as before. Its lines were firm, and it gave off the aura of the void metal, as well as an inexplicable mysterious and inspiring. After a full 28 days, Xian could be said to be preparing for the 5th fusion of the battle armor and the battleship. In addition to the first level slave seal, he had the number of slave marks in the following 18 days. The star translation, 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 translation ye translation, 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 ye translation translation translator. When everything was ready, Xian began to consider the next step of the plan. What he wanted to know the most was the location of the Black Wind. For example, was it still in the graveyard star field? Or had it entered the deepest wormhole in the core of the star field, and was currently in the process of jumping through wormholes? This was very important. It was related to what Xian should do in case he failed to plant a slave seal on Ba Chai. Unfortunately, although he had the purple hole shuttle, he could only leave the cage, and could not walk out of the myriad prison at the bottom of the Black Wind. The old method he used in the Black Mosquito ship could not be used again. On the one hand, time was of the essence, and there was no way he could eat up the purple wind layer by layer. Besides, he did not have enough slave marks now, so he did not have the time to continue forming more. More importantly, when he was on the Black Mosquito ship, he was basically a nobody, and did not attract any attention. But here, Xian did not have the opportunity to sneak into the prison and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Those people had obviously been warned by Ba Chai, and during this period of time, they would wander around twice a day and keep an eye on him. As long as there was the slightest movement, Ba Chai, who was on the top floor of the Black Wind, would be alerted immediately. After thinking for a while, Xian suddenly thought of the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids he had just exchanged. If he used all 3 of them at the same time, perhaps the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain would be able to recover in a short period of time. If that was the case, then with this fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, Xian would be able to activate the star rank independent communication system attached to the devouring system. In other words, it was like a portable satellite base station, and no matter where he was, he would be able to forcibly invade the star network of the nearby administrative planet. He would even be able to use the star network of the administrative planet and invade the star network of a higher level. Of course, taking into account the energy consumption of the fusion system, once this independent communication system was activated, it would most likely be used in the same way. Invading the star network of an administrative planet might be easy, but if he used this method to forcefully connect to the star network, the energy consumption would increase exponentially. However, this was not a problem for Xian now. The amount of star core origin in his undying world was simply too vast, and he did not feel any heartache about using it. As far as he was concerned, the most important thing right now was to successfully activate this starry sky independent communication system. This way, even if he was trapped in the bottom level of the Black Wind, Xian would be able to obtain the information he needed from the outside world without anyone noticing. He might even be able to directly invade the star superbrain at the top of the Black Wind's main AI control center. If that was really the case, once Xian successfully took control of the Black Wind, Ba Chai would instantly meet a tragic end. Thinking up to here, Xian's heart palpitated with excitement. He immediately took out the small box containing the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain from his undying world. At the same time, he also took out an ordinary small box. This was the item that Xian received from a female AI robot at the exchange counter of the Sky River Star Federation Affairs Hall a month ago. Inside the box were the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluid worth 30 million Federation contribution points. Due to the complicated circumstances at that time, and the fact that Xian was certain that the Myriad Net Alliance would not tamper with this kind of thing, he did not open the small box to inspect it. But now, he casually sent out a divine sense imprint to erase the simple seal on the small box. As the small box was opened, a small but extremely bright golden light shot out from the box without any warning. It instantly entered Xian's forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. As if it had grown eyes, it directly imprinted itself on Xian's primordial spirit. Then, a majestic and mysterious energy suddenly exploded, causing Xian's body to shake violently and almost fall down. Chapter 27:17. Immortal Ancestral Dragon Blood, Boom! A terrifying roar that sounded like the collapse of the heavens and the earth resounded in Xian's sea of consciousness. His primordial spirit and consciousness were unable to resist at all. In an instant, it was as if they were being pulled into a huge black hole, entering a dreamlike place. This was an expanse of the starry sky. It was spacious, distant, and silent, and it revealed an extremely strong and simple aura. It was like at the end of a certain universe, and it flowed along the river of time to return to the legendary primeval times. What was strange was that with the appearance of this ancient starry sky, the roar in Xian's sea of consciousness also instantly stopped. Turning his head to look around, his eyes immediately burst out with suspicion and confusion. This mysterious starry sky that revealed a strong ancient aura seemed vaguely familiar. Right, it was exactly the same aura as the mysterious starry sky that he had seen twice when he was cultivating the incomplete Dongshu scripture. The only difference was that in the ancient starry sky scene that the incomplete Dongshu scripture brought to him, there was a terrifying giant turtle that was as large as the entire universe, but here there was nothing. Roar! Just as this thought flashed through Xian's mind, at the end of the endless starry sky in the distance, a high-pitched roar that could split the heavens and earth suddenly came without warning, like the roar of a dragon. No, it was not like. This was indeed the roar of a dragon. Because in the next moment, in the deep galaxy at the end of his line of sight, a golden figure that was not the slightest bit weaker than the Dongshu giant turtle appeared. A dragon. A golden dragon that was entirely golden and exuded the endless majesty of an emperor. Roar! Just as Xian was in shock, the golden dragon had already stretched out its neck and roared again. With a casual wave of its right front claw, a vast galaxy was turned into nothingness, forming a huge black hole that revealed an endless devouring power. Several nearby galaxies were instantly sucked in and swallowed, but it was unable to shake even a single scale of the golden dragon. Terrifying. An absolutely terrifying existence, just like the Dongshu giant turtle, should be an existence of the same level. Perhaps they only existed in the primordial times. In the current world, it was impossible for such a powerful life form to exist. Swish! As the second dragon roar faded away, the giant golden dragon in the distance seemed to inadvertently glance in the direction of Xian. Then, as the giant golden dragon raised its right front claw and pointed at Xian across the endless void, the sound of breaking air instantly approached. A ray of light that was only the size of a fingernail but blossomed with a blazing golden light directly entered the dragon's forehead. This scene was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid before he was pulled into this mysterious void by the sudden boom in his mind. It was exactly the same as when he opened the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Before Xian could think about the cause and effect of the cause and effect, his primordial spirit consciousness had already been shaken again. In an instant, he was squeezed out of the mysterious illusion of the starry sky by an irresistible force. At the same time, it was as if a star had exploded within his sea of consciousness, and a large amount of ancient, obscure, and mysterious runes instantly appeared. What was even stranger was that Yixian clearly didn't recognize a single one of them, but as these ancient runes transformed into a river of runes that charged into his primordial spirit, Yixian seemed to have suddenly gained enlightenment, and all of his profundities were instantly comprehended. The giant golden dragon that was in existence of the same level as the Dongshu giant turtle was called the ancestral dragon, and the tiny ray of light that shot into the forehead of Yixian's primordial spirit when it bent its claw in the ancient illusion of the starry sky just now was a drop of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, called the immortal ancestral dragon's blood. To put it bluntly, it was actually a seed of the ancestral dragon's inheritance. Of course, this seed was not personally given to Yixian by the golden ancestral dragon. The illusion just now was only the shadow of the inheritance that was branded in this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. The real immortal ancestral dragon's blood had actually been shot out from the small space box that contained the 3 tubes of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. It had entered Yixian's body and branded in his primordial spirit. This drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood represented the inheritance of a bloodline, and the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into Yixian's primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky represented the inheritance of a power. To put it simply, if you obtained the actual drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood, it was equivalent to you having a trace of the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body, but that was it. Only when you obtained the ray of golden light that the golden ancestral dragon had shot into your primordial spirit in the ancient illusion of the starry sky, would the ancestral dragon's bloodline in your body be officially recognized. The vast amount of obscure runes contained within the ray of golden light was the secret of the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance. It was a body-tempering technique unique to the golden dragon tribe that could be called an immortal treasure body after reaching the pinnacle. The grade of this body-tempering technique was definitely not inferior to the incomplete Dongshu technique that Yixian had obtained, which was suspected to be related to the Dongshu giant tortoise. Furthermore, this technique was complete. This was simply an enormous fortune. Yixian didn't need any more cultivation techniques. He had the Golden Dragon Tribe's inherited technique for body tempering, and he had the incomplete Dongshu Giant Tortoise's spirit source core. Even the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was different from the spirit source core of an ordinary demon. While other people's spirit source cores were black, his spirit source core was purplish-black. Physical body, spirit, mind, power. If Yixian developed these 3 aspects at the same time, his future achievements would be immeasurable. Everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Yixian felt as if he was in a dream. The incomplete Dongshu Giant Tortoise's Dongshu Giant Tortoise and the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness could be considered a huge surprise. However, compared to the immortal ancestral dragon's blood and the golden ancestral dragon's power inheritance, they were really insignificant. This time, Yixian was clearly a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. He had inexplicably obtained a huge fortune. A fortune from the immortal imperial family. As the drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood was branded into Yixian's primordial spirit and merged with his consciousness, the figure of an old woman appeared in his mind. She was graceful, luxurious, and extraordinary, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. In addition to this old woman's figure, there were also a few simple words. I never expected that you would reach the black hole great circle in just a short 100 years. I am very gratified. Since this is what you need, I will use my personal authority to deliver these 3 vials of level 9 liquid to you as quickly as possible. In addition, there is also a drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood that you have always dreamed of. There are only a few drops of this item left in the imperial family's ancestral land. It was left behind by the ancestors of the dragon clan. It is said to be the supreme blood essence of the ancestral dragon. Originally, it could only be bestowed to the direct descendants of the imperial family who have completed the ultimate trial. I have bitterly begged your father for more than 10 years and paid a hefty price to obtain it in advance. I hope that it can help you break through the black hole realm in one fell swoop and successfully obtain the recognition of this drop of immortal ancestral dragon's blood. You will inherit the power inheritance contained in the ancestral dragon's blood and brand your primordial spirit with the ancestral dragon's aura. Chapter 27:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The black wind trembled. After explaining everything, the image of the woman and the voice in Yixian's mind quickly dissipated. There was no longer any trace of them. Yixian understood after thinking about it for a while. After all, the woman's action was against the rules. The requirements of the everlasting dynasty's ultimate trial were very strict. She couldn't leave any traces that could make her be restrained by her opponent. As the image and voice in his mind disappeared, Yi Xian completely understood the cause and effect of this matter. It was no wonder that Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long would misunderstand. All of this was too much of a coincidence. Even a certain noble lady of the imperial family on the immortal star, far away in the imperial capital, firmly believed that he was her son, let alone others. On one hand, Yi Xian's identity had appeared out of nowhere. There was no trace of him before. This was in line with the requirements for a direct descendant of the imperial family to participate in the ultimate trial. On top of that, not only did he happen to have the word Xian in his name, but he also made it into the top 2,000 of the Federation's contribution point ranking in just a few days. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. The real direct descendant of the imperial family must have come to the graveyard domain, and had a way to quickly obtain a large amount of contribution points from the Federation. And the noble lady in the everlasting star of the imperial capital just so happened to know about this. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in the Sky River domain, which was the closest star to the graveyard domain. How could she not misunderstand? When too many coincidences were put together, it was no longer a coincidence. It was the will of the heavens. Perhaps the will of the heavens was the only explanation for all of this. While sighing, Yi Xian opened his eyes and saw the small spatial box in his right hand. 3 tubes of golden level 9 gene cultivation fluid could be seen inside the box. I can finally begin. I hope that piece of the immortal grade superbrain can recover its vitality as soon as possible. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian immediately opened the small box of star essence crystals in his left hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured all 3 tubes of level 9 liquid into it, submerging the piece of superbrain fragment that was like a withered yellow slice within the box. Following which, he sensed the aura of the star essence source crystal and closed it again. With a flip of his hand, he kept the star essence source crystal into his undying world. Robber! Robber! Bastard! You despicable and shameless bastard! How dare you take it away from us? That drop of immortal progenitor is obviously mine. Return it, or I'll. As soon as all of this was done, not far from the right side of the cage, a manic cursing voice that seemed to be filled with resentment suddenly sounded. It stunned Yi Xian and he reflexively turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. In his line of sight, in the cage closest to Yi Xian 300 to 400 meters away, there was a young cultivator with an imposing appearance. He was crouching in front of the pillar of the cage, staring straight at Yi Xian. His eyes were as red as blood and filled with resentment. His expression was extremely ferocious, as if he was about to devour someone. Yi Xian was immediately stunned. A thought flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide. Long Xian? He almost called out the immortal dragon blood? In addition, this person's appearance was similar to that of the noblewoman of the royal family. The facts were very clear. The guy in the opposite cage was most likely a direct descendant of the royal family of the immortal dynasty. And he was in the final trial. Although he did come to the graveyard starfield, he was so unlucky that he was captured at the bottom of the Black Wind and became a prisoner of the demon. It was not difficult to understand why the other party could confirm that he had taken away his fortune at a glance. How could something like the immortal dragon blood be ordinary? As a direct descendant of the royal family, the other party could sense his aura as soon as he appeared. In addition, with the 3 level 9 gene cultivation fluids that appeared in his hands just now, the other party could roughly analyze the inside story with a little deduction. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately embarrassed. Although there was a reason for this, and everything was just an accident, the fact that he had taken what originally belonged to the other party was undeniable. Even if he hadn't been seen, with Yi Xian's character, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Now, not only was the victim in front of him, but he even saw the whole process of Yi Xian obtaining the drop of immortal dragon blood with his own eyes. This matter was so coincidental that it was unimaginable. Unfortunately, no matter how embarrassed he was, there was no other way. That drop of immortal dragon blood had been branded into Yi Xian's primordial spirit and melted his divine sense. It was like an inseparable whole body. Even if Yi Xian wanted to return it, there was absolutely no way he could take it out and return it in one piece. However, the other party was a prince. With his status, even if Yi Xian had a lot of good things on him, it would be difficult to find anything that could enter the eyes of the family. Moreover, Even if Yi Xian had something that was comparable to the immortal ancestral dragon blood, he might not be able to be so heartless as to give it away. This matter was really difficult. Yi Xian was in a dilemma. He felt guilty and could only shake his head and smile bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Prince Longxian, who was in the cage, had been cursing the entire time. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't respond, he believed that Yi Xian was determined to deny it. The curses in his mouth became more and more unpleasant to hear. Unknowingly, even Yi Xian frowned as his annoyance grew. In the end, Yi Xian simply closed his eyes and sealed his five senses, treating everything in the outside world as if it didn't exist. Even the slight apologetic feeling in his heart disappeared in an instant after he received the stench from the other party. He was a proud person. How could he allow others to casually curse him like this? Everything had a cause and effect. If he accidentally obtained the immortal dragon blood from the other party was the cause, then in Yi Xian's view, the curses he had just received from the other party were enough to be the cause. From now on, they didn't owe each other anything and had no more disputes. His heart was at ease. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's state of mind gradually calmed down. He soon forgot about Prince Longxian in the opposite cage and entered a state of deep concentration. He analyzed the current situation and deduced the subsequent countermeasures. It was also at this moment that the notification of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have captured the biological frequency of the immortal superbrain. Do you want to examine it immediately? So fast. These three words flashed in his mind. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the small box of star marrow crystals that he had just put into the undying world and opened it. As the lid was opened, an extremely obscure and faint mysterious aura rushed out. However, when Yi Xian tried to sense it carefully, he strangely found that he couldn't touch anything. It was as if the aura didn't exist at all. Rumble! While he was marveling inwardly, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The floor of the cataclysm under his feet suddenly shook violently. This was the rhythm of the entire Black Wind Bastion shaking. A light flashed in Yi Xian's mind and he immediately closed the box. Chapter 27:19. The superbrain's level suppression. The only use of a superbrain was to act as a biological intelligence hub in a multitude of interstellar networks of varying sizes. It could be as large as the third universe's interstellar network, as small as the interstellar network of an administrative planet, or even the interstellar network of a bastion. Its function was similar to that of a human's brain. This had to do with the level of the superbrain. For example, the one in the imperishable star of the everlasting dynasty was the highest level of immortal rank. The one that could be used in the interstellar network of a bastion was the most common of all superbrains. For example, the ones that acted as the control hub of the Black Wind and Black Mosquito's bastions were the most common. The Black Mosquito's superbrain had been refined by Yi Xian. Its effect was similar to controlling a human's thoughts. Since then, the Black Mosquito had become Yi Xian's personal property. He could control everything with a single thought. Through this incident, Yi Xian had become very familiar with the superbrain's aura. Just now, when the Black Wind had shuddered violently without warning, Yi Xian had caught a whiff of the superbrain's aura. It was dim, but there was a clear sense of fear. That was why an idea flashed through his mind so quickly. He almost subconsciously closed the small box containing the immortal rank star essence crystal that contained the fragment of the star essence crystal. At this moment, as the small crystal box closed, the violent trembling of the Black Wind instantly disappeared. Just this point alone was enough to confirm Yi Xian's guess. As expected, the immortal rank superbrain had a natural advantage over the normal rank superbrain. This was very normal. Many creatures in the natural world were like this. Although the box in his hand contained only a fragment of an immortal rank superbrain, it still exuded the unique aura of an immortal rank superbrain when it was rejuvenated by the 9th grade gene cultivation fluid. It may be weak, but it was real. The other existences might not have reacted, but for all the normal level superbrains, it was like a commoner meeting a king. It was impossible for them not to tremble. This kind of level suppression effect was just the natural instinct of the superbrain species. It had nothing much to do with Yi Xian. But now, it was this unexpected discovery that made him feel enlightened. All his troubles and worries had actually vanished completely in an instant, and it was like a violent gale had swept past, causing the clouds to disperse and the mist to become clear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained an immortal rank space superbrain fragment. Activation requirements met. Would you like to activate the space-level personal communication system? As Yi Xian put away the star marrow crystal box that contained the immortal rank star superbrain fragment and tossed it to the devouring system, the long-awaited system notification soon rang. At this moment, Yi Xian's breathing quickened, and he gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Following that, the notifications from the devouring system sounded again, one after another, like a bombardment. For a moment, Yi Xian was caught off guard. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Starry Sky personal communication system has been successfully activated. Current level of the star brain. Fragment. Current level star brain frequency coverage. 1 light moon in diameter. Current level network communication ability. Connection is limited to same-level communication. Cross-level communication is not allowed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Discovered star brain frequency coverage. Type. Micro-local area network. Star brain level. Normal. Would you like to connect to it immediately? When the system notification finally ended in his mind, Yi Xian felt a little dazed. After calming himself down, he began to analyze it one by one. First of all, the Starry Sky personal communication system had been successfully activated. Moreover, the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain seemed to have become the core of this communication system from now on. Just like the immortal rank star superbrain on the immortal planet, it would handle all the exchange of data. Furthermore, from the analysis of the notification just now, the newly activated personal communication system seemed to have different levels, and these levels were directly linked to the star superbrain, which was the intelligence core of the system. Right now, the intelligence core of the system was only a fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain, so it was the lowest level. The furthest the starbrain's frequency could cover was 1 light moon. Of course, this distance would increase in the future as the fragment of the immortal rank star superbrain grew. As for how it would grow, Yi Xian didn't have time to examine it in detail. Other than that, the fragmented personal communication system could only capture the frequency signals of other space networks within the diameter of 1 light moon. After connecting, it could only move within the space network of this level, and there was no way it could forcibly cross the boundary and invade the network of the next level. For example, if it captured the frequency signals of the star network of the Sky River planet, then once connected, it could only move within this level of star network. If it wanted to go against the flow and invade a higher level of star network of the Heavenly Dust Star Nation, unfortunately, it was not enough. As for the micro-local area network mentioned by the system, it was without a doubt the internal network of the Black Wind Bastion. From the content of the notification, Yi Xian's personal communication system was able to detect and capture the frequency signals of other star superbrains to connect to other star networks. After all the galactic-level networks, from the top network covering the entire Universe 3 to the local network inside a space fortress, were all galactic supercomputers. The only difference was that they were of different levels. After understanding the basic situation, Yi Xian didn't immediately give the order to connect to the Black Wind's AI core. He couldn't escape anyway. What he was most concerned about was the growth and evolution of this immortal rank star superbrain fragment. After all, the function of this fragment was too simple and too weak. It was too different from Yi Xian's original intention. With this question in mind, he immediately searched the internal database of the personal communication system. It didn't take long for him to understand. The AI core of this personal communication system that Yi Xian had just activated was only a fragment of a fragment. But as long as it was active again, then it would be like Earth's Taisui fungus. It would grow through constant cell division until it was completely restored to its original form. Of course, the star superbrain was like Taisui fungus. It was a strange existence that existed between life and non-life. It didn't have any cells, but the general idea was correct. The only difference was that the Taisui fungus on Earth would grow slowly even if it was soaked in clear water. However, the fragment of the superbrain had to use a special mineral called the demonic black crystal in order to achieve the same effect. Coincidentally, not only did Yi Xian have this demon sense black crystal, he had a lot of it. Chapter 2720. What a big pie! The appearance of the dark crystals of demonicity seemed like a coincidence, but it wasn't hard to see why. As everyone knew, the higher the level of the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center, the wider the Starry Sky Network's coverage. The reason for this was that the Starry Sky Network's network signal was actually the biological frequency emitted by the Starry Sky Network's intelligence center. The more powerful the superbrain, the more powerful its waves were. This kind of frequency was essentially the same as the psychic powers of the demon kin. It was understandable that both the demon kin and the superbrain needed the dark crystals of demonicity. The so-called black crystal of demonic will contained a special power that could amplify the mental power of a demon kin. It was obvious that the amplification effect was beneficial to the superbrain's biological wave frequency as well. Yi Xian calmed down when he understood the situation. He had more than enough dark crystals of demonicity, more than enough for him to use. But this wasn't the time to worry about it. Their first priority was to capture Black Wind. Yi Xian immediately gave an order to the newly activated communication system. Immediately connect to the internal local area network of the Black Wind Bastion and subdue and refine the main control center of the Black Wind Bastion, which was also the ordinary superbrain. Following the order, Yi Xian clearly felt a strange dark energy throbbing within his body. It was a bit like the mental energy of the devil cultivator, but also a bit like the spiritual sense of a human cultivator. It was probably the unique biological frequency of the starry sky superbrain. This strand of biological frequency didn't need Yi Xian to control it at all. It followed the aura of the same kind of frequency and wandered out of Yi Xian's body, as if it was an invisible and intangible thread. One end was connected to Yi Xian's primordial spirit consciousness, and the other end was quickly twisting and turning, seamlessly inserting a needle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the 4th floor of the Black Wind Battlestar and entered the central control hall of the 4th floor's core area. In the next moment, Yi Xian's mind inexplicably trembled. It was as if he was in a spiritual relationship as he sensed another strand of the same wave frequency. However, it was much weaker and carried a sense of fear. It was obvious that the immortal-level superbrain frequency that extended from his body had successfully formed a connection with the artificial intelligence center of Black Wind. In the next moment, a large number of grasps surged into Yi Xian's mind like a surging river, encompassing everything within the Black Wind. Due to the large amount of data, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt dizzy. This was because he wasn't familiar with the operation. Once he got the hang of it, he could selectively search for the data he needed and ignore the rest. Fortunately, his psychic powers were strong. He recovered after a few moments of dizziness. After that, Yi Xian began to examine the data he'd just acquired. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the data didn't just include access to the main passage in Aegis, but also access to all of the Bastion's portals. It also included access to all of the portals and portals on all 4 levels of the Bastion. Moreover, all of them had the highest level of authority. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he would be able to completely change the activation imprint of all the spatial gates without anyone noticing. In this way, even Ba Chai would find it difficult to move an inch within the Black Mosquito Star Fortress. Even his psychic seal had lost its effect. Portals and passageways couldn't be opened, so where could he go? Apart from that, the Bastion's defenses and offensive formations were all included in the data. In his ecstasy, Yi Xian immediately refined the Black Wind's superbrain. He then spent some time to change all of the control permissions. In short, all of the Demonkin experts on Black Wind lost all of their authority in the blink of an eye. Everything was now in Yi Xian's hands. If he wanted to, he could absorb the Black Wind into his undying world with a single thought, just like the Black Mosquito Bastion. However, he clearly didn't plan to do so immediately. Yi Xian even left a temporary expiration period for the activation of the portals and passageways. This was because he found a piece of information in the database of the Black Wind's AI core. In 2 days, the Black Wind would arrive at the edge of the natural wormhole that led to the first universe in the deepest part of the domain of the graveyard. At that time, all of the Demonkin scouts, except for the Black Mosquito Bastion, would arrive at the wormhole. Their purpose was to transfer the large amount of rare minerals, star cores, and other treasures they had mined in their respective domains over the years to the Black Wind. They would be brought back to the Demunkin's ancestral land by the Black Wind, which was about to return to the Demunkin's domain in the first universe. Before this, the Black Mosquito Bastion's vast amount of resources had made Yi Xian so happy that he almost couldn't control himself. In 2 days, the other 9 bastions, including the Black Wind, would gather all of the resources and treasures they had collected over the years. Yi Xian almost couldn't bear the thought of such a scene. In short, it was such a big pie that he would feel sorry for himself if he didn't eat it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Yi Xian stayed in the cage of the 10,000 nets at the bottom of the Black Wind. But through the Black Wind's AI, nothing in the entire bastion could escape his senses. When he was bored, he tried to connect to the Sky River network, which was the closest to him, through the Black Wind's internal LAN. He wanted to know how the Sky River network reacted after he was abducted. But the results were disappointing. The levels of the LAN were very strict. The immortal grade AI on the immortal planet in the imperial capital controlled the level 1 LAN. The AI in the capitals of the 3 great empires controlled the level 2 LAN. In the territories of the 3 great empires, the superbrains in the capital planets of the smaller empires controlled a large amount of level 3 starnet. Below the small nations were administrative planets like the Sky River Star. What the superbrain controlled was a level 4 starnet that covered a certain number of nearby star regions. The level 5 LAN below level 4 was more of a general term. It referred to the LAN controlled by the AI in each battleship or bastion. In other words, the Black Wind's LAN was level 5. Even if the AI in the Sky River Star's LAN could reach the Black Wind's LAN, it was level 4. The fragmentary AI could only connect to other networks. It couldn't force its way into the level 1 network, so it was hopeless. Of course, Xianxia could use his AI to connect to the Sky River Star's level 4 network, the capital planet's level 3 network, or even the imperial capital planet's level 2 network. But the prerequisite is that you must at least be able to detect the superbrain waves of the star network, right? Chapter 27-21. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Opening the Myriad Prison. The Graveyard Star Zone was located in the middle of the Cultivation sector and the Technology sector of the Third Universe. There were several naturally formed wormholes in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone. One end of the wormholes was in the Third Universe, and the other end was in other universes or even in the nameless void. 2 of the wormholes were proven to be connected to the First Universe, which was occupied by the Heavenly Legacy Clan, and the Second Universe, which was occupied by the Thousand Luo Federation and other space races except for the human race. Other than that, there were 3 other natural wormholes. Nobody knew where they were connected to, and few people dared to enter them because none of the experts who entered the 3 natural wormholes ever came back. Although the 5 natural wormholes were all located in the deepest part of the central core of the Graveyard Star Zone, they were quite far away from each other. They were at least several light years away. Of course, given the current technological strength and the cultivation civilization of the Myriad Luo Federation and the Tianji clan, a distance of several light years was nothing in the eyes of true experts. The natural wormhole that was connected to the First Universe, which was controlled by the Heavenly Legacy Clan, happened to be at the edge of the 5 natural wormholes. Moreover, because this natural wormhole was the only passage for the Tianji clan of the First Universe and the many slave clans under their command to enter the Third Universe of the human race, it was rare to see the figures of the Federation around this wormhole. The closer one was to the edge of the wormhole, the fewer human cultivators and experts of the Thousand Luo Federation could be seen. As time passed, the space closest to the edge of the wormhole had almost become the frontline base of the Heavenly Legacy Clan and their slave races in the Third Universe. A large number of slaves of the Heavenly Legacy Clan in all kinds of shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere near the wormhole. But today, this star field was rather deserted, because 8 of the 10 bastions of the Demon Scout Corps had strangely arrived in one day. Of the 3 known stable universes, the first universe was in the Third Universe. The Third Universe was occupied by the human race. The second universe was inhabited by a large number of other space races that had joined the Federation. The first universe, on the other hand, had long been unified by the Heavenly Legacy Clan. Even in the Third Universe, the human race was actually divided into 2 camps. Although they were harmonious with each other, they were different forces after all. But in the First Universe, the Heavenly Legacy Clan deserved to be the only overlord. He had countless slave races under his command, and among them, the Demon Kin race was special. They looked no different from humans and were very difficult to distinguish, so they were favored by the Heaven's Legacy race the most. Among the many slave races of the Tianji clan, the other races only had a few scattered powerhouses enter the Third Universe of the human race. The Demon race was Demon Army. Was the Demon Army. 10 space fortresses were given by the leaders of the Heavenly Legacy Clan were hands. The 10 space fortresses given by the leaders was Legacy Clan. The 10 space fortresses, space were space translation, and Luo translation of translation was space star translation. Because of this, the other servants of the Heaven's Legacy race in the First Universe did not dare to provoke the Demon Kin race. Unknowingly, the Demon race had become the most powerful slave race under the command of the Tianji clan. Therefore, when the 8 Demon race space fortresses descended at the same time, the other Tianji clan slave race experts who were originally active in this area hurriedly retreated at the first possible moment. Boom! In the distance, A black bastion 10,000 meters in diameter was closing in like a small meteor. It rumbled as it approached. It soon arrived and landed in front of the other 8 space fortresses that were lined up at the edge of the wormhole. The last space fortress to arrive was Black Wind. Whoosh! 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 As Black Wind arrived, the other 8 space fortresses that had been waiting there all shot out beams of black light toward Black Wind from different directions. At the same time, a black light screen that was 1,000 meters wide appeared in the center of Black Wind. It was like an entrance to a tunnel. The 8 beams of black light all landed on the light screen and remained steady. It didn't take long for the 8 bastions in front of the Black Wind to begin the transfer of resources and treasures from the 8 bastions to the Black Wind. The 8 pillars of black light acted like a pipeline for the ship. If it was only a small amount of resources and treasures, it was completely possible to use a spatial box to store them. But because the quantity was too large, and many of the treasures were too high in grade, ordinary spatial storage magic treasures could not store them at all, so this was the only way. The 10 space fortresses of the demon race had returned to the demon domain at the edge of the first universe every 20 years unless there was a special reason. The latest return was less than 2 years away. For nearly 20 years, every bastion had been manned by 10,000 demon scouts, who worked as laborers and hunters. They had been mining stock ore and other rare minerals in the domain of the graveyard. They had also been searching for suitable targets and killing them for treasures. It wasn't hard to imagine how enormous the amount of resources and treasures they had accumulated was. Because of this, even though the 8 space fortresses on the other side of the space fortress used the fastest way to transport resources and treasures, the entire process still took nearly 2 hours to complete. One by one, the 8 bastions withdrew their pillars of black light and departed. The black curtain of light that hung in the middle of the Black Wind's hull, like an entrance to 1,000 meters wide, vanished as well. All of this was naturally controlled by the head scout of the demon cultivator, Ba Chai, who was in charge of the Black Wind. However, in reality, even Ba Chai didn't know that the reason why he was able to do this was entirely because Xianxia had temporarily released his authority. His purpose was to receive this enormous amount of resources and treasures. It was free anyway. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. When all of this was over, Xianxia immediately retracted the authority he had temporarily granted him. All of the resources and treasures he had received were stored in the 3rd level of Black Wind's warehouse. As he retracted the temporary authority, all of the storehouses were completely sealed. Not to mention the warehouse keeper devils guarding the storehouses. Even Barakai was unable to open them. Hum! A buzzing sound suddenly rang out, echoing in every corner of Black Wind's basement. All of the Prisoner Federation's experts were alarmed. Chapter 27-22. Amnesty. What's the situation? The opening of the Myriad Net Hell's main passage in the lower cabin immediately alarmed Ba Chai, who was in the core hall of the top floor of the Black Wind. He, who was enjoying the care of 2 beautiful demonkin women, immediately stood up in shock and flew into a rage. Who opened the Myriad Net Hell's main passage? Hurry up and check the central control room. The only ones with this authority were the 5 demonkin think tanks sitting in the central control room to the left of the core area of the top floor. At this moment, when the 5 subordinates accompanying Ba Chai in the luxurious hall received the order, 2 of them immediately walked towards the entrance of the luxurious hall. At the same time, they extended their mental power and transmitted the mental imprint to open the entrance of the hall. In the next instant, his spiritual brand landed on the sensor device on the side of the door. The latter flickered with a faint black light, but the door didn't move at all. He didn't open it at all. The 2 demon dweller managers were stunned for a moment, and the other person immediately did the same and also shot out a spiritual imprint. In the end, as expected, there was still no response. It would be strange if they could. All of the Black Wind's authority had been taken back by Xianxia, and the entire bastion had been refined into a personal artifact like the Black Mosquito. Forget about the 2 of them. Even Ba Chai wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the penthouse. Boss, something big seems to have happened. I don't think we can open the door. Their hearts shook violently. The 2 demon heart-trusted aides stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Ba Chai, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the hall, with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. At the same time, at the bottom of the Myriad Net Hell, following the opening of the main passage at the center of Myriad Net's prison, a series of cracking noises rang out. The pillars around the nearly 10,000 cages scattered throughout the vast black prison were slowly retracting into the folded space of this area. Of course, all of this was done by Xianxia. However, He didn't open all of the cages, only about 80% of them. It was completely random. The remaining 20% of the cages were completely silent. After refining the superbrain that was the core of the Black Wind's AI, Xian directly grasped the identities of these 10,000 Federation prisoners. The 7,000 Federation powerhouses he released basically didn't have any background, but their cultivations weren't bad. Since Xian couldn't subdue them like how he did the Demonkin thought translation, and they basically didn't mean they didn't have any precious treasures, it was better to just let them and earn a large amount of Federation contribution points for him. As translation, Xian didn't plan. Xian. He didn't plan Xian. Xian would Xian the Federation War was Xian didn't plan. Xian didn't plan Xian translation art Xian translation Xian. Among them was Long Xian, a direct descendant of the Eternal Dynasty who was closest to his cage. At this moment, with 80% of the cages open and the main passage to leave the bastion open, the 7,000 Federation powerhouses who had just escaped were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed. They all rushed toward the main passage at the center of the Black Prison. Although everything that was happening in front of them was too strange, they didn't have time to think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity to escape. If the main passage closed again, that would be a real trap. Time waits for no man. In an instant, a large number of powerhouses from the Federation flew over and rushed into the black light curtain passage. Their figures disappeared, and they were completely free. This scene was like the legendary pardoning of the entire world. At the same time, near the edge of the Cataclysm prison, nearly 100 prison wardens also rushed over. Although their cultivation was low, the mysterious black fog in the Black Prison had a suppressive effect on the consciousness of human powerhouses. They couldn't use their cultivation at all. Even if they wanted to fight, they could only rely on their physical strength. Therefore, these prison wardens had no fear. Although they were confused by such a large-scale escape, at least they knew what they had to do. No matter what, they had to keep as many as they could. The more they kept, the better the rewards they would receive when they returned. Soon, the 100 prison wardens rushed to the edge of the Black Prison's main passage, and began a fierce battle with some of the Federation powerhouses who had just arrived. Xian didn't pay any attention to any of this. The cages were closed and the main passage was open. He had done all he could. If some of these people couldn't escape in the end, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door for me. 300 to 400 meters to the right, Prince Long Xian was angrily clinging to one of the pillars of his cage, slapping and roaring. He watched helplessly as most of his fellow prisoners escaped from their cages. More than half of them had even completely escaped through the black light curtain's main passage. Only he and a small number of unlucky prisoners' cages were unresponsive. This kind of differential treatment simply infuriated him. Open the door. Son of a bitch. Are you blind? I'm a prince. I'm the third prince of the dynasty. You should save me first. *CK me. After slapping for a while without any reaction, Long Xian was in despair. He even revealed his identity as he roared. He felt that he was too unlucky. He had been fine for so many years in the domain of the buried meteorite, but recently, he had a lot of bad luck. First, he was captured by the Black Wind on his way back to the Sky River planet. Then, he found out that the immortal dragon blood that his mother had prepared for him had fallen into someone else's hands. Now, more than 7,000 prisoners had been pardoned, but he didn't get a share. Kachak! Just as Long Xian was roaring crazily, he suddenly heard the sound of the pillars of the cage rising and disappearing into the folded space. His face was filled with joy at first, but then he subconsciously looked down at his feet. When he found that his cage didn't respond, his face immediately darkened. Immediately after, Long Xian's gaze followed the direction of the cracking sound. 300 meters away, Xian had a calm expression on his face as he calmly walked out of the cage with his hands behind his back. He even seemed to faintly glance in his direction. *CK. This is not fair. Son of a bitch. I'm a prince. I'm Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty. You can't treat me like this. *CK me. Seeing that Xian was able to escape, but there was still no reaction from his side, Long Xian felt completely unbalanced. He continued to roar, which was heard by a large number of Federation experts who passed by his cage and were rushing toward the Black Prison's main passage. Unfortunately, no one gave him a second glance. So what if he was Prince Xian? Was he more important than running for his life? Chapter 27-23. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Trapped in a wormhole after exiting the Black Wind, Yi Xian immediately hid behind a small Death Star not far away and lay in wait. Roughly 10 minutes later, when he estimated that most of the 7,000-plus federal experts had left, he finally made his move. With a single thought, he kept the Black Wind into the undying world within his body. Of course, he had also closed the main channel of the Myriad Net's prison's black light screen. According to his original plan, Yi Xian planned to first hide in a remote and secluded star region, then refine some slave seals. After completing all of this, he would release the Black Wind and enter to subdue the Demon Scout within the Battlestar. Of course, he couldn't subdue all of them. After all, he still needed a large number of demon brain cores to upgrade his spirit source core. He could just subdue half and kill half. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed out from the back of the small Death Star that he was hiding in earlier. Just as he was about to activate the Purple Hole shuttle, an irresistible and terrifying suction force suddenly came from the space to his right. Rumble. Not only did this force appear abruptly, but it was so strong that it caused the nearby void to tremble slightly. Yi Xian's figure was pulled in uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string. He streaked across the void and shot forward rapidly. When he turned his head in horror, he clearly saw that in the natural wormhole on the right that led to the first universe, there seemed to be a black light flashing quietly. And this inexplicably terrifying suction force was coming from the wormhole. F***CK. At this critical moment, Yi Xian only had time to curse. Then, he summoned the Purple Hole shuttle and entered the wormhole immediately. In the next instant, the black light flashed again in the natural wormhole. Before the Purple Hole shuttle could be activated, it was sucked in instantly and disappeared completely as if it had entered a black hole. Just as the Purple Hole shuttle was sucked in by the terrifying power of the natural wormhole leading to the first universe and disappeared into the wormhole, the Sky River Star, which had just calmed down because of Yi Xian's recent departure, was once again bustling with activity. This time, Yi Xian released more than 7,000 Federation powerhouses and refined the Black Wind. He obtained a huge amount of rare resources and treasures that were originally going to be sent to the demon's ancestral land and then offered to the Tianji clan. Although outsiders didn't know about all of this, along with his identity as a Federation member, the interstellar mercenary card that was imprinted in Yi Xian's mind was completely aware of it. Moreover, before Yi Xian took out the Purple Hole shuttle, this information had already been sent out by the interstellar mercenary card using a special signal frequency. Therefore, Yi Xian's Federation contribution points skyrocketed once again. Because of this, Yi Xian finally left the human ranking list. At this moment, all the information related to him on the human ranking list were displayed in the Federation's Hall of Affairs at almost the same time. Earth ranking. 999th. Yi Xian. 9th level core realm. Interstellar mercenary serial number. The 131488080. Current Federation contribution points. 176878943, 30 million. Previously, Yi Xian was ranked 1998 on the human ranking list and had slightly more than 100 million Federation contribution points. However, he had already used up 30 million of them. Now, his Federation contribution points had suddenly increased by more than 70 million, allowing Yi Xian to rush out of the human ranking list and enter the Earth ranking. Although his cultivation had jumped from 8th level core realm to 9th level core realm, he was still in the first major realm, the core realm. On the Earth ranking list, there was no one else who had achieved this. However, all of this had happened in the short span of a day. It was difficult for the entire Sky River planet not to be shaken. Right now, the Federation's Hall of Affairs in the sky above the Sky River Star Ocean was in a complete uproar. A large number of Federation powerhouses and interstellar mercenaries were looking up at the information screen with envy, exclaiming from time to time, "Oh my God, it's happening again!" As expected of my idol. How long has it been since he left? In the blink of an eye, more than 70 million Federation contribution points have entered his account. If I had known earlier, I would have shamelessly begged him to take me out with him. Maybe some of these 70 million would have landed on me. That's more than 70 million contribution points we're talking about. He got it in the blink of an eye. Think about it, We've been in this star field for over 100 years, and we've only accumulated a little more than 1,000 points. At the same time, far away in another star field, on the immortal planet of the Empire's capital, the noblewoman suspected to be Long Xian's birth mother wept with joy when she heard the news of the Yixian Federation contribution points ranking list. Xianer, you are indeed mother's good son. It's only been a month and you've already earned more than 70 million Federation contribution points. You must have killed the leader of the demon race's scouts and made a breakthrough in your realm. You little brat. You've obviously broken through the black hole realm and entered the 9th major realm. Why did you hide your cultivation to be 9th level core realm? You're still as naughty as before. Achoo! As the graceful noblewoman on the undying star of the imperial capital whispered in joy, the third prince, Long Xian, who was still imprisoned in the lowest level of the Black Wind, sneezed as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but think of his mother. Long Xian sat down on the ground and choked with sobs. Oh, mother, your son wants to go home. I've been so unlucky recently. It's so dangerous outside. In just 3 short days, Bai Zhengjun and Zhao Long, the commander of the Heavenly River planet, had already met 7 or 8 times to discuss matters in secret. Even now, the two of them still felt that it was inconceivable that Yi Xian had left the mortal ranking 3 days ago and charged into the earth ranking in one fell swoop. They had personally witnessed the prince being taken away by the Demon Scouts clan ship, the Black Wind. He had already become their captive, yet he was still able to earn so many contribution points. This was completely unreasonable. At this moment, Zhao Long was happily striding into Bai Zhengjuan's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed out loud. Ha! Good news, great news. It's been confirmed. Our prince is fine, and he even made a great contribution. An hour ago, a large number of Federation experts returned to the Sky River planet one after another. When they saw the prince's ranking, they revealed a piece of news. It turns out that they all escaped from the Black Wind 3 days ago. There are thousands of them in total. This is exactly the same time as when the prince entered the Earth ranking list. Without a doubt, the prince saved those people. Otherwise, there's no way he could explain his 70 million contribution points. Moreover, the prince's identity has been confirmed. Some of those people said it themselves. At that time, there was indeed a young man in the Black Wind's myriad prison who called himself Prince Xian of the Empire. We didn't guess wrong. TSK, TSK, TSK. We don't have to worry anymore. As expected of Prince Xian of the Empire. Maybe he was captured on purpose just to earn contribution points. Chapter 27-24. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Descending on the demon domain. When Bai Zhengjun heard Zhao Long mention the 30% of the Federation soldiers that he had eliminated using various methods in the past month, Bai Zhengjun was stunned for a moment. Then he awkwardly twitched his mouth. He was the one who had reminded Zhao Long of this matter, so Bai Zhengjun was more or less responsible for it. One had to know that the Tianqin nation had stationed a total of more than 100,000 Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet. 30% was more than 30,000. Zhao Long was really ruthless. In just a short month, he had eliminated 30,000 soldiers under his command. On average, that was more than 1,000 people per day. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bai Zhengjun suddenly realized that he had underestimated this guy in the past. He was really ruthless. Fortunately, because of Prince Xian, the two of them had turned from enemies to friends. Moreover, they had common interests and were firmly tied together. This made Bai Zhengjun feel slightly gratified. After calming down, Bai Zhengjun immediately smiled and led Zhao Long to sit down in the living room. Brother Zhao, you're wrong. Although it's a pity that 30% of the Federation soldiers were eliminated, we've already confirmed Prince Xian's identity. We even have a good understanding of his mentality and methods. Under such circumstances, as long as we have a few more interactions in the future, with our abilities, it's definitely not surprising that Prince Xian would take a fancy to us and reward us. And with Prince Xian's support, the two of us won't care about this small Heavenly River planet. When the time comes, we can directly go to the Imperial capital to complete the mission. Not to mention the 30,000 soldiers stationed there. Even if all the Federation soldiers on the Heavenly River planet are gone, it won't matter to you or me. Ha ha ha. That's true. Zhao Long was happy to hear this and immediately laughed again. His face was full of emotion. This is really a turn of events. This Zhao never thought that after our prince was captured by the demon's Black Wind flagship, not only would he be fine, but he would also be able to cause such a commotion in the demon's space fortress. It's really amazing. Of course. He is a direct descendant of the imperial family from the imperial capital's immortal star. How could we see through him so easily? At this point, Bai Zhengjun seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a moment and his expression changed. Aya, this isn't good. At that time, the black wind of the demon scouts took away one of the maids of the purplish warbler. Could she still be alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the news of Xuanyuan's disappearance be exposed when he returns? Zhao Long was stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Rumble! Boom! Yi Xian's heart had already risen to his throat as the thunderous explosions continued to resound in his ears. He concentrated his attention and tried his best to control the trembling violet cave shuttle as he aimlessly moved forward along the endless darkness before him. At this moment, he was already trapped in the natural wormhole that led to the first universe. If he had not successfully summoned the violet cave shuttle the instant before his body fell into the wormhole and instantly entered the inner cabin of the warship, he would have been smashed to pieces. This was a large natural wormhole that connected two universes. Even a large planet-level warship might not be able to completely protect it. With the strength of Yi Xian's body alone, it was obvious that he could not withstand the crushing force of the void within the wormhole. Fortunately, the violet cave shuttle that had just completed its fifth fusion not long ago did not disappoint him. After merging with the wormhole warship, the strength of the violet cave shuttle had increased by at least several times. Even though it was being tossed around by the void-crushing force in the wormhole like a small boat in a raging sea, it still managed to withstand it and did not disintegrate. This situation lasted for more than a month. During this time, Yi Xian did not relax at all. Although the surroundings were pitch black and there was nothing, he relied on his intuition to control the violet cave shuttle and move forward with all his might. At this moment, at the end of the endless darkness in front of him, an extremely dim ray of starlight finally appeared. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his spirits were lifted. The violet cave shuttle's speed was almost instantly raised to the extreme by him, and like a small purple-black meteor, it rapidly moved forward. Boom! The instant they rushed out of the wormhole, the hull of the purple hole shuttle shook violently again, but the tremors quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of them was, shockingly, a vast expanse of the Milky Way. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he had already stepped out of the warship. After waving his hand and keeping the violet cave shuttle into the undying world in his body, he concealed himself and randomly chose a direction. As he moved forward, he sized up this unfamiliar star field. It was the same endless void, and the same countless stars, big and small, scattered like the stars in the sky. This star field didn't seem to be any different from the third universe of the human race. However, Yi Xian understood that this place most likely didn't belong to the third universe of the human race. Instead, it was the first universe occupied by the Heavenly Legacy clan. Previously, after refining the Black Mosquito Battlestar, Yi Xian more or less understood the first universe of the Demonkin's ancestral land through the Black Mosquito Battlestar's central superbrain. According to what he knew, the ancestral land of the entire Demonkin race was a desolate starfield at the edge of the first universe, and the natural wormhole that led to the third universe of the human race was in the deepest part of the Demonkin starfield. Therefore, Yi Xian had come from the third universe through the wormhole, and now the void of stars he had arrived in should be a corner of the hinterland of the Demonkin starfield. Although the Demonkin starfield was located at the edge of the first universe, its territory was vast. At the center of the starfield was an enormous black star called the Demonkin star. This star was the ancestral land of the Demonkin imperial family. The endless void of stars around the Demonkin starfield was divided between the 10 great tribes of the Demonkin race. Each tribe had a sizable star field. Each tribe had a grand commander and a high priest. In the entire Demonkin race, they were second only to the Demonkin emperor, and their cultivations were all above the black hole realm. Below the grand commander were the head leaders like Ba Chai, and under them were 10 head leaders. In other words, each Demonkin tribe had a population of nearly 1 million, and the entire Demonkin race had a population of more than 10 million. It didn't sound like a lot, but when he thought about how every Demonkin was worth at least 1,000 Federation points, Yi Xian couldn't stop his heart from pounding. When it came to earning Federation points, what better place than the Demonkin starfield? In Yi Xian's eyes, the Demonkin Starfield was an unguarded fantasy hunting ground. Chapter 27-25. Cleansing the Black Wind for 3 whole days. Xian controlled the purple cave shuttle with its concealment formation activated. Finally, they stopped at an extremely quiet border region. After putting away the purple hole shuttle, Xian directly threw the black mosquito ship out of the undying world within his body. Then, his figure flashed and entered the inner cabin of the black mosquito ship. At the same time, he immediately used his mental energy to summon Barker, Mount Naibwa, Li Mosquito, and the other demon slaves. After a short while, they arrived at the luxurious hall in the core area of the top floor of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Xian first asked Barker about the cultivation progress of all the demon slaves on the Black Mosquito shuttle. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he turned to Naiboshan and Li Mosquito. I have already refined the Black Wind. Right now, Ba Chai and all the demon scouts on the Black Wind are trapped inside. The 2 of you come with me. Help me subdue Ba Chai and clean up the Black Wind. At this point, Xian seemed to remember something. He turned to look at Barker. Also, inform Gue Hai Yi Dao and Song Qingyu to choose 500 powerful demonkin slaves. They will enter the Black Wind with me and hunt the low-level demonkin in the 2nd floor of the cave-dwelling area. We will dissect their brains and extract their cores. After receiving the order, Barker immediately turned and left. In less than 2 hours, he returned to report that 1,000 demonkin slaves were ready to depart at any time. In that case, let's depart. Xian rose at once. With a wave of his hand, he led Naiboshan and Li Mosquito out of the Black Mosquito shuttle. At the same time, a black curtain of light about 100 meters in radius appeared in the middle of the Black Mosquito shuttle. Gue Hai Yi Dao and Song Qingyu each led 500 elite demonkin slaves and rushed out with murderous intent. Whoosh! The sound of air braking was fleeting. When all the demonkin slaves had come out, Xian put the Black Mosquito shuttle into his undying world and threw the Black Wind out. We have plenty of time. Let's start from the 2nd floor of the Demon Dweller's Cave. As he spoke, Xian immediately sent out a spiritual imprint. Soon after, a door quickly appeared on the hull of the Black Wind battleship. Boom! Xian took the lead. Just as his figure appeared in the central square of the 2nd floor of the Black Wind ship, a light rumbling sound suddenly came from his right. A demonic dweller scout who happened to be in the area threw a punch at them furiously. His cultivation base was not bad. 9th level core realm. You're already at the great circle of the 9th step, yet you're still hanging around on the 2nd floor. Looks like you're not very successful in the Black Wind. Pursing his lips, Xian's figure swayed slightly as he dodged the opponent's punch. At the same time, he did not hesitate to shoot out a level 2 slave seal. At the same time, Mount Naibwa and Li Mosquito, as well as the 1,000 demon slave elites led by Gue Hai Yi Dao and Song Qingyu, all arrived one after another. The originally spacious central plaza was instantly filled with people. All right, you guys are free to do what you want from now on. Kill all the demonic dweller scouts below 5th level core realm. Dissect their brains and extract their cores. As for the corpses, clean them up after the battle and pile them up in the central square. After saying that, Yizhuan casually chose a main passage and his figure flickered slightly as he shot out like lightning. Through the superbrain of the Black Wind ship, Xian was already familiar with the situation inside this space fortress. Right now, there were about 1,500 demonic dweller elites on the 3rd and 4th floor of the Black Wind ship. These guys' cultivation bases were not bad. After all, this was the flagship of the Demon Dweller Scout Corps. Their leader Ba Chai personally oversaw the place. The strength of his subordinates was naturally higher than the other 9 space fortresses. Basically, they were between the 3rd level satellite realm and the 6th level nebula realm. Of these 1,500 powerful demonic dweller elites, Xian planned to subdue 1,000 of them and kill 500 of them. Apart from that, there were about 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers in the 2nd floor of the demonic dwellings. All of them were at the core realm. Of these 8,000 low-level demonic dwellers, Xian planned to subdue half of them and kill the other half. In that case, he needed to prepare a terrifying 5,000 slave seals. Among them, there were 1,000 slave seals from 3rd to 6th level. Right now, Xian only had less than 500 slave seals. 2 9th level, 4 8th level, 10 7th level, and about 400 3rd level to 6th level. These were all emergency slave seals that he had reserved. As for the 5,000 slave seals needed to cleanse the entire Black Wind ship, he had to make a last-minute effort to condense them. With this goal in mind, Yixian directly arrived at a level 3 passageway. He picked a demon cultivator cave and subdued the dozen or so demon cultivator scouts inside. Then, he had them wait outside the cave and act as guards. Then, he turned around and entered the dwelling. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to focus on condensing demonic seals. With his current level of spiritual power, the speed at which he condensed the most common first-level slave seals was much faster than before. In less than 2 days, he had already condensed 4,000 first-level slave seals. The next step was simple. Yixian wandered around as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw demonic dwellers with 6th-level cultivation and above, he waved his hand and subdued them immediately. A total of 4,000 first-level slave seals were used up in less than a day. At the same time, Gue Hai Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, and the rest of the demonic slaves' hunting mission was coming to an end. They began a thorough search of the entire second floor to eliminate any demonic slaves that had slipped through the net. On the other hand, Yixian entered a demonic dweller dwelling again to cultivate the last 1,000 strengthened 3rd to 6th level slave seals. Although the number of slave seals he had condensed this time was only a quarter of the previous ones, they were all strengthened slave seals that were at least level 3, so it took even more time. Yixian only walked out of the demon cultivator's cave after a full 3 days. At the same time, thousands of demonic dwellers' corpses that had been cleaned up in the past 3 days were piled up like a mountain in the central square of the second floor's dwelling area. Seeing Yixian's arrival, Gue Hai Yi Dao and Song Qingyu immediately went up to him and handed him over the 4,000 demonic cores that they had obtained from dissecting the demonic dwellers' brains. After Yixian took them, he immediately tossed them to the devouring system in his body, and ordered it to immediately decompose and extract the spiritual origin power in the demonic cores. After doing all that, Yixian took out the Devil Bloodstar Tear sword that had been upgraded to an epic combat weapon. With a shake of his hand, he tossed it out. Along with a cheerful sound, the sword instantly turned into a blood-red color. It drifted and flashed as it plunged into the mountain-like pile of corpses and began to absorb the blood essence in the corpses. Chapter 27-26. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Qi Zhan Ba Chai. In less than 6 days, the second floor of the Black Wind's demon dwellings had been completely cleaned out. However, Yixian did not rush to the 3rd and 4th levels immediately. Instead, he spent another half a day reorganizing the situation. He assigned 4 Kiliarchs to each pick their own centurions and worked their way down from level to level. In the end, he formed 4 complete 1,000-man demon slave legions. During this time, Gue Hai Yi Dao led 500 elite demon slaves to the lowest level of the Black Wind, the Myriad Prison, and killed the hundreds of demon prison guards. Yixian did not plan to deal with the 1,000 or so experts of the Federation who were still imprisoned in the Myriad Prison. Since they could not escape, he would deal with them when he had the time. After everything was done, Yixian only brought Li Mosquito and Naboshan with him as he descended to the 3rd level. The entire 3rd level was filled with elite demons who were all at the 3rd level of the satellite realm and above. Yixian was no match for them with his current strength. As such, he stayed at the back throughout the entire process of clearing out the 3rd level, allowing Li Mosquito and Naboshan to crush the demons in front. All he needed to do was to casually throw out enhanced versions of advanced slave seals when the demon elites he encountered along the way were suppressed by the Li Mosquito and the Mount Naibua. It was extremely easy. The 2 Black Hole Realm experts attacked at the same time and swept through the entire 3rd level in less than half a day. Nearly 400 of the 1,000 elite demons were killed, and another 800 were subdued by Yixian with slave seals. As for the last 200 people, Yixian deliberately left them for the 4th level. There were about 300 elite demons on the 4th level. After subduing 200 of them, the rest would be killed as well. Before entering the 4th level, Yixian made a trip to the 3rd level's warehouse. His goal was to store the various resources and treasures in the warehouse into his undying world. Almost 20 years of accumulation from the 9 bastions was not enough to describe the vast amount of resources and treasures that Yixian had pocketed. What was left behind were ordinary items. After that, the 3 of them entered the 4th floor of the Black Wind. The demons on the 4th floor were extremely powerful. For example, the close to 100 bodyguards were basically all at the Nebula Realm. Even so, in the face of 2 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, they were nothing more than ants. With Black Mosquito and Naboshan taking action, It only took Yixian about 2 hours to clean up the outer area outside the circular corridor on the 4th floor. The last 200 demonic slaves were finally completely used up. Nearly half of them were personal guards with a Nebula Realm cultivation base. At this point, only the 3rd floor of the Black Wind Bastion and the core area of the 4th floor circular corridor had not been cleaned up. Yixian planned to leave the demonic nest until the very end. In the core area of the 4th floor, there were only a dozen or so demonic powerhouses trapped there. Apart from the leader Ba Chai himself, there were only 5 think tanks, 5 stewards, 2 female demonic slaves, and 4 of Ba Chai's trusted aides. Yixian planned to use the slave seal to subdue Ba Chai, 1 think tank and 1 steward each. The rest could all be killed. Yixian had clearly informed Li Mosquito and Naboshan of this before entering the core area of the 4th floor. It would be convenient for them to make a move. It would be best if they could wipe out the rest as soon as they entered. Ba Chai was a peerless existence with a cultivation base of Black Hole Realm Class 9 perfection. Although Li Mosquito and Naboshan were also in the Black Hole Realm, they were only Class 7 and Class 4. The two of them were barely able to fight Ba Chai together, so how could they have the spare energy to deal with other intruders? Your mission is very simple. After entering, the first thing you need to do is to kill the rest as soon as possible. In addition, you only need to work together to delay Ba Chai for a while. It's best if you can provoke him and distract him. Standing in front of the entrance to the core area of the 4th floor, Yixian turned to Li Mosquito and Naboshan beside him and reminded them again, this last point is very important. It can be said to be the key to success or failure. Remember this. After he finished speaking, Yixian immediately activated the spirit core within his sea of consciousness and directly activated the perfect vibration skill. In an instant, his figure disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even sense the slightest bit of aura, as if he had completely disappeared. Whoosh! Immediately after, he raised his hand and sent out a spiritual imprint. After it entered the sensor device on the side of the door, the originally tightly closed door suddenly opened. In the next instant, Li Mosquito and Naboshan's figures flickered and turned into 2 swift streaks of light that shot in side by side. Meanwhile, Yixian, who had hidden his figure, quietly followed behind them. Naboshan? Black Mosquito? The strange sound of the door suddenly opening alarmed Ba Chai, and his many think tanks and confidants in the sofa area of the hall. They all subconsciously turned their heads to look. Almost at the same time, Ba Chai exclaimed in surprise. At first, his face was stunned. Then he seemed to realize something and instantly flew into a rage. So it was the two of you who were playing tricks in the dark. This daddy must kill you. Boom! Whoosh! Before the furious Ba Chai could finish his words, Naboshan and Black Mosquito, who had rushed forward, had already attacked at the same time. They did not hold back and used all their strength. A majestic and mighty spiritual pressure swept out from Naboshan's body like a hurricane setting off a tsunami. It gave up on Ba Chai and instantly descended on the heads of the few demon dweller think tanks on his left side. Accompanied by the loud rumbling sound of space being shaken, it suddenly crushed down. Puff! Kachacha! Facing the full force attack of a black hole realm powerhouse, the few demon dweller think tanks were caught off guard and immediately spat out blood without any suspense. There was even a series of ear-piercing sounds of bones cracking. Their bodies had already withered and turned into a pile of meat paste, limp on the ground. At the same time, Li Mosquito directly returned to the body of a black mosquito demonic beast. Not only did her body turn into an ugly and terrifying giant mosquito in the blink of an eye, a pair of black translucent membranes stretched out from her back. With a light pat, countless black energy wind blades burst out of thin air, sweeping forward in an overwhelming manner. Like a hot knife through butter, it covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did it lock onto the figures of the other demon dweller butlers and attendants, even Ba Chai was no exception. He was also enveloped in the black cloud formed by countless spiritual wind blades. In the blink of an eye, a large area was completely enveloped, and the sound of tearing silk was constantly heard. This was the strange sound of flesh and blood being cut by the spiritual wind blades. Countless spiritual wind blades, in the blink of an eye, dismembered all the demon dweller butlers and guards except Ba Chai, turning them into countless pieces of flesh of varying sizes and falling to the ground. Chapter 27:27. Super Big Eater. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 confidants, stewards, and attendants were almost completely annihilated. But Ba Chai reacted from the extreme shock in an instant. He raised his head and let out a furious roar. His expression was ferocious to the extreme. Moreover, a strand of an irresistible and violent aura surged out from within his body. It raged out like a raging wave, and it transformed into a surging torrent that obliterated all things in the world. Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. His whole body and mind were enveloped by an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. His life was hanging by a thread. Destruction vortex. In the face of this irresistible, terrifying aura, a strong desire to survive suddenly exploded from the bottom of Yi Xian's heart and spread rapidly, causing Yi Xian to go completely crazy. He didn't even pay attention to the perfect vibration technique. His expression was ferocious as he roared resolutely. At the same time, the purple-black spiritual source core hanging in the central domain of the sea of consciousness in his mind also began to rotate at a crazy speed at this moment. All the spiritual source power contained in it was instantly extracted and compressed to the extreme. In the end, it turned into a tiny that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It rushed out of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and whizzed toward Ba Chai. At the same time, the 10th level slave seal also turned into a faint light and followed closely behind. Puff! Humph! Dang dang dang! In the next moment, the terrifying pressure roaring out from Ba Chai's body had also arrived in front of him. It was as if a huge star was blasting toward him at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward without any suspense. Even Li Mosquito, who was also at the late stage of the black hole realm, immediately let out a muffled groan in the face of this terrifying pressure of the perfect stage 9. Her body, which was suspended in the air, was like a fallen leaf in a violent wind, showing a sense of being blown by the wind and rain. As for Naboshan, whose cultivation was only at the 4th stage of the black hole realm, his body was instantly rushed out and flew back hundreds of meters in the air. After landing on the ground, he was still frantically retreating. Boom! An earth-shattering boom resounded through the air. At this moment, the small purple-black that was as small as a speck of dust, but was actually formed from the extreme compression of all the origin energy in Yi Xian's mind's core, also exploded with a loud bang. After condensing to the extreme, the vast and boundless spirit source energy completely bloomed at this moment. In less than half an instant, it had enveloped a large space of several hundred meters around Ba Chai. The boundless spirit source energy collided with each other, instantly forming a gigantic energy vortex. Berserk and tyrannical, it seemed capable of annihilating everything. Caught off guard, even Ba Chai, a perfect black hole stage 9 supreme existence, froze for a few moments in the face of this mental energy whirlpool that was so violent and berserk that it was descending upon him. Just at this moment, the level 10 slave seal that had turned into a weak ray of light quietly fell to the side of his neck. It entered his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene was witnessed by Yi Xian, who was retreating backwards. His heartstrings relaxed, but at the same time, his vision turned black, and he completely lost consciousness. After a full 7 days, Yi Xian finally woke up from his coma. Although he had regained consciousness, he was still in a very bad state. There was not a single spot on his body that did not hurt. It was as if there was a ruthless, ferocious star beast hiding in his mind, continuously roaring and roaring. The rumbling sounds of explosions reverberated endlessly, giving him a splitting headache. All of this was caused by him completely exhausting all the spirit source energy accumulated in the spirit source core in his mind. It was the result of an extreme overdraft of his spirit source energy. Ding! All demon cores have been decomposed. Do you want to immediately extract the spirit source? Just as Yi Xian was feeling gloomy over the fact that the spirit source core in his sea of consciousness was completely empty, the familiar system prompt sounded at the right time. It turned out that the demon core he had thrown to the system to deal with had been completely decomposed. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately ordered the system to immediately extract all the spirit source. Soon, a warm current appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, slowly but continuously pouring into the spirit source core suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. The almost exploding pain in Yi Xian's mind gradually subsided because of this. After nearly an hour, it finally disappeared completely. Only then did Yi Xian realize that he was lying on a sofa in the core hall on the top floor of the Black Wind Fortress. As for Li Mosquito and Naboshan, they were sitting cross-legged on another sofa not far away, cultivating. In addition, there was another figure in the hall. It was Ba Chai, who had been subdued by the level 10 slave seal. At this moment, He was also sitting cross-legged on a sofa not far away with his eyes closed in meditation. The violent and arrogant aura from before had long disappeared. Master, you're awake? After all, he was a supreme existence at the Black Hole Realm 9th stage. Even if he was in a state of meditation, Ba Chai still sensed Yi Xian's awakening at the first moment. He opened his eyes and got up to walk over. On the other side, Naboshan and Li Mosquito were awakened at the same time. They immediately stood up and walked over side by side. Yi Xian immediately asked about what happened after he fainted. Only then did he know that it was already 7 days later. If he counted the time he spent in the lower 2 floors, Yi Xian had been on the Black Wind for half a month. Fortunately, the Demon Scouts' bastions were engraved with a concealment formation. The Black Wind was currently in such a state of concealment, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by the demon race powerhouses accidentally passing by. At present, Yi Xian's state had not yet recovered, so it was indeed not appropriate for him to leave in a short period of time. Therefore, after some thought, he decided to use this opportunity to study the immortal star super fragment. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, allowing Ba Chai, Naboshan, and Li Mosquito to move freely. There was no need for them to accompany him here. Then, he took out a small space box from the undying world in his body, which contained a large amount of demonic black crystals. Ding! Discovered demonic black crystals. Do you want to immediately absorb the demonic black crystals to nourish the star brain fragment? After opening the small space box, Yi Xian flipped his hand and threw it directly to the devouring system in his body. The next moment, the familiar system prompt quietly sounded in his mind. Absorb at full force now. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to absorb immediately, and then no longer cared about this matter. Everything would be handled by the devouring system. What he did not expect was that in less than an hour, the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! All demonic black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragments current level. Fragment. Used up? Yi Xian was stunned and almost suspected that he was hallucinating. One had to know that the small space box that he had just thrown to the devouring system contained 100 cubic meters of demonic thought black crystals. They were piled up like a small mountain, yet the immortal-grade cosmic superbrain fragment that was only the size of a fingernail had been completely consumed in less than 2 hours? Chapter 27-28. Black Mosquito Holy Child's trial. Unwilling to give up, Yi Xian retrieved 2 more dimensional boxes from his undying world and tossed them to the devouring system. Once again, he gave the order to absorb as much as he could. These 2 boxes also contained 100 cubic meters of black crystals. These crystals were the most common type of cultivation resource in the bastions of the Demonkin Scouts, and they were stored in large quantities. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't worried about the consumption of these crystals. The only thing he was worried about was the growth rate of the immortal-ranked superbrain fragment. What if this guy didn't show any reaction after being bombarded with so many demonic black crystals? It would be really troublesome if that guy didn't move at all. With this big matter in mind, Yi Xian didn't even have the mood to meditate and recuperate. He waited anxiously. About 4 hours later, the familiar system beep appeared in his mind again. Ding! All demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fragmented level? Yi Xian was once again dumbfounded. With the first absorption from before, Yi Xian had already expected that the 2 small spatial boxes he threw out this time would be used up in at most 4 hours. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that even after swallowing 200 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, it was still fragmented level. This was clearly not the right rhythm. This time, I've thrown 10 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals at once. If there's still no reaction, then there's no justice in this world. After being disappointed twice in a row, Yi Xian couldn't keep his calm. This time, he took out 10-dimensional boxes from his undying world, totaling 1,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, and threw them all at the devouring system. After waiting anxiously for nearly 20 hours, the long-awaited system notification rang out once again. Ding! All black will crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. Fa. I've already thrown in 1,300 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals and there's still no reaction. Isn't this a little too shameless? Hearing that the result was still the same, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer. He was so angry that he even cursed. He was going crazy. This is the last time. If you continue to shamelessly refuse to budge, then I won't serve you anymore. After a moment of hesitation, Yixian decided to try one last time. This time, he threw in 100-dimensional boxes from his undying world. The amount of demon sense black crystals in each box was a terrifying 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals. After that, Yixian began to anxiously wait for a long time. It wasn't until the evening of the 5th day that the system notification that he had been waiting for finally sounded out again. Demon sense black crystals have been absorbed. Star brain fragment current grade. Fragmented level. What the F***CK? Yixian collapsed on the spot. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He gnashed his teeth and even had the heart to kill someone. The unwillingness that was stuck in his chest suddenly rose up and became even more intense. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't plan to continue trying. If there was no reaction even after throwing in 10,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to throw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals next? He didn't care about the demon sense black crystals, but he couldn't afford to waste time. If he really threw in 100,000 cubic meters of demon sense black crystals, wouldn't he have to anxiously wait for the Imperial Guards for 2 months? He might even go crazy. Thinking like this, Yixian gave up the urge to try again. After his state of mind completely calmed down, he continued to ponder over this matter. Even Ba Chai, Naboshan, and Li Mosquito were called over by him to analyze and ponder together. Of course, Yixian couldn't reveal sensitive information like the immortal grade star superbrain fragment and his personal star communication system. He just casually brushed it aside. The problem should be with the demon sense black crystals. When he finished explaining the general situation, Li Mosquito didn't think much and immediately responded, "You should have some of the most common ordinary demon sense black crystals, right? If they really don't work, I suggest you try to get some multi-pupil thought crystals." Multi-pupil thought crystals? What's the difference? Yixian was stunned. Only now did he know that the demon sense black crystals were the same as the star core origin. They were divided into different grades. And the ones he had were probably the most common low-grade ones. No wonder they didn't work. After all, the main body of the star superbrain fragment was an immortal grade star superbrain. Even if it was reduced to a fragment, its grade didn't change. How could it be interested in the most common low-grade demon sense black crystals? Multi-pupil thought crystals refer to the demon sense star crystals with pupil halos. An ordinary devil will star crystal is just a translucent black crystal. The crystal is completely empty, and there's nothing inside. Seeing that Yixian was confused, Li Mosquito explained patiently with a faint smile. As for the multi-pupil thought crystal, you can see layers of halos like pupils inside the crystal. At least 1 layer, and at most 9. The more halos there are, the higher the grade of the crystal. So, if the multi-pupil thought crystal is broken down, it can be called single-pupil thought crystal, dual-pupil thought crystal, 8-pupil thought crystal, and finally 9-pupil thought crystal. I see. Yixian immediately understood and then shook his head with a bitter smile. If that's the case, I really can't find a single multi-pupil thought crystal in the sea of demon sense black crystals I have. I don't even have a single pupil thought crystal, let alone a 7-pupil thought crystal. At this point, Yixian frowned and turned to glare at Ba Chai. Don't tell me you've kept all of them? There are 2 huge space fortresses, but you can't find even a single pupil thought crystal. This is very unusual. Whether it's a single pupil thought crystal or a 7-pupil thought crystal, normal demon sense elites can't come into contact with it. Li Mosquito covered her mouth and smiled, then said again, because in the entire vast demon sense star region, there is only one place that can produce multi-pupil thought crystal. Be it 8-pupil thought crystal, 9-pupil thought crystal, or the worst single-pupil thought crystal, they all come from there. Normal demon sense elites can't enter at all. So, even if there are some multi-pupil thought crystals flowing out from there, they are all controlled by some high-ranking demon sense elites. Normal demon sense elites can't even take a look at them. However, if Master really wants to enter that place, there is an excellent opportunity right now. At this point, there seemed to be an extremely dark light flashing in the depths of Li Mosquito's eyes. She paused for a moment, then continued, among the 10 demon sense tribes, there is currently a vacancy for the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun. If I remember correctly, there are still about 2 months before the Black Mosquito tribe's Holy Sun selection trial begins. as long as Master gets a trial spot, he can swagger into that area. Because all the holy sons of the 10 tribes of the demonic dwellers were selected from the forbidden land of Saint Devil on the demonic emperor planet. Chapter 27-29. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Target, Black Mosquito Tribe. So, I have to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe first, obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, and then go to the demonic emperor planet in the center of the demonic star area with the other trial takers? It seems a bit cumbersome. After hearing Li Mosquito's explanation, Yi Xian finally understood, but he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at Li Mosquito again and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way to enter the forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet other than the trial takers?" The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is not a place that can be entered casually. It is said that even the inheritance of the demonic tribe originated from there. Therefore, it is the most important place in the entire demonic star area. Besides the trial takers of the 10 tribes and the demonic emperor clan, only the 10 great commanders and 10 high priests of the 10 tribes and the direct descendants of the demonic emperor clan are qualified to enter. But even these people can't enter at any time. They only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. Even the demonic emperor himself is the same. The forbidden land of the demonic emperor planet is a very mysterious and independent void. The once-a-century restriction is one of the rules of this void. It is like the great Tao that everything in the universe follows. It is not something that can be changed or reversed at will. I see. Yi Xian nodded, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and continued, "It seems that we can only go to the Black Mosquito Tribe to obtain the qualification to be the holy son of the demonic emperor planet. There is no time to lose. Let's go now." As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to Bat Chai. "You stay on the Black Wind. The supply of black crystals of demonic will on the 3rd floor of the warehouse has been opened. Increase the combat strength of the 4,000-man demonic slaves on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. As for the 1,000-odd Federation prisoners on the bottom floor of the Myriad prison, ignore them for now. There is no need to send the jailers. Let them be for a while. After the trial takers of the Black Mosquito Tribe are over, I will come and deal with them." After that, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Wind with Li Mosquito and Naboshan. After stepping out of the Black Wind, the 3 of them appeared in the void of the universe in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind ship, which had been refined into a magic treasure, instantly entered Yi Xian's body and was kept in his undying world. Then, Yi Xian took out the Black Mosquito ship again. After giving a few instructions to Wuxia, he let him return to the Black Mosquito ship and take charge of it. The reason why Yi Xian didn't want Mount Naibua to stay outside and head to the Black Mosquito Tribe with him was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, if not for the fact that he was familiar with the Demonkin Starfield and needed a guide by his side, he would even want to drive Lizzie back to the Black Mosquito ship. Although with their powerful black hole realm strength, if they stayed by Yi Xian's side, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety when he walked through the Devil Domain. However, this kind of reliance was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there would be great consequences. Yi Xian had just entered this starry sky world with the universe galaxy as the background, and his cultivation realm was still at the first great realm at the bottom. It was the golden period when he should face difficulties, experience trials, and grow, and quickly improve his cultivation realm. It could be said that everything was starting from the beginning. If there was a black hole realm powerhouse by his side at all times like a flower in a greenhouse, it was tantamount to destroying his future. Soon as Yi Xian opened the black channel of the Black Mosquito ship, Mount Naibua's figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After putting the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world in his body, Yi Xian turned his head and instructed Lizzie to hide her cultivation realm at the 3rd great realm, the satellite realm, and told her some things to pay attention to when traveling in the Demonkin Starfield in the future. Then, he waved his hand and took out an ordinary private battleship that had just been refined, which was inconspicuous in both appearance and performance. He entered the battleship with Lizzie and quickly headed toward the starfield where the Black Mosquito Tribe was located. The Black Mosquito Tribe was located in the northwest of the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet. The territory ruled by the tribe occupied 1/10 of the vast void of the entire Demonkin starfield. In this vast starfield, there were countless large and small stars scattered about, but the overall situation was basically similar to that of Universe 3, which was occupied by the human race. Most of the large and small stars distributed in the void were extremely desolate. Not to mention intelligent life. There weren't even any plants. At most, they were rich in all kinds of rare minerals and resources. This kind of desolate mineral star occupied about 90% of the total. The remaining 10% of the stars were divided into two types. One was the demonic beast star that was occupied by various demonic beasts. Lee Mosquito was captured by the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe from the Mosquito Star. That was her ancestral land. The entire Mosquito Star was filled with countless black mosquito demonic beasts. Among all the demon beast stars in that star field, the demon beast star was the largest and most eye-catching. This was why the Black Mosquito tribe was called the Black Mosquito tribe. The demon beast star occupied more than 90% of the small 10% of the stars that had life. The last 10% of the stars was where the demons of the Black Mosquito tribe lived and reproduced. It was called the demon beast star. There were only 10 of them. The 10 demon beast stars were respectively commanded by the 10 great leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons under their command. The demon beast warriors, which were similar to the human race's army, were all in the tens of thousands. Among the 10 demon beast stars, the one called the Black Mosquito Star was the headquarters of the entire tribe. The great commander and high priest, who had the most authority in the entire tribe, were in charge of the Black Mosquito Star. The demon beast great leader of the Black Mosquito Star, Naboshan, was sent out to represent the Black Mosquito tribe to control a space fortress and go to Universe 3 of the human race as a frontline scout. Apart from the Black Mosquito tribe, the other 9 demon tribes were basically the same. Those who were sent out to represent the tribe to control a demon beast scout space fortress were all demon beast great leaders of the tribe's main stars. As for the trial test for the Holy Sun, generally speaking, the trial takers were selected from their own tribes. Each demon tribe only had one place for the trial test. That was to say, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only 10 demon dwellers could enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil in the Demon Royal Star. Yi Xian had just arrived, and he was a new face. It wasn't an easy task for him to obtain a share of the spoils from the 10 outer trial spots. It could even be said that there was not much hope. Yi Xian learned all this from the Lee Mosquito tribe while he was on his way to the Black Mosquito tribe. Only now did he know that the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm was called the Origin realm. The great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofeng Tai, and the high priest, Hue Gulei, were both in the Origin realm. Chapter 2730. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The first appearance of strangeness. Although Zhuofeng Tai, the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, had a powerful cultivation base of Origin level 3 and walked the path of physical strengthening, in fact, Zhuofeng Tai might not be a match for High Priest Huigul, who was only at Origin level 1, if he went all out. This kind of situation was also common in the other 9 demon tribes. The great commander of a tribe usually had a powerful cultivation base and held real power. Although the High Priest's cultivation base was lower and did not care about worldly affairs, his status was extraordinary. This was because to become a High Priest, one must first become a tribe's holy son. After becoming a holy son, one must also obtain some kind of spiritual power inheritance from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land or a secret method to use spiritual power. Only then could one become a high priest. Among the 10 demon tribes, apart from the great commander and the high priest, the Holy Son was also qualified to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, but he could only enter once every century. Because of this, every time a tribe's Holy Son died and a new Holy Son had to be selected, almost all the demons in the tribe were tempted. After all, if one became a Holy Son, they would have the opportunity to become the tribe's high priest, which was a step to the sky. Considering that there were too many competitors, and the overall strength of all the demon tribe powerhouses under the Black Mosquito Star, which was the tribe's main planet, was definitely better, Yi Xian decided to choose one of the 9 demon tribes as a starting point. 2 days later, Yi Xian's private warship finally entered the Black Mosquito tribe's territory. The closest demon tribe star in the void ahead was the Black Mountain Star. After Yi Xian asked Lee Mosquito for the direction, he immediately urged the warship to rush over. The leader of the Black Mountain Star was called Sha Ming, and he was a demon tribe powerhouse who walked the path of body cultivation. His cultivation base was at Black Hole Realm Level 2, which was 2 levels lower than the Black Mountain Star. Not long after, a huge planet with an atmosphere appeared in the endless void ahead. According to the direction that Lee Mosquito had pointed out, this planet should be one of the 10 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, the Black Mountain Planet. Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito immediately exited the private battleship. Ji Air waved his hand to put away the battleship and went straight ahead. in the Demonkin star area, and even in the first universe where the other slaves belonged to the Tianji clan, things like battleships and magic treasures were very common. In the context of the Star Age, even different universes could be traveled back and forth through wormholes. Therefore, whether it was a cultivation system or anything else, as long as there was something extraordinary about it, it would spread quickly. In fact, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito had encountered quite a few Demonkin warships on their way here from the very edge of the Demonkin star region. At first, Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he got used to it after seeing so many of them. However, although the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, had achievements in science and technology that surpassed the human races, the Demonkin were nothing more than a slave race of the Tianji clan. For a slave race like this, the Tianji clan would not spare any effort to take care of them. Therefore, none of the Demonkin planets in the Demonkin star area had anything like the defensive formations of the human race's administrative planets. However, the star network still existed. After all, the first universe was so big that if the star network was not popularized, the Tianji clan would not be able to easily control all the slave races under their command. Moreover, the star network of the first universe also used the star superbrain as a biological intelligence center. Even the planets of the third universe's human race's science and technology faction only used ordinary superbrains as the intelligence center of the starry sky network. As for the Demonkin, as the servant race of the Tianji race, the superbrains used by the ordinary Demonkin planets in their starry sky field were naturally not high-quality goods. In fact, it was very likely that the star superbrains used by the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps were the lowest of the low. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could refine the Blackwind's star superbrain as well as he did the Blackwind's. The idea flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Black Mountain was an enormous Demonkin planet. Unlike a bastion, it didn't even have a defensive formation. Even if Yi Xian did refine the star superbrain, he couldn't do what he did with the Black Wind. He couldn't seal off all of the Demonkin and imprison them like he did with the Black Wind. In fact, all he needed was the Holy Sun trial spot on planet Black Mountain. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to refine their superbrain. All he needed to do was connect to their network and get some information. Once the decision was made, Yi Xian sent a command to the communication system to search for the star superbrain's frequency, then select the nearest channel to connect to the star network. Moreover, considering the fact that after the Black Wind battleship superbrain was successfully connected to the starry sky superbrain, before Yi Xian could react, countless information and data instantly entered his brain, almost causing his mind to become unstable. This time, after Yi Xian gave the order, he specially added a sentence at the back. There was no need to rush the transmission of all the information and data. If he needed anything, he could give the search conditions at any time. At that time, he could just search on the spot. A moment later, the sound of a system notification filled his mind. Ding! Beginning search for star network frequency. Search complete. Beginning screening. Ding! Screening complete. Connection successful. Network attribute. Low star network. Black Mountain. Superbrain grade. Normal damaged. Will you refine it? Or consume it? Refine it. Or consume it. Hearing the last sentence, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. After that, a few black lines crawled out of his forehead. Could it be that he had led that immortal rank space superbrain fragment astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection? The last time he contacted the central superbrain of the Black Wind, it didn't give him such a notification. As the AI core of a communication system, it was not right for it to want to devour other superbrains of the star network. Why did he feel like he had encountered a bandit who had just left the mountain? Just as these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he was slightly stunned because of this, the system notification sounded again in an extremely unusual manner. Ding! Host, please confirm. Do you want to refine it? Or devour? What was going on? This time, Yi Xian was completely suspicious. This was clearly not normal. He was just stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. At most, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. There was no need to be so anxious, right? A ravenous wolf that had just come down from the mountains after starving for 10 days was nothing more than this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately responded. His attitude was very clear. He would neither refine nor devour.